Good morning. We are live here from Washington, D.C. Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn for day 2 of CPAC. And if you were with us last night, it was kind of a late night as we had a kind of a late start for President Trump's speech in Nashville. But we are back for day 2. And you know what? I do feel like today it's got a little bit more buzz than it had yesterday here.
Absolutely, it does. You know, yesterday was Thursday. People had to work, and so they're taking maybe today off, having a long weekend. And we have some great speakers lined up for today. We'll give you a lineup of those names here in just a little bit. But yes, the doors just opened, and people are already streaming in, getting their front row seats. The front row Joes, of course, always the front of the line.
They're actually...
Yes.
In the front door right there.
Yes,
You're right.
they are. And so they always get the front row seats because they are here early. The people are already streaming in to hear today's great speakers that we have lined up.
Yeah, I think people that are already watching our broadcast, hey, congratulations, you get up early as well. Before we get everything started, do you want to talk about our friends over the Birch Gold Group? You know, we had Philip on the show yesterday talking about inflation, talking about the dollar and its value and what this Biden economy can do to it. And, well, they want to send you a free information kit. And all you have to do is text the words Trump to 989898 and get that free information kit. They'll tell you how to invest in gold, silver, and precious metals. And they'll even show you how you can convert an existing IRA into a gold-backed IRA. It's so easy to do. Just text the words Trump to 989898, and I'm sure that we'll play that interview that I did with him yesterday a little bit back later in the show. But big thanks to our friends at the Birch Gold Group that has made this one of the great sponsors of this event to make it possible. So we do have an incredible, once again, lineup for today, speaker, and it seems like CPAC almost starts its stride right now. You know, comes out of the gate strong with some speakers, but now you go into this Friday, and it's interesting you noted that it started on a Thursday, and typically, you know, people don't typically take a Thursday off to go to do something outside of work. But a Friday, Friday light traffic coming in here for me was smooth. It was minimal traffic. So I kind of feel like we could have a bigger turnout today than we did yesterday. But, you know, people say that, hey, CPAC is just about sold out as far as tickets go. So it just is not disappointed on the attendance at all.
Absolutely. We talked to Mercedes Schlapp yesterday, Colton Furlow, as well with CPAC, and they both were very happy about the turnout for this weekend. They said that it is maxed out. Tickets have been sold out, and they're really pleased to see everyone here. Mercedes said it best yesterday. It's like a family reunion. You start seeing people you've seen over the years. A lot of first-timers as well. I talked to a lot of people who are attending CPAC. It's their very first one, and I asked each one, how are you liking it so far? And they just had this glee in their eye, Brian. They're excited. They love it. They love all the speakers. They love networking with people, getting to know all of these different organizations, and it really is a great spot to network. And I was standing in line yesterday at lunch waiting to get food, and the lady behind me was saying that she puts on different organizations back at home where she's from, different events for her organizations, and coming here and speaking to different people. I mean, this is the event of the year for CPAC, and so to talk to these people and to see what they do and how they organize it, she's taking those ideas back home with her to use those in her home state. So it's a way to just learn, network, grow, and just meet lifelong friends.
Yeah, well, you're excited, and I'm ready to fight. Matt Schlapp gave me this hat
Move
earlier.
out of the way. I don't want to be I don't want to be in the way of.
I think it
your
represents
punches.
what we need to do right now. It's skull and crossbones. This is take no prisoners, make the left walk the plank of freedom. I'm fired up, you know, and I think the happy talk. Yeah, we're having a great time. We're learning, exchanging ideas, getting fired up for the primary, which is already over, and everyone knows that, and getting ready for the general. But really, I want people to leave CPAC inspired to fight in their local governments, their regional government, their state government, and really take this country back. Because what the left does so well is they fight, and they do not give up, and they don't fight one another. I want us to collectively come together and fight and take this country back. So I'm a little, I don't get the cheerleading pom-pom that most people do at CPAC. I could give a rat's ass basically about meeting friends. I want us to rally together and beat the Democrats. And I get it. There's not a better conference than CPAC for that. CPAC, thank God for CPAC.
Yes.
If we did not have CPAC, you have Turning Point USA, which is a lot younger. It does inspire more your college-age kids. It doesn't really resonate with me at all. You have other conferences as well, but this is big boy conference here. This is where we can get our ideas together, and get a game plan together, and take this country back. So I'm excited to be here, but I'm a little fired up to be here too, because I want to come out of here and I want us to be able to not only get in this general election and win, but I want us to take this country back with no means necessary at this point.
Right, and I think we're seeing a little bit of both. Yes, we're seeing the cheerleading aspect of it, where everyone's coming together and having a great time. But Brian, all day long we're getting people coming up to our booth and handing us cards and information because they want to run for office, or they are running for office in their prospective home state, their counties, and their cities. And so that's great to see. So we do have a lot of people either running for office or also wanting to run for office. They're wanting to get involved. They're wanting to save their communities and their states, and obviously the country as well. So there is a lot of people here for different reasons, and everyone's getting along, and that's what we do here at CPAC. We're happy, we're eager, we're hopeful, and it's just a fight to the finish line in November.
I talked to a guy earlier before we came on, and he's going to pop on probably the 9 o'clock hour. He is running for Congress, I believe, in Mississippi. I don't know the district in Mississippi, and he's going against a long-term Democrat. This guy has been there for a while. He's a piece of crap, to be honest with you. He's probably one of the worst of the worst. He's filed lawsuits against President Trump. He needs to go. But I'm going to ask him exactly how do you go about doing that? Because a lot of people are fired up to run for office, and I want them to be. But then you have to be very realistic of what is your chance of winning and what is your game plan, because it's one thing for us to get in this echo chamber of conservatism, and we all talk about how great our policies are, but if you don't relay that to an independent voter or a Democrat or somebody who's actually might change party affiliations and vote for you, then you're not going to win. So we have to reach out and really try to communicate to all voters on why our policies are best for this country. So I'm looking forward to talking to him, and we were sharing his reasons why he got into public service or wants to. We had a guy yesterday running for president.
Yes.
He wants to make America Christian again. Came up yesterday, said he's running for president. And I was like, well, for what? For the Agricultural Society? I mean, I'm running for president for what? He's like, President of the United States. And I'm thinking, okay, we have zero chance of winning, just so you know. Let's get that clear. You're probably going to waste a lot of your time doing it, but I'm sure you have a reason why you are on this mission to be president. Now, he did say he would support President Trump, obviously, when he wins. But I want to talk to those guys to see what has inspired them to get in politics, even when you know you're not going to win, because it's a blood sport. You can talk to anybody in Congress and they'll tell you. You may think you have the strongest district in the world and you have it locked down, but I've seen people in Congress right now that win very strong districts and very strong support, but because they have made some mistakes on the House floor, they have not voted the way they should have, or they basically get caught up in some stuff outside of politics, I've seen them drop to almost lose a seat. So it's possible. So no matter how secure your seat is. But to your point, this is where everybody comes together, and they all have a mission to save this country, and they all think they have a plan to do it. It's interesting to hear from some of these people as well. Then we had one guy. We had one guy running for president. This guy there was one other guy came in here.
He's running for governor in California.
That's it. Yes. And
he's running against Newsom. Hey, go for it.
And I was like, okay, you're the first person to come up to me today that says that you're running for governor in California. I asked him where he was at in the Larry Elder recount a couple years ago. And he goes, well, I didn't really have everything together, so I didn't really put a game plan together, which is honest. I like his honesty about that. Didn't went around the wrong way. But, those are the people that I want to talk to and say, what's your plan? Okay, what is your plan? We've seen people historically at CPAC And I'm not going to name names, but you'll have people walk around here that are running against a very, very well-established Democrat, and in hopes of winning, and quite honestly, it's going to take generations maybe to flip that seat. But they fundraise a bunch of money, and they go around and they kind of play that whole I'm running against so-and-so. And they've made it a career. And that's what is wrong with politics, is people have turned it into a career. I was talking to my Uber driver on the way here, and he was like, where are you headed? I'm like, Gaylord, what's going on? CPAC. He goes, what's wrong with politics? I said, well, because there's people that have been in office for 40, 45 years. That's what's wrong with D.C., and that's what's wrong with politics. And he agrees. Vanessa, people that are, been in public service for 47 years have nothing in common with what's going on right now.
Right.
They're not connected at all. There's a major disconnect.
Well, at the same time, too, Brian, yes, it may take generations to unseat these people who have been in office for years.
Decades or multiple election cycles,
right.
maybe not generations.
But we encourage also people to run and try to save your city, your county, your state. You have to start somewhere. And so maybe these people are just getting their names out there, and they're going to try again, and they're going to try again. But I don't discourage it. There are some that, they have a long fight ahead of them, but or a hard fight ahead of them as well. But, I don't discourage it. But at the same time, you have to start somewhere and get the ball rolling somewhere. So if you want to run for office, do it. It may take some time, but, hey, go for it.
Look at Olivia that we had on the show yesterday. She did it, and she did it on a very local level. School board, city council, be in your
Democrat-run city.
In a Democrat-run city, but do it hyper local, right? Do it where you can actually effectively change. Because here's the reality of it, and we haven't talked about this much yesterday, but let's say in fact we do not win in 24. Red states are going to become more and more important than ever. So then we look at states and go, okay, we must keep Texas red. We must keep Florida red. We must keep Georgia red. We must keep, you go around the list, because that's going to be the places you're going to want to live. And I do think it's going to now go to a more of a separate statehood, if you will, where people are going to say, okay, on the federal level, we can't win elections. We win them, but we can't win them because they basically control the elections. So then we got to drill it down to a state level. So that's why if you run for city council in the state, you run for mayor, and you lock your local down, you have more control than you think, actually. And actually, governors in certain states have more control than other governors in certain states. Great example, Florida. That Governor Ron DeSantis actually has more power to do legislative actions in Florida than even some states like maybe Arizona or some other red states, where you have to collectively go through the legislature to get anything done, rather than a governor having more power. So, and in some states, or the majority of Republicans is more there, so it's easier to get things passed. But so much on tap today. But we're glad that you're joining us for day 2, and we've got a great speaker line. We got great interviews coming to the table as well.
Right. Speaking on stage today at CPAC, there's a long list, but we also have a few names for you just so you can have a heads up of who's speaking today. We have Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. We have Kash Patel, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem will be here. Representative Matt Gaetz, he'll be stopping by our booth as well this afternoon. Always a fireball interview. Can't wait to hear from him. Senator J.D. Vance will take the stage as well today. Katie McFarland. We have a great lineup of speakers today. And, of course, President Trump. He'll be here tomorrow. He's usually closing out CPAC on a Saturday evening, but tomorrow is primary day in South Carolina, so he'll be there tomorrow evening. He'll be at CPAC here tomorrow at noon local time. All
right, we'll talk about what you can expect to hear from him, not only tomorrow, but you'll hear from 2 times a day. We got those speeches as well. Let's first talk about our friends over at AMAC. Now, their booth is located right down from us, and if you I may at any moment get up out of my chair and go run over there and hug everybody at AMAC, because I love what they do for this country. They come to D.C., they fight for values, they fight for what we all stand for, and they're not one of these woke companies that claim they represent Americans when they quite honestly don't. They go and contribute to things that go against what we believe in. But AMAC is the real deal. The information for that is on your screen right now for pennies a month. Maybe not pennies, nickels
Close.
a month. Close. You can get a membership at AMAC that comes with all the benefits. So I definitely recommend you doing that. I'm a big fan of theirs. At one point, I'm going to go over there and do a segment with them. And of course, I encourage them to come over here and talk about AMAC live on the set with us. But anyway, information is on your screen on that. We'll talk about them throughout the day. I'm a big fan. I think you would be too, especially if you're getting as old as me and this you're going into that transitioning years where I'll be in a old folks home before you know it. Go check out AMAC.
Yes, I think
Maybe.
That's a great
I hope I'm not an old
alternative.
folks. I feel like I
don't think-
could go right now. Actually, I feel like I'm going to a mental institution right now, more than an old folks home. I think that's probably more my line. But
The longer we stay in the game, Brian, the more I think mental we get. But we'll be there together.
yeah, we'll be there together. Hey, real quickly, I had a company. A friend of mine owns this water bottle company. It's called Freedom Water, and on the back of it, every can or every bottle has something kind of clever to say,
Okay.
and it says you can't deprogram freedom.
I like it.
I think it's cool. Yesterday I had
They're
one.
here.
You saw them here?
I think they're downstairs.
Oh, well,
yes.
go check them out. I didn't even know. I just had it in my refrigerator and brought some water because I need to stay hydrated.
I believe they're here.
And so it's anyway. Yesterday it says it was like this water isn't sleepy. It has all the sleepy joes. Or you can't. This water has not been indicted yet. So cool company. I'll put some stuff on my social media for it. And you can check it out. But it's nice to support companies that support our values. I mean, you'd be surprised, Vanessa. How many companies that you interact with every day that contribute to extremely liberal causes?
Right, absolutely. And if you start looking into it, yes, you would be surprised because I've actually done that and think, okay, there has to be an alternative to who I can support. And so when you look at companies like this, Birch Gold Group, you name it, all the great advertisers who come with RSBN, that's who I want to support. The people who support us, who want a better America, who have our values, who have, the same beliefs in our faith, our families, our freedoms. And so those are the companies we need to support. We need to be out with the woke and in with these companies who think just like us.
Well, it's interesting. We talk about that for a second. I can't think of a greater example of a company having a nuclear bomb dropped on them than Bud Light.
Oh,
with the
absolutely.
Dylan Mulvaney situation. And I think to this day, if I'm not mistaken, they're still, I'm not a big beer drinker to begin with, but I'm for sure not drinking a Bud Light. Only because I know I know that the backstory on that agency that did this, and for someone that was in the ad agency for a while, that's who you've got so many leftist, liberal, country-hating, gender-bending, marketing executives that want to push an agenda. I mean, whoever thought it was a great idea to put Dylan Mulvaney to support a beer company and thinking that resonates with the average American that might pick up a beer.
Yeah.
Well, she was fired, and she should be banned from all of advertising to begin with. But I do think it's that's what we can do as consumers, is we just can choose not to buy their products. Period.
So you think of Bud Light, I do too, but I also think Disney.
Disney's same thing.
And families who refuse to go to Disney World or Disneyland now, or have their children watch Mickey and Minnie Mouse. How sad is that? I grew up on Disney, and now I'm very particular about what my child watches when it comes to Disney.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I'd say coffee to a certain extent. I remember the last 2020 election, Starbucks chose to go certain directions on public issues and public policy, and they were very outward about that. I love what Dunkin' did. Dunkin' says, look, we just sell coffee, period. We have 1775 coffee with us.
Yes.
That is a great alternative. But you have to focus and put your dollar with companies that that love this country, period. And so I do, have I completely boycotted Starbucks? No. If I'm in an airport, it's the only thing available, and that's what I'm going to have. That's what I have right now. But 1775 Coffee is one of these companies that not only is it great coffee, okay, even if they weren't, look, it's good coffee. And here's the bonus.
Delicious coffee,
here's the bonus of it. They love this country. They embrace what we do. they're sponsoring CPAC. They're sponsoring our coverage. Why? Because they like what we're doing here. So I just encourage you, if you're a coffee drinker, or maybe perhaps someone in your family's a coffee drinker, the information for that stuff is on your screen right now. Go pick it up.
1775coffee.com/RSBN. Put in that RSBN code. Save yourself some money, 10% at checkout. So yes, served with passion, patriotism. They love the First Amendment. They love the cause. They love everything that America stands for. So do yourself a favor. Try out this coffee, 1775coffee.com/RSBN. And again, that RSBN code will save you 10%. But yeah, Brian, these are the companies we have to really support because they support us.
They do. And, and it kind of goes to, a lot of people say with car companies as well. If you drill it down, I mean, look, very few cars are 100% made in the USA because a lot of parts are made in Mexico or overseas and are kind of assembled here in the United States. But, there's going to be, I think, in my personal opinion, in the next 4 to 8 years, there is going to be a major push into rebuild America and to buy stuff that's made here. President Trump's policies, he talks about bringing industry back to the states that for after his administration, sometimes you hate to not blame the companies for relocating because the policies that were in place from the Biden administration, and we've got some people from West Virginia going to come on today to talk about coal and what a big, we're from Texas, so oil's a big industry,
right,
especially where we came from. It's probably the petrochemical capital of the world. But when you talk as far as coal goes, if you're in West Virginia, that's their oil and that's their economy, that's their livelihood. And then what the Biden administration has done to that industry is, quite honestly, is very destructive, not only to jobs, but to our national security, because now, once again, we went from being energy independent to energy dependent,
right, on
other countries. So they're going to come on and talk about that. But it's just so important that we make sure we spend our money and our efforts in the right direction and don't get caught up in social issues. Don't get caught up on trying to make somebody feel good. Don't get caught up on trying to, get social media brownie points and stuff. We got to stop caring about that stuff and just do what's right. And that's maybe what I meant to say on the top of the show is quit trying to make other people happy. Okay, if you're afraid to share a post from President Trump, you're afraid to share something, you're not in the fight. You're not in the fight. You're in the shadows and you're kind of applauding really softly, but you're not out front. And that's what we all need to be, is out there fighting for this country.
Do you want to hear something? This is the truth, and I don't want to call anybody out by name or the company. Before RSBN and when President Trump was in office, before I was with RSBN, I should say, on what was Twitter is now X, you can like posts, and if you go to a person's profile and hit likes, you can see all the posts that they liked. Do you know Melania Trump had invited the families of some of our soldiers serving overseas to the White House for a dinner. And all it was a post from Melania Trump, at the time the First Lady, who posted that nice to have these families here for dinner. And it was wives and children, and they were happy and just exploring the White House. I liked it. I got called into the office to be careful for the posts that I'm liking on social media. So with that being said, some people may be scared, Brian, to do anything on social media because of their jobs. And that's when you know you're working for a woke company.
Well, I got fired from my job that I've been
I don't mean to laugh at you, but that's the reality of it.
Because I questioned the unauthorized, unconstitutional shutdowns of small business around America, basically wiping away generational wealth from small businesses and family-owned companies. You had companies that had survived depressions and storms and and economic pullbacks, but all of a sudden had to close the doors because we thought they weren't safe enough to open. I got fired for saying that. I got fired for criticizing the vaccine in general. I got fired for attending and covering a Trump rally under a press credential. They didn't like my post on X. So you know what? That's probably the greatest day of my life when I got fired, because I went from getting fired to standing in the White House in less than 8 months.
Yes.
And I loved it, interviewing the president. Now I'm with the president on the ground most of the time when he goes places. So you got to be bold and be willing to take that bullet, so to say. If you feel like you need to fight for this country on social media, then do it. What are the consequences? We're going to lose the country if we don't.
Right.
So you might as well be bold, make your opinions stand out, and just do it.
Absolutely. I do it. And the same thing happened to me. Now, I didn't get fired. I chose to go at the end of my contract, but I landed here.
Yeah.
And I landed in a place where I can talk freely about my beliefs, what I fight for, what I care for, and how we can save this country. Whereas before, I didn't have a voice.
Well, and that was morning show, guys. So I got tired of waking up at
That was a morning
3:30 in the
show.
morning.
That too.
So I got to sleep in a little bit more. Now I just travel too much. I don't sleep at all. But so I'd say you got to take the risk out there. So when I said top of the show, we got to fight for this country. You got to fight. And I'm not talking physically. I'm not calling for violence, but I am calling for you to be bold in your statements and fight for this country and come to CPAC, walk around, talk to people, talk to vendors, talk to these, listen to some of these shows. We got some great programs up and down Media Row here. I wish we had more time. I wish I had more time to go and drop in on some of these conversations. But this is where you pick up the knowledge to go back to where you live and fight on the local level, the state level, and the national level. And President Trump's policies, we know they work. There's no argument about that. And so I got a little angry yesterday because I don't like when people try to, clutch their pearls, and they may not like the personality of President Trump, or he might be. I just wish he wouldn't tweet so much. Oh, so you want to be, energy dependent. You want our borders wide open.
Yeah.
You want wars around the world going on right now. Like, that's your choice. Okay, so you could either, go live with grandma and you can go live in this fake world, or you can get out here and support the policies that will make this country great again, and that is President Trump.
What really matters, I love his social media posts. I sign up for his notifications, so as soon as he posts, it comes to my phone, and I open my phone and I read each one. So that's what makes President Trump so lovable. Yes, his policies, but at the same time, he's one of us. He talks like us.
And he's funny. When he
his
trolls
mind,
somebody
it was on his lips, and so,
yeah.
He
says it like it is, and that's one of the number one reasons why we talk to people and say, hey, why do you, love President Trump so much? Well, we love his, authenticity. Like, he's real.
He's real.
He's not one of us. He's a billionaire from New York, which I have nothing in common with, right?
Yeah,
I'm not a developer.
That might be the only thing we don't have.
But his approach to people in a business is a lot of people. Look, he's kind of got the Tiger Woods effect. Now, let me explain that. Before Tiger Woods, golf was something your grandpa did. Right? Golf was something the old people did. Tiger Woods came on the scene, and all of a sudden Tiger Woods became the athlete that a guy in a white van that may be a plumber, electrician, or may have a trade, all of a sudden he's got a set of golf clubs in the back of his van. So he's transcended a sport to a younger, different demo. President Trump is the same thing. President Trump has related not only to the billionaire, the business, the real estate developer, the business mogul, but he also has translated, he can identify with the tradesman.
He can relate to him.
Relate to everybody. Who else? And that's interesting because my Uber driver on the way over here said there's such a disconnect because he feels like politicians don't care about him. He says Washington doesn't care about the average person. I go, well, I kind of, so not really, because there is one person that did. And that's President Trump. And he goes, well, and I didn't want to get into it. It was too early to get in a fight in an Uber car. I didn't want to do that.
At 7 o'clock this morning, too
early
for all
I can't do that. But, I did say there was one person in the White House that did identify with the average American, and that's President Trump. And right now, Joe Biden doesn't, I don't know what he identifies with. A zombie, maybe, at this point.
And speaking of identifying, look at the sneakers, the high-top sneakers that President Trump just unveiled just this week. I mean, everybody. So no matter who you are, what background you have, he's there, and he's like, look at this, look at this, look at this. And so he can just relate.
Yeah. When we got that call that he was going to go to SneakerCon, I was like, SneakerCon? I had to actually Google it and find out exactly what it was. And I was like, now this is kind of cool. It's not a campaign stop, but it's kind of like a, hey, here are my sneakers. And it went viral. I mean, Grace, we can talk to her in a little bit about what people were clicking on viral, and we were there. And we were the only, if I'm not mistaken, the only media outlet that covered it. Now, they had some people running around with cameras that were just doing independent stuff, but I think it was great. I think it
broke the internet.
It broke the internet.
And he sold out within minutes. Forgiato Below told me yesterday he got 2 pair.
Well, look at him.
I
don't doubt
know.
that. Which, by the way, my neck is still a little sore from wearing
those chains.
wearing the chain around
He'll
my
be
neck.
around here today too. Always
Yeah.
great to see him, and a fan favorite wherever he goes. Always draws a crowd, and people love his music. Check it out on iTunes. 4G Auto Blow. He has a song coming out today. As a matter of fact,
really?
he said Friday. So yeah, so he has a new song about
Trump Latinos will be here.
the Trump
Latinos for
Latinos.
Trump, I
Yes,
should
and
say.
the song that's coming out is about putting God in our country. So make
Oh,
sure you check
Lord.
that out on iTunes.
Yeah,
4G
that
Auto
won't get
Blow.
banned. That won't get
Yeah.
banned and
Yeah.
suppressed on the charts. When you look at, I said this yesterday, the resistance. When you go to somebody's page that's trolling one of us or right side, it always says that they're the resistance. I'm like, the resistance? Wait a minute. The left owns Hollywood. The left owns the news industry. The left owns the music industry. The left owns most newspapers in this country. The left owns the cultural war that we have, or they lead it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are they resisting?
I don't know.
We have to resist all of that.
And you look at Hollywood as well. These people live these elite, lavish lifestyles. They have security. They have walls up around their home. They have, drivers taking them everywhere. They have millions of dollars and designer everything and take vacations all the time. But they're the first to say that, that they're just deprived or they need help or this country's in shambles. But speaking of people who can't relate, those people live in a bubble and cannot relate to the average American.
Did Madonna say she was going to move if President Trump won? I think we had a bunch of other celebrities. I'm willing to pay for first-class seats for
I'm
some
with
of
you.
these
Where
celebrities
do
to
we
get the hell
start
out of this country
a
once Trump
GoFundMe
wins.
for?
I think if enough patriots said, "Hey, let's chip in $500 and we'll send a Hollywood elite back to where they want to go," I say go. I mean, here's a conversation that Christina, Bob, and I had one time, and we don't necessarily maybe have time to talk about it now, but how does the world react on a Trump victory in 24? How do they react here in D.C.? We saw what they did on Inauguration Day for him. We've seen the videos. It lasted for days here in D.C. They literally burned the city down around the White House. They burned buildings. They smashed windows.
Of
They had
small businesses.
Antifa, small business, Antifa, Black Lives Matter. They all came through D.C. and had tons of destruction. Of course, nobody was charged with that. Nobody spent time in jail for that. Okay, so what does it look like round two when he wins again? Her theory is this. Her theory is those people don't exist anymore. They've kind of gone away. They're not going to react the way they did. There is one theory that does back that up. I think someone from the New York Times had a brilliant article about this, that they know that when he won in 2016, the world didn't come to an end. Like everyone thought, that's why it was so chaotic. It was like if President Trump wins in 2016, the world's going to be chaotic. They know that it didn't happen, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, they all survived.
Right.
So they know that if he wins again, that the world's not going to come to an end. Democracy's not going to fall. This country's not going to go into a commie state. Like that's not going to happen. So there is a degree that says they won't freak out as much when he wins. Now, I say, and I've got several people that I talked to yesterday about this, they do think they will come unglued because they know that President Trump has said what he's going to do to the deep state. And these people have been on the sidelines now for a year. There really hasn't been any huge cause. I mean, George Floyd incident was one of the biggest, kind of a race baiting incident that got people fired up. I don't know. There's still a lot of people on the sidelines, a lot of paid activists that are waiting for that moment to freak out in a city near you. And so I actually think that's what's going to happen.
I can see that. I can see that back in 2016, you had the rioters in the streets and the people upset and, all over the country and these big cities. And we'll talk more about this later. But now CPAC is starting for the morning. We're going to send it over into the auditorium so you can watch live.
Under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, their bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flame was still there. Say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Court Culver with today's invocation.
Let's pray, y'all. Heavenly Father, we thank you for everything that you've given to us, and we come before you, for you are greater than this country, than any of us, and this conference. We thank you for this incredible gift that you have given us, that is the United States of America. We lift up the thought leaders and the politicians who are speaking to us today, and we remember your word, where you tell us that if your people, which are called by your name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek your face and turn from our wicked ways, that you will hear from heaven and forgive our sins and will heal our land. Heavenly Father, we pray for the humility to come before you in prayer, and we pray for the courage to turn from our sin, and we call upon you to fulfill your promise and to heal our land. And all God's people said, amen.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have. And like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. the My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Please welcome former administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, Andrew Wheeler.
That's a real title of the session, putting our heads in the gas stove. People signed up to see that. There were a lot of weird discussions at this convention. When we thought it might be fun to see if you could tell the real ones from the fake. It's time to play real or fake CPAC session.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
It's the Dust Up. Please welcome the aunt of Matthew Perna, Jerry Perna, Director of Litigation, Center for Renewing America, Jeffrey Clark, and your moderator, host of Sandy Rios 24/7, Sandy Rios.
Good morning. You're up early. I think we can sit, right? Yeah, we sit. You know, I'm a radio host, so I always have to have notes, so sorry. I said my security blanket. But I was thinking, as I was preparing for this, when I was growing up, one of my favorite weekly shows, this will tell you how old I am, was Superman, the old Superman. And it always would start with, look, up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Superman. Then it goes on to explain that he comes as a mild-mannered newspaper reporter, really champion. He's disguised as that, but he's come to seek truth, justice, and the American way. Well, that's the way some of us grew up. We actually understood that. Justice for all people, blind justice, truth, justice, and the American way. Well, I have to say that on January the 6th of 2021, we saw something we had never seen in this country. We saw the beginnings, we had no idea, but it was the beginnings of the perversion of justice. We saw the arm of justice, the FBI. We saw all the tentacles of the Justice Department, the thousands of employees there turn their wrath on regular American people. And then we saw them turn their wrath on people who were associated with the person that actually they were after, and that was the President of the United States, Donald Trump. They wanted him destroyed, and in order to destroy him, they've tried to destroy Americans and people that love America. It's so twisted and bizarre. It really is what they call a color revolution in our country. We're going to talk about two different phases here this morning. One of those, well, I just want to give you some stats. Julie Kelly spoke yesterday. Don't you love Julie? I know, what would we do without her exposing, that she's a great journalist, and they're few and far between. 1,350 people have been charged. This is according to Joe Biden, because he was bragging about it. 900 of those people at J6, there was a few million that went to support the president, and they were concerned about how the election was conducted. We all saw it during the count that night, the election night. In my whole life, I've never seen the counting shut down and the chicanery that took place. We knew something was wrong. So lots of people, like you and me, went to say, we've got to do something about this. And of those people that went, 900 now were not only arrested, but they pled guilty. Many of them were forced to do that, by the way, re-educated, and convicted. And they are now serving a combined 840 years in prison. And as I heard Joe Biden say that, he's pretty happy about it. So there we are. This is the color revolution. Well, I want to turn first to Jerry Perna, who's to my far left. Jerry's nephew, Matthew, was one of those people at the Capitol. And just one young man out of millions, age 37. And I would just say that shortly after, maybe 2 years later, Jerry can make this clearer, Matthew committed suicide. I want to talk about him today because I want you to know who he was. He's an example of the kind of nefarious, the results of the power grab by the elites in this country, the deep state. It's cost real lives. So, Jerry, you were Matthew's aunt, and thank you so much for joining us. I always like it when you tell us about Matthew, because they all become demonized. They're all, we see the videos and they're angry and they're waving things, and we don't think of them as individuals. So what was Matthew doing? What was his life like before that day?
Matthew was extraordinary. He had traveled the world. He had a love for people of all races, religions, creeds, anything. He loved old people. He loved talking to old people. He always said how much you can learn from talking to your elders. He was a respectful person who believed in our country. He loved our country. And he went to January 6th because he thought he was going to be part of a historical moment. And instead, it was a day that ruined his life and so many others as well.
Just as I recall, because you and I have discussed this before, we've had a wonderful interview I'll never forget. You talked about his education. I mean, he was highly skilled. He wasn't Penn State, something like that. Tell him about that.
Matthew graduated from Penn State and Penn State University toward the top of his class, and he went on to teach English in other countries. He went to Thailand and South Korea, and he taught English to school children. He read constantly, often 2 and 3 books at a time he was reading. He was forever with a book in his hand. He was highly intelligent. He wasn't the epitome of what they're making out the January 6ers to be, a bunch of hillbilly, MAGA-loving idiots, the way the media portrays them. He was very intelligent, and this world lost when he died.
So, Jerry, people, of course, want to know, they always ask and want to know and deserve to know, what did Matthew do, for heaven's sake? What did he do in that Capitol?
Matthew walked through the Capitol with a cell phone in his hand, recording. And recently, Speaker Johnson released a smidgen of the surveillance tapes that showed Matthew walking, just like he said he did, calmly through the Capitol, passing by 6 Capitol police officers, and even giving them a little raise of his fist in solidarity and support. That's what he did. And he was criminalized for it.
Yes. Did the FBI come to his house?
The FBI did after he turned himself in. Matthew turned himself in the morning he found out he was on their website.
So we can't tell every detail, but this is a tragic story. Can you, in a sentence or a paragraph, tell us what brought Matthew to the point of taking his own life?
You know, that's funny you bring that, because I did bring a note card with me, because this sums it up. I sacrificed my freedom when I entered the Capitol building on January 6th, and in despair took my own life the night that I wrote this. Signed, Matthew Perna. This is my nephew's suicide note that was found in his Bible. He stood up for his rights, and it cost him his life.
As I recall, they had him in confinement at home, and even your friends and neighbors, I'm not saying everyone, but a lot of people in your community turned against him because of the headlines and the way he was portrayed, and he went into depression, and then the Justice Department added another charge, and that was like the final straw, as I remember, Jerry. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
And so, well, there are no words. But that's an example of what our Justice Department has done, and the FBI, which is part of the Justice Department. And speaking of the FBI, the man sitting next to me is the former Assistant Attorney General. He has gone all the way back to the Bush years. He's held some incredible posts. He graduated from Harvard and Georgetown, and yet one of the outlets that wrote about him after he ran in the crosshairs of the Justice Department, it was called The Man with No Pants. Because he's been called a Trumpist. You see, I think of Saul Alinsky, who was the radical communist agitator who wrote Rules for Radicals. Target and make it personal, said Saul Alinsky. And Jeff, that's what they did to you.
Well, as many times as I hear Jerry's story, it always gets to me. So I would just ask everyone in the audience or who's watching to pray for Jerry and her family. And thank you. So Sandy, yes, I mean, they've tried to destroy me, but I'm still standing and I'm going to keep fighting. I had my house raided in June of 2022 by the agents of the Inspector General's office. They were in flak jackets. They had all kinds of weaponry. They had electronic sniffing dogs they brought into my house. Luckily, my family was not there. I don't think that my wife would have taken it well. And they even refused to show me the warrant. I had to have a whole Fourth Amendment argument with them about that. And
you're attorney at Justice Department.
I was a leader of the Justice Department. There are 7 litigating divisions at Maine Justice. I had charge of 2 at the same time. I was the only assistant attorney general who had that span of authority, and that was a total of 1,400 lawyers and countless support staff. So a mere 18 months later, under the Biden administration, I'm subjected to this indignity, including, not that I want this to be my selling point, that they pulled me out without allowing me to get fully dressed.
You even asked them and they refused to let you do that. That's how disgusting this all is.
Yeah,
Same but different with Jerry. Obviously Matthews has a tragic ending, but this is part of the destructive phase. It's to destroy in any way reputations and life.
And the reason why they did that was because I was the only leader in the Justice Department who wanted to investigate the 2020 election with energy and drive and to look at all of the possible problems with that election, and there were a lot of them. There are legal problems in terms of the states changing their election laws without going through the state legislatures, which is unconstitutional. They were just flat out disobeying state election laws in many of the battleground states. And then I think there were also issues with mail-in ballots, very serious issues with mail-in ballots. And there were also issues worth looking at about electronic voting machines. And I think all of my colleagues were very interested in just moving on to return to their wealthy lives in private practice. And by sticking my head up out of the trench, I became a major target, and that's why they came after me.
Yes, it's interesting that he wasn't your boss at the time, but William Barr had been your boss, the Attorney General. And after the election, of course, he makes his famous declaration that there was no vote. They looked into everything, and there was no malfeasance, no voter fraud, whatever his words were. What were your thoughts when that happened, Jeff?
I wondered what investigations they had actually done. And indeed, I demanded to see the investigations, and I was never shown them, which is telling.
Yeah.
And I will also tell you that Bill Barr testified to the January 6th committee that he saw three categories of issues. One were the state legislatures' laws being changed by other bodies in the state other than the state legislatures, which I think is unconstitutional, and many agree with me. The second area was violations of state election law that had been set in advance and then violated due to this COVID cover. And then third were issues of whether, there's some kind of form of ballot stuffing. He said he only looked at the latter. And I can also tell you, what I've seen of public records, the amount of things that were looked at, even in that third category, was very small. So two categories entirely ignored.
So I want to, you presented a letter to President Trump. You asked your superiors at the time if the Justice Department could investigate, and we could declare that we are investigating this. And then you presented a letter to President Trump to the officials in Georgia, because Georgia was particularly notorious. It still is. And for that, the letter was never sent. The president said, let's don't send it. And that is exactly why they came. Isn't that the catalyst for why they came? The letter, they actually charged you with thinking about sending this letter.
So here I should caution you that just recently President Trump on January 4th sent me a letter that all of this is covered by executive privilege, law enforcement privilege, attorney-client privilege, deliberative process privilege. Indeed, I have to go to a hearing in the D.C. Court of Appeals today at 1 p.m. about my case, because they're trying to take my bar license, where the topic of executive privilege may come up. My colleagues in the Justice Department, the reason why you know this is because colleagues in the Justice Department, in my view, violated all of those privileges and ran to talk to the January 6th committee, which I refused to cooperate with because it was such a sham.
Your arrest, yes. You weren't even arrested, were you? They were just going through your home when they dragged you out.
I was never arrested, although they took a picture of me standing in my driveway with my hands behind my back because I was thinking about my Fourth Amendment arguments, and CNN put that out to give the misleading impression I had been arrested and handcuffed.
Well, and of course, it's again the Saul Alinsky target and, destroy. And so that now the right is the right. They don't get that category. But anyway, the Justice Department is employing those methods. But you then were charged with racketeering with the 18 others in Georgia. And as we know, Fannie Willis, the whole story behind her is pretty sordid, and we're waiting to hear that. How do you think, Jeff, that will affect the outcome of the 18 of you? I know each is different. I recognize that. But do you think that'll have a big effect on the charges of racketeering? Your charges of racketeering is for thinking about sending that letter. That is really what the charge is. He thought about sending a letter.
The whole thing is absurd. Most of the 19 people don't even know each other, so the idea that we had formulated some kind of short-term mafia to hijack the elections is ridiculous. But that hasn't stopped the New York Times from claiming that I was one of the coup plotters in chief, along with my friend John Eastman and President Trump, et cetera, Rudy Giuliani, et cetera. And I've never met Rudy Giuliani. So the whole thing's crazy, and it should collapse of its own weight. And in particular, in both my case, President Trump's case, and Mark Meadows, who was the White House Chief of Staff, we all should be immune from that prosecution because the states shouldn't be able to reach into the federal government and regulate federal officials. It's a total legal absurdity.
There are so many legal absurdities, too, like not protecting the president's executive privilege. That's right now, the SCOTUS is considering 2 cases regarding this right now, I believe, right?
The issue of immunity is before them. The issue in terms of what happened to the J6ers of 18 U.S.C. 1512 C2, the issue of applying this crime of obstructing an official proceeding, which is a total overreach.
Which they made a felony, which now has added years and years to these. A lot of people did nothing but walk through the Capitol.
And, if that case is reversed, if the rulings of the lower court are reversed there, then half of the indictment against President Trump by Jack Smith in D.C. goes away.
Excuse me, and let's talk about that. Because if that gets reversed, don't get me wrong, I will be thrilled for the defendants from January 6th if that gets reversed. But that will mean that my nephew, Matthew Perna, killed himself over something that was unjustly charged against him. And this government, and this DOJ needs to pay for this.
No argument, I think, from anyone in this audience, unless it might be some members of the media. Jerry, that's why we're talking. The injustices are breathtaking. And that's why our country is in such turmoil and people are upset. And the real heroes, I think, doesn't mean that let's just say, some of our real heroes were there on January the 6th, actually putting their lives on the line when they saw the police attacking the people. It's a sordid story, and I would recommend the Epoch Times recent video on this, just if you're not sure about some of the details we can't get into. Jerry, do you keep in touch with other families, J6 families?
There are several J6 families that I keep in touch with.
Can you give us an idea of some other circumstances?
I get messages through Twitter almost weekly from January 6 defendants who are talking to me about taking their lives.
Oh.
I get this all the time. And just last year, Jordan Meacham shot himself, 22-year-old kid, killed himself, a January 6 defendant. And I did say when Matthew died, there will be other ones. There will be more suicides. They are pushing these people to the brink of insanity. There are organizations that help these people. Patriot Freedom Project is one that I have reached many family members who are going through what my nephew did. And I really wish there were organizations like that when he was going through it, because they would have been priceless to have someone to talk to who's going through the same set of circumstances. It's priceless to have that. No one should be pushed to the brink of suicide by our country, ever, a country that he loved.
There is another source, patriotmailproject.com is a place where you can write to these guys, and some of them are still in solitary confinement right here in the D.C. jail. It is ridiculous. Some have been held for almost 3 years. If you haven't been following this, you have no idea. And so I think the question, I don't know, there's an answer to this, but the thing that occurs to me is everyone, the talking heads are all talking about Putin. And I'm not a lover of Putin. Communism is not our friend. It's horrific, and that's what they're trying to institute here. Let me make that clear. Putin is a dictator, but he is, now the newest criticism, of course, that people are disappearing or being killed. Well, that's terrible. But what are we doing here? What is President Biden doing here? What are our congressmen doing? Sitting by and actually doing hardly any. There's a few of them, but very few. They need to do something. They need to do something. This is awful.
Recently, I had the honor of being in Dinesh D'Souza's movie Police State. And the tagline for the movie Police State was, "Are we living in a police state?" Yes, we are. And you'd have to be blind not to see that your freedoms are being taken away every day in this country. And no one is doing a damn thing about it.
Well, I think people are waking up. I guess, I realize that the powers that be have been really slow to come to the party, especially in Congress. Trust me, I did what I could. I still am, to shake those trees. And some have come around, but early on they wouldn't do anything. And with Jeff, I don't know who's defending you guys. You guys are experiencing, I know John Eastman, the debt that you guys are going into, your families, they want total destruction. And so this is the path that we're on. I think I would say that the God that we serve, the God of our founding fathers, is a God of justice. And he will, at some point, bring justice, either in this life or the next. Quickly, any final word from you, Jeff?
So I would say, look, the grave injustice of what's happened to many of the January 6th defendants is apparent. It violates basic principles of congruence and proportionality. In other words, crimes are being applied that are not intended to apply to them. That's the story of this 1512C2, and it's up at the Supreme Court. And then proportionality, they're being punished far out of line with anything that they did. And that is a glaring injustice, especially as compared to what happened to Antifa and BLM, who burned down cities,
Yes.
caused billions of dollars of damages. I was in charge of a task force related to monitoring what was happening at the Mark Hatfield Courthouse in Portland, Oregon, attacked night after night, including with commercial-grade fireworks, with ball bearings smashing the windows. That lawlessness went largely unpunished. Somehow what happened on January 6th for just a few hours is being treated as if it's the worst crime ever. It's totally unjust.
All right, so in conclusion, let me just say this. You can't fix all of this. None of you individually, none of us. You can't fix what's happened to the J6ers. You can't fix what's happening to John Eastman and Jeff. You can't fix all of that, but you can do something. I always say something, do something, speak out. You can pick one thing and you can do it. You can give some money to a cause that is ringing at your heart. You can help. You can call your congressman. Just don't stop doing something. And God willing, with his help and his blessing, will save this union and restore justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Woke is easy when it was just a call to defund the police or end capitalism, right? It's a little different when your fellow ideologues start cheering for your beheading. And here's a question. This next video, does this look like London to you? The pro-Hamas protests making for a very interesting political moment at Harvard. A university recently ranked the worst school for free speech in America. What would Harvard do in a moment like this, we all wondered? A school that will expel you for using the wrong pronoun and making a pink-haired trans girl cry. Well, in this moment, Harvard just miraculously transformed into free speech absolution. Apparently at Harvard, there's nothing offensive at all, even though everything's offensive at Harvard. There's nothing offensive at all about celebrating the murder of 1,000 people, including a whole bunch of kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome host of America First, Sebastian Gorka.
Morning, guys. Morning. Please sit down. You guys are the hardcore team, right? The guys who are here in the morning. The day before the president gets in, now that's hardcore. All right, I'm kind of at a loss here because the prior panel stole my thunder. Because really, is there anything more shocking than what you just heard? My parents fled communism. My dad was actually liberated from a communist prison. He was put there at the age of 20 with a life sentence because he was a patriot. When you hear these stories of political prisoners in America, people who are being kept without a hearing in prison for 1, for 2 years, that's fine in Venezuela, but not here. And then to hear that tragic story of Matt Perna, that beautiful young man.
Did she tell the story? I don't think Jerry told it here, but she's done it on my radio show, America First, a couple of times. When they went from charging him with trespassing because he walked through the velvet ropes with a few months of a misdemeanor, and then they gave him a new trial date on his mother's death anniversary. Can you think? The DOJ gave him a new hearing on the anniversary of that young man's mother's death. And they said, oh, by the way, we're going to add a terrorist upgrade to your sentence, and you'll probably go away for a decade. He walked through the velvet ropes for a couple of minutes and then left. What did he do? He hanged himself. He's one of at least half a dozen. You heard, a 21-year-old young man killed himself instead of rotting in one of Biden's political prisons. So, most important thing I can do here is just one thing. I'll give you a little speech. I've got 10 minutes. But the most important thing is that website you heard, Patriot Freedom Project. Now, write it down, put it in your phone, patriotfreedomproject.com, and donate. Donate to the families whose lives have been ruined by Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and the corrupt FBI. Okay, thank you. So what's the most fun part of CPAC? Come on, what is it? Me? Oh, you're too kind. You're too kind. All right. Selfies afterwards, okay? Tomorrow afternoon, my boss, or my former boss, or God willing, my future boss. The speech from 45, and if we do our part, 47. So let's talk about him for a bit, because it kind of ties into Matt Perna, political prisoners, and what the president put on Truth Social a couple of days ago that I'll share with you. Wherever I go, I just got back from Idaho, Nashville, off to California soon, and I speak to patriots across the country. Doesn't matter where I am, who the audience is, sooner or later we get to the Q&A, which is the most fun part, right? To ask people, get in a communication with them. I want to ask you this, Seb, and Dr. G, tell me about that. Wherever I go, whoever's in the audience, sooner or later, what question do they ask? What's he really like? Right? Everybody wants to know, what's he really like? And as his former strategist, his former deputy in the White House, I got some bad news for you. What you see is what you get. I've been living in this stinking cesspit of Washington for 16 years. And there's nobody genuine here, right? At least in politics. They have the perfect hair, the white teeth, right? And they're all fake. And they're smiling for the cameras, and then behind closed doors, they're just scum. Just scum. With President Trump, whether you've seen him in an auditorium with 60,000 people in a stadium, or whether he's with me, by myself, in the Oval Office, he's exactly the same, because he's not a faker. However, let me tell you one story from a guy who worked for him. I got hired by him in 2015, right? I'm OG, right? I'm original gangster. 2015. There's a connection between me and Stormy Daniels. Do you know that? I, too, signed an NDA with the Trump Organization. So when he hired me, I thought, can I work for this guy? And we were in Trump Tower, just me, the future president, and Corey, his campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski. And we had this amazing discussion about national security, from the Civil War to ISIS to nuclear weapons, you name it. And halfway through, classic Trump, it's like The Apprentice, like an episode. He stops the conversation dead, looks at Corey in the corner, and says, "Nice guy, let's hire him." Right? Not fire him, hire him. And I decided, yeah, I can work for candidate Trump, Because within 30 seconds of meeting him, I knew two things. Just viscerally, like osmosis, I knew. Number one, this man hates political correctness. He hates political correctness. And the second thing is, he loves America. He loves America. And so I became part of his transition team working for the great General Flynn, and then I ended up in his White House as his deputy. And that was amazing. I mean, think about this. No other country on the planet. As you can tell from my deep Alabamian accent, I wasn't born here. My parents escaped communist Hungary, ended up in England. I was born and raised in England. And I married an American woman, my boss, my muse, Katie. And so I'm a green card holder. And I moved to America to become a professor for the Defense Department. I became an American in 2012. So just track with me, if you will. And the day after the inauguration, everybody's hungover because they all went to the inauguration balls, right? I don't drink. So I said, it may be Saturday, but hey, I work for the president. I'm going to go to work. And Saturday morning, by myself, because everybody's hungover, I'm walking around the West Wing. And I go, and when I tell this story, I still get shivers. I wasn't an American 6 years ago. And now I'm walking around the White House, picking out my office. That doesn't happen in any country in the world. That's America. But despite that experience, despite working for him before he's president, as he's president, helping him out after I leave the White House, I didn't realize who this man was until November before last. It's the midterms. My wife is working a 16-hour day as chief election officer, right? Because we know what happened in 2020, right? Right? So she's making sure there's no shenanigans in our voting district. Where am I? My wife's working this interminable day. Where am I? I'm eating the coconut shrimp at Mar-a-Lago. Because the president is about to announce what? His re-election campaign launch. And the ballroom is full. It is like MAGA headquarters. 900 of the best patriots. And I thought I knew the man. And I'm standing on the side, and I'm listening to this speech. It's one of his best. If you haven't seen it or you forgot it, go back and watch it tonight. Okay, go online and watch the president from Mar-a-Lago, November 22, launching his re-election campaign. And I'm standing there. And I worked for the guy. And I support the guy with my radio show and my TV show on Newsmax. And 20 minutes in, it's like somebody gives me a gut punch. And I'm like, I realized, oh my dear God, he's doing it again. He's running again. And it hit me. What has this man just committed to? For 4 years, what did they do to him, his wife, his children? A man who lost literally $1 billion, didn't even take a paycheck from the government, who's called a misogynist, an Islamophobe, a white supremacist, and an anti-Semite? The man whose daughter converted to Judaism, whose grandkids are Jewish, the man who moved the embassy to Jerusalem and recognized that as the capital of the eternal state of Israel. He is the anti-Semite. He could just go away, get back to his businesses, live a peaceful life, play golf for the rest of his existence. But he's doing it again. And what have they done to him since then? My former boss is facing 730 years in prison. He's just been banned from doing business in New York, a city that he probably bought, I don't think we can estimate it, $10 billion to. How much business did he bring to New York? The guy who fixed the ice rink, the ice skating rink in Rockefeller Plaza when the city couldn't do it for years. That guy is banned. So, what do we need to understand about the stakes? After Tucker's recent interview with Putin and the death of sudden death syndrome of the most powerful opposition leader in a Siberian gulag, President Trump wrote this on Truth Social. The sudden death of Alexei Navalny has made me more and more aware of what is happening in our country. The police state that my parents suffered under is here. It's arrived. And the only reason President Trump is facing 700 years in prison is because he's the only man who can save America. So, like you, I'll be back here tomorrow waiting to hear the boss. But I'm sorry that's not enough. And I'm talking to everyone watching on YouTube, Rumble, social media, on the video posts after this, everybody in this room. It's not enough to be at CPAC. It's not enough to watch my TV show, Newsmax, or listen to my radio show. Or if you're not actively working to save America, you're working for the Democrats. If you're not an election volunteer, an election officer like my wife, if you're not knocking on doors, Katie and my wife knocked on 18,000 doors in the last election. 18,000. If you're not running for the local school board or helping somebody who is, I'm sorry if you take this personally, but please take it personally. If you're not doing any of that, you are helping Joe Biden with his creation of the police state. So, the charge is ahead of us for the next 9 months. Good Christians every morning pray to God and should ask themselves, what am I going to do to glorify my Savior today? At the end of the day, you should ask yourself, did I do it? Did I do something to glorify God? For the next 7 months, I want to add one more thing to that. In the morning, when you decide, how am I going to serve my Lord and Savior? I want you to say, how am I going to save the Republic? And at the end of the day, as you rest your head on one of Mike Lindell's My Pillows, promo code GORKA, you ask yourself, did I serve Jesus today? Did I do something to save the nation? Because it's up to us. As one of our founding fathers told that nice old lady after that meeting, what do we have, sir? Madam, we have a republic for as long as you can keep it. God bless.
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Today, we're getting a lot of feedback on what happened yesterday. People are like, did you hear so-and-so's speech? Did you see so-and-so?
Own gold.
Thank you so much. I'm here today, in my opinion, to give you the most important J6 news since J6. I will be talking fast, so I think you have to listen fast. The SCOTUS, as we heard a little bit from Jeff Clark a little bit ago, the Supreme Court will be hearing a J6 case called USA versus Fisher in 8 to 10 weeks. They will give a ruling in June, and that will either bring down this entire house of cards or will bring down the pretense that we have a rule of law in our nation. When SCOTUS accepted cert on Fisher case, several D.C. District Court judges started whining that this increased their workload. Never mind that their own mediocrity and lack of judicial temperament caused such biased rulings that the Supreme Court has to step in. Accepting the Fisher case also paused Jack Smith's D.C. witch hunt. The Fisher appeal poses two legal questions that implicate thousands of laws in this nation. One is to define the word corruptly, and the other is whether a subset of a statute can be orphaned from its parent. You know me as a doctor, but many of you may not recall that I'm also an attorney, which is what I'm speaking on today. Let us first explain the specific felony statute. 18 U.S.C. 1512 C2 is part of the Corporate Fraud Accountability Act of 2002, and its title is Tampering with a Witness, Victim, or an Informant. Witness tampering ranges from minor to severe, from murder to violence to threats. Congress enacted the subsection C2 to capture the bad corporate actors who shred documents, specifically in response to the Enron accounting scandal of 2000 and so. In fact, 1512 C2 is universally known as the Arthur Anderson loophole. When passing this law, the legislative and executive branches expressly stated that the intent of C2 subsection is to indict corporate bad actors. Congress said this is in response to Enron, and President Bush said the executive branch shall define corruptly as requiring proof of a criminal state of mind. I'm going to come back to that. For 2 decades and thousands of cases, the government has never used this statute against ordinary citizens, not once prior to January 6th and not once after January 6th. None of the thousands of Kavanaugh protesters were charged with this. None of the protesters at Trump's inauguration were charged with this. Remember Democrat Congressman Jamal Bowman, who pulled a fire alarm a few months ago, right before a congressional vote? He was not charged with obstructing a congressional proceeding. Just the J6ers, only those people were charged with the Arthur Anderson loophole. So the first legal question for the Supreme Court is, the government must show proof that a defendant acted corruptly. Virtually none of these cases did the government do that. The D.C. district judges and most of the appellate judges seem confused about what acting corruptly means, even though we all know that acting corruptly is defined as acting with an intent to procure a benefit for yourself or someone close to you. In addition, the president who signed this law, President Bush, specifically stated it must have a criminal state of mind. But our judges seem very confused on this. Law School 101 teaches that to break a law, you have to do two things. You have to do the act of breaking the law, and you have to have the mindset to break the law. It's called an actus rea and a mens rea. They're different. In J6 cases, the government simply evaporated the mens rea, the intent to break the law. The government's position is that each defendant had a corrupt intent because him being present meant it was a corrupt intent. This circular reasoning completely evaporates the concept of mens rea completely. It makes everyone susceptible to felony charges all the time. There's a book written about 10 years ago called 3 Felonies a Day, and it describes how prosecutors can now charge almost anybody because the federal statutes are so disconnected from English common law. There are now tens of thousands of federal statutes which prosecutors can select that are a vague or technical prohibition and charge really any person with a felony. And that is exactly what happened on J6. Prosecutors picked an unrelated 20-year felony because it carried such a potentially lengthy prison sentence, and then they selectively charged the people it wanted to charge. Right? So, Congress said at the time it passed this 1512c2, it is to crack down on the corporate criminals and rebuild America's confidence in our markets. President Bush said we should never use this statute to charge civilian protesters. But that's exactly what happened. Now, it did not matter that the charge contradicted the explicitly stated words of Congress or the explicitly stated words of the president who signed it into law. It did not matter that the charge violated the way the statute had been used thousands of times over 2 decades. And it did not matter that the plain English language of the statute does not support the charge. Once a weaponized DOJ decided to use it this way, all the U.S. prosecutors fell into line, all the judges rolled over, hundreds of ordinary Americans with no intent to commit any crime endured frightening and violent SWAT team arrests, including me. Thousands were thrown into prison or threatened with prison, and another 100,000 more or so are anxious about it. Virtually all of the D.C. judges and many of the D.C. appellate judges agreed that the act of being present proved an intent to be corrupt. Yelling foul at this legal fiction were several dozen criminal defense attorneys, hundreds of J6 defendants, and journalist Julie Kelly. Finally, the most brilliant jurist on the D.C. appellate court, Judge Gaetz, clarified for his hysterical peers that having a corrupt intent is required by the plain reading of the statute and by precedent. If the government's reasoning was correct, it encompasses almost any behavior. If there is no corrupt intent, then any conduct that affects any official proceeding, for example, lobbying, could be deemed illegal. So that's the question before the Supreme Court. The issue of, did these people walking through the ropes, walking peacefully, act corruptly? The second issue before the Supreme Court in the Fisher case is whether a subset of a statute can be orphaned from its parent. Chapter 73 of the Federal Criminal Code is the obstruction of justice code. It's 15,000 words long, more than 30 pages long. 1512c2 is one tiny subsection among hundreds of subsections in this one chapter. With a straight face, the government has been arguing that a subparagraph nestled inside a subsection found in the middle of 19 otherwise narrow prohibitions is actually a standalone, all-encompassing statute. This is absurd reasoning, and it's the best one-liner I ever read in a judicial opinion. Judge Gaetz has said, Congress does not hide elephants in mouse holes. It's crazy. C2 cannot be divorced or orphaned from the 1512 above it. Chapter 73 lists escalating penalties depending upon the facts. Picketing and parading carry 1 year, threatening force is 5 to 10 years, shredding evidence was the 20 years. The government's interpretation collapsed all of this, making any form of obstruction of any felony, of any official proceeding, a 20-year felony. Under this reasoning, a congressman who falsely pulls a fire alarm 5 minutes before a House vote would have to be charged with a 20-year felony. Unless he's a Democrat. Now, if SCOTUS does not void the felony charge for Fisher, it will evaporate the concept of mens rea, or intent, eliminate the plain English language of the word corruptly, ignore what Congress and the President said when they passed the law, and redefine infinite federal subsections to become all-encompassing standalone statutes. Its decision will be felt far beyond this one statute, this one day, and this one cohort. If SCOTUS sets arson to decades of precedent, centuries of common law, and the plain meaning of the English language, then we are no longer operating under the rule of law. We will find out this June. Stay tuned.
Okay, we're back out here live at this CPAC booth here, and with the one and only CEO of Mike Pillow and the patriot of the world as far as saving democracy, Mike Lindell.
Thanks,
I just
Brian.
put
Thanks
that title.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thank you for coming by. And of course, we always know when Mike Lindell is in the house because the media is like a big mob. They just follow you around.
Oh, they're chasing me around today because of yesterday's news.
Okay, you've got a lot to unpack here in the next couple minutes. We'll talk about securing our elections, which Mike Lindell has made it a priority in his entire life to do. But first, you made news yesterday that the media could not get away from you. Let's talk about that.
Right. Well, a judge, I won't even badmouth the judge because I just don't care anymore. A judge ruled in Minnesota. Remember, we had the cyber symposium in the summer of 21. Actually, it was one of the company did. It was Lindell Management LLC. They had this event, and which actually started everything, kind of planted all the seeds.
Sure.
Well, we had this event, and there was a challenge there, and that the data was not. You had to prove it wasn't from the 2020 election. Well, all the cyber guys, even the Facebook fact checkers said, well, yeah, it's from the 2020 election. And it was a great event and everything. Well, this guy named Zeidman they brought in. And to make a long story short, they actually bring him in with his lawyer. And his lawyer actually worked for the company that I have now that had all the data. Okay. So he already knew it was legit. It's really complicated. So anyway, they go to arbitration or they go to the mediation. They lose. Then they go to another mediation, and those three judges said, "Oh yeah, it's you win your $5 million." So then I take it to court last year, and it goes. So just yesterday, a judge ruled, "Yep, you got to give them $5 million." The company. So it's all over the news. Mike Lindell and us, another $5 million, put it on the $8 billion lawsuits against him, right? And so, of course, they're asking me, well, what are you going to do now? What are you going to do now? Well, number one, it's not against me personally. And number two, it's a big distraction for what I'm doing right now. That's why they waited till now. I have a plan to secure our elections, and that's why I've been attacked relentlessly since August. My Pillow's been under the biggest attack in history right now, not January 21, right now. Why? Because in August, I announced a plan to secure our elections and go to paper ballot, and somebody out there doesn't like that, Brian.
I wonder who it is. Of course, Mike Lindell, from day one, I often tell this story that right after the election, I got a phone call from you that says, Brian, we got to talk. I do not like what I'm hearing. I don't like what I see in terms of what happened in the 2020 election. If there was not a Mike Lindell, I'm not sure we would know of all the discrepancies that happen around this country.
Well, God, here's two dates, Brian. Nobody really gives any meaning to, and they're two of the most important dates ever. That's January 7th and 8th of 2021.
Okay.
And those 2 days, 1.2 million Americans got deplatformed. Vimeo, YouTube, they deplatformed. Churches got, anybody that spoke out about the election or our great real President Donald Trump got deplatformed. That's the day they tried to take away our voice forever. They wanted to take away our voice. It got down to like a little tiny dot. Well, on January 9th when I got all my evidence. Now here you're giving this to a guy that God blessed me with a big platform and a loud mouth, right? And that day, I went out and tried to tell the world, but I couldn't get it out there. The media wouldn't put it out there until, if you remember, at the White House, I was trying to get it to our great real president so he could sign off on the government gag order that was on it. Well, I had papers from some lawyers, and they took the famous picture outside the White House, martial law. You know, Mike Lindell, there's the pillow guy outside the White House with martial law paper. Well, then it started, the biggest attacks in history, because they knew now it was too late to close the gate. The word was out, and I had something, and I didn't change, Brian. The country changed. I was the same. I was the media's darling. You know, how many people you hired for my employee-owned company, and all of a sudden the media's hating me.
Public enemy number one.
Public enemy number one of the media, not the people. The media and the box stores, they all went away. Their number one product has been attacked. But during that time, 3 months of attack, and people, I tell the media all the time here, I said, well, Mike's a conspiracy theorist. He wants to overturn the 2020 election. By the spring of 21, Brian, I went on Jimmy Kimmel. That was the first time on Jimmy Kimmel. And he asked me, by then I knew it was all this stuff was done with computers and stuff. Every county had all these people that didn't live there that had voted. And I go, people are good people. They didn't march into Minnesota and say, let's go vote for Biden, I mean, that's not, it was done with computers. So I had all this evidence. And it wasn't about who win or loss. It's about preserving our election. I'm okay who wins as long as they're elected and not selected by the people. That's why you have election. So I get on Jimmy Kimmel. He says, Mike, would you still be sounding the alarm if your friend Donald Trump had been selected like you say? I said, absolutely I would. Anyone that knows me, I would. Right now, the 2020 is gone back there, and we're talking about 2024. Why are they attacking me more now than they even did back in January of 21? There's more of us and everything now, and there's voices everywhere. Well, the reason is because of the plan I announced in August to get rid of the machines and go to paper ballots, hand counting. And Brian, it's working. We have over 250 counties now committed to paper ballots, hand counted for the 2020 election. It's beautiful.
And that's great, because when you look at, there's swing states, and then there's counties in those swing states. So when you really narrow it down, there might be a dozen counties in total that could really shift an election.
But here's the problem, everybody. We 3 years ago, this has been going on for 3 years. My team's in after the summer of 21. We had, right now I have over 300,000 people in all 50 states. When we approach these judges with lawsuits, and we approach counties and states to get rid of the machines. I met with Attorney Generals, Secretary of States. I went around this country for 2 years. My teams did. Guess what the biggest pushback was? The Uniparty Republicans. I was crazy. I go into Alabama. I got John Merrill, the Secretary of State, in 21. I go, John, look at your voter rolls. You had 4,680 people that voted that are over 110 years old. He goes, Mike, we live pretty good here in Alabama. I go, John, that's not funny. Or Cleburne County, Arkansas, Brian. We get there, and they go to paper ballots. They voted in paper ballots. Everyone in Arkansas, all the counties were going to go to paper. A guy named Kim Hammers, a Republican, pushes a bill through and says, if you go to paper, we're going to defund you at the county level. Does that make sense in our own party?
It doesn't.
So now we're going around that, everybody, with the plan, and you can check it out, lindellplan.com. You go there. We're going around them, and we're like in South Dakota today, as we speak, Brian.
Right now
at 11 o'clock Central Time in South Dakota, in Pierce, South Dakota, the capital. I hope the governor's watching there. I hope you go down there and make an appearance. All the counties in South Dakota, they have a law in their book that all they need is 5% of their counties registered voters to get a petition, and then it goes on a ballot to get rid of them within 60 days. We already have 12 counties of the 66. Brian, I believe we're going to get all 66. And South Dakota will be the first complete paper state. Now, here's why it's important. You have this going on in New Hampshire, California, Missouri. Now, why are those important? Because finally we'll have a breakthrough and a proof of concept. Then we can go to Arizona, Michigan, up in Pennsylvania, where they have more votes than voters. You know that, Brian, right?
Right. And
so it's amazing.
They
how
have
they do
voting
that.
season, not voting election day.
Voting season. So we're very confident. I've never been so confident, everybody. And when you see me getting attacked like yesterday and my company getting attacked, they want to do that for a distraction. And I'm telling you, I am laser focused. We are going to secure these elections and we are going to save this country. And that's it.
Mike Lindell joining us outside of CPAC. That is probably the number one question we get is how do we secure our election? We know we
Right
have
there.
the votes right there.
Right there. LindellPlan.com, everybody. LindellPlan.com. We put it all there. It's laid out. It's laid out beautifully. And remember, the RNC, as much as people can't stand them right now, that's what they're doing and all this stuff that they got Ron out. I
Yeah,
guess.
it's changing a little bit.
It's changing. But the RNC, when I ran for RNC chair last year, one of the things that manifested out of that with this was the RNC, they passed a resolution in August, and it says 168-0, by the way, 168-0. Paper ballots, hand counted, same day voting, precinct level, and signature required. So they need to follow their own thing. When we go back into these states, there better not be any chairmans or going, hey, we really like our machines. Well, wait a minute, you voted 168-0 to get rid of it.
Right.
And Brian, we have some great offense now because we have examples. Argentina went to paper ballots this fall. One judge ruled it, and they had a free and fair election.
And they had obviously the most popular president they've elected in a long time.
Because he was elected and
Yes.
not selected.
Yeah.
You had Taiwan do a complete election with Save Their Country. You had Ecuador that they just did that change of paper ballots, hand counted, all over the country. And when we go to these clerks now and these election clerks and we come to them, there's no reason they can say no because, it's going to cost more. No, it's less. Yeah. And we already have proof of concept. We've used our system in the U.S., in Missouri last spring. Democrats, Republicans counting together, done in the same time as his machines with 100% accuracy.
Okay, we got to wrap it up here. Toss back inside as we're live at CPAC. We'll come back out here because we've got some specials on mypillow.com on the website. So anyway, toss back inside as we're live here at CPAC.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Thank you. So I thought it would be fun to go on a manhunt of government gangsters together. And I'm so proud to be at CPAC with so many great Americans who represent Donald Trump's army to take this country back. And that's what it's going to take, an entire army. And we all have a job to do. We have the benefit. We're blessed by God to have Donald Trump be our juggernaut of justice, to be our leader, to be our continued warrior in the arena. But we have to fill that arena with Americans behind him who are going to take the fight to the mainstream media, who are going to take the fight to the corporate bureaucracy that controls the swamp, who are going to take the fight to the national defense industry that has monopolized war and sent our sons and daughters to die for other people's fights. We are going to put an end to that behind Donald Trump, and we are going to do it together. What I want to talk about is you guys have been so kind to make Government Gangsters, my book, a bestseller. I thought there would be no better place than to announce what you just saw, which is a joint venture with Steve Bannon and War Room Entertainment to launch conservative films back into the ecosystem. So Government Gangsters, the movie, is the first one, and it's coming out in the spring, just in a couple of months here. So we're very excited about that. But here's the thing. 8 years ago, the deep state was real. When Donald Trump came down the escalator in 2015 in Trump Tower, the deep state was already moving at 100 miles an hour. But the deep state, projected on us that we were the neocons, we were the conspiracy theorists because we dared to call them the deep state. And when we fast forward 8 years later, they have multiplied. They have put their army on the ground in government agencies and departments from the DOD to the FBI to the DOJ. They have weaponized justice. They have politicized the intelligence community. They have seized our Department of Defense from the men and women who have the audacity to serve and wear the cloth of this country, and they have tarnished their reputations. And they have led to disasters in Afghanistan, in Ukraine, in Israel, and elsewhere. But they blame us. And one of the main themes about government gangsters is we cannot take their bait. We cannot take the overcorrection approach that they want to government. What we must do is identify the people in government that are crippling our constitutional republic. What does that mean? First, we have to identify them. It's not a Republican or Democratic thing. The people that started Russiagate are back in power now. If you think, and the following took me 2 years to prove with Devin Nunes in the House Intel Committee, that a political party in the United States of America could go overseas and buy fake intelligence and hijack the FBI and go to a federal secret court and lie to a judge just to surveil their political opponent. That's conspiracy stuff. But that's what happened in our United States of America to our president the first go-round. What do you think these people are doing now? And there's no coincidences in government. Let me give you an example of the news that's been back in play thanks to great reporting out there about the details of how vast Russiagate was, how the intelligence communities were using operatives overseas. None of that happens by accident. When you go to England and a place like that and you say, you, the FBI, you, the intelligence community, go out there and surveil illegally Donald Trump associates, someone's got to authorize that. Now we know it was John Brennan and Obama who came in with the directive, but who issued the order on the ground to allow that to happen under the law? Gina Haspel, London station chief in 2016, who would later go on to be Trump's CIA director. She's the one who singularly blocked the report that you guys are now all familiar with about John Brennan's corrupt ICA. That report still sits in a SCIF at the CIA under lock and key because she blocked Donald Trump's release of that report so you guys could see the corruption of their ways. The fight's not over. The coincidences don't stop there. Chris Wray, Rod Rosenstein ran the Russiagate cover-up operation, signed the illegal FISA warrants to surveil Donald Trump while he was president of the United States, to rob us of our single greatest benefit in this country, our freedom to vote. Do you know where Gina Haspel and Rod Rosenstein work today? Gina Haspel is a national security advisor to Chris Wray's law firm, where Rod Rosenstein is a named partner with Sally Yates. Since they left the Trump administration, do you think it's a coincidence that the architects of Russiagate, the greatest conspiracy ever perpetrated against the American people, are all making tens of millions of dollars together at a white shoe law firm in the United States of America? Good, identify the problem. It goes beyond Brennan. It goes beyond Clapper. It goes beyond Esper. It goes beyond Barr. It goes beyond so many people you've heard about from the Trump administration. And the only way we are ever going to break that logjam is if we don't accept their projection. They, the radical left, have told us we are the ones who hijack law enforcement agencies. Are we the ones that sent law enforcement into houses of worship? That was them. Are we the ones that told parents that you will be dictated the agenda for your children's education? That was them. But they did it in the name of America, and apparently since they have the mainstream media, they're getting away with it. And here's the kicker about the media. They serve an invaluable purpose in our constitutional republic until they fail us, which a large portion of them have. And there is no deep state, there are no government gangsters without some of their corrupt actors in the media who continue to print the lies about Donald Trump's success, about our movement, and about our America First mission. And so what I started the conversation with is it's up to us. We've got the greatest leader we could have ever asked for. but he's going to need some help from us. And so what do we do? What do you do in the next 240 some odd days till the next election? You pick one thing. You pick one thing, whether it's healthcare, education, sheriffs, law enforcement, countering drugs, narcotics, weapons, what have you, ending the forever wars, Veterans Affairs. You pick one thing and you go out in your communities and you do it 245 times. And you will see that message resonate, because Americans across this country are tired of the swamp. And the swamp only exists because Washington, D.C. has perpetuated itself to overcome the will of the constitutional republic that is the United States of America. And we have to end that. And we cannot end that unless we do the following. Embark on a mission to educate Americans across the country. Now is not the I told you so moment. Now is not the time to go to America and say, we were right about Russiagate, we were right about Jan 6, we were right about the 51 Intel letter, we were right about Joe's classified documents case, we were right about President Trump's classified documents case and the two-tier system of justice. We were right because we dared to put the truth out. We were right because we were fighting for this country and our future generation with facts. And that's what we have to arm the American people with every single day. And there isn't anyone in this room or watching that can't effectuate that change with the amount of great social media platforms and media that we have here, like Real America's Voice and everybody else that's willing to take that fight out there. It's imperative that you join the mission. We will follow Donald Trump's tremendous leadership, but we are going to need every one of you times 100 across this scary country to make sure our message is received. Because here's the thing. 2016 is when Russiagate happened. We're in 2024. There's like 40% of this country that still think Donald Trump's a Russian asset because they believe the lies of the mainstream media. And who in the media is again starting to circulate that lie that somehow Donald Trump is still a Russian asset, when we now know definitively the Russians preferred Hillary Clinton to win that 2016 election? How is that truth still buried? Because people like Hillary Clinton go back out there into the media and inject their fake narrative to try to seize you of your right to vote. So the main thing I'm here to talk to you about today is we have to join together in whatever way you want, in whatever mission set you desire is most important to you, and do the following. Put the mission first. That is the single most important thing that we can do to help Donald Trump on his mission that he is on to help rescue our country. And when we wake up in November, it is not going to be just hope that pushes us across the finish line. We are going to look back together and say, we helped destroy the two-tier system of justice that is targeting Americans illegally. We helped destroy and identify an intelligence community that has gone rogue to seize our right to vote with their lies and fake disinformation campaigns. And we collectively joined forces to take on the most powerful enemy that the United States has ever seen. And no, it's not Washington, D.C., it's the mainstream media. And these people out there in the fake news. That is our mission. I will be with you on the road every single day, following Donald Trump's great leadership. But if you want the following to occur, then we got to go big on Trump. Do you want a secure border? Do you want to end CCP fentanyl? Do you want to stop the forever wars? Do you want to shut down the narco traffickers? Do you want to end human trafficking? Do you want to put our soldiers first and take care of our veterans and make sure our schools are free? Do you want to secure our communities? And do you want a constitutional republic to live in? Or do you want to be dictated to by the lunatics of the mainstream media and the radical left? The choice is yours. I'm going on a government gangsters manhunt. Who's coming with me?
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in: precious metals in climate.
Gentlemen, up next, Saving Bethlehems. Please welcome former Undersecretary of the U.S. Treasury for International Affairs, Dave McCormick, and former Special Assistant to the U.S. Ambassador to Israel, David Milstein.
All right, CPAC. It's great to be back at CPAC 2024. All right. And it's a tremendous honor to be here with Dave McCormick, who is running for Senate in Pennsylvania. It's a very, very important Senate seat that we need to pick up to regain the Senate in this upcoming election. And Dave, I want to start off. Please tell us why you decided to run for Senate. I know you had told me previously that as a combat veteran, someone who has served our country in uniform, the disastrous withdrawal of Afghanistan was one of the prime reasons why you decided to run.
Yeah, well, thanks, David. Thanks for doing this. I decided to run in 2022 because I watched what happened in Afghanistan and the incompetence of it, the weakness. I think sent a message around the world that America was weak and our leadership was weak. And I jumped into the race because I was worried about the direction of our country. And I'm running again in 2024 because I think the America we know is slipping away. And it's unrecognizable economically, in military terms, spiritually, the challenges around the world we see everywhere. And we need leadership that's going to shake things up and take America back. And that's why I'm running. I'm honored to do it, and I'm in the ring.
One of the biggest and most disastrous policies of the Biden administration is facilitating the open borders. What we're seeing on the southern border and even the northern border
It's not just over 8 million illegal immigrants who are coming into the country. It's also people who are coming from China, from Russia, from the Middle East, people who aren't even being vetted. We've talked about how border security is very much national security. Why is this one of the biggest reasons why you've also decided to run and one of your biggest priorities when you get to the United States Senate?
Well, I hear this everywhere on the campaign trail in Pennsylvania. And if you think about the national security crisis we're experiencing, 160 people apprehended that were in the terrorist watch list. It took 13 to take down the towers in 9/11. But it's far more than that. It is the scourge of fentanyl, which is destroying our communities. I went to the border in 2022. I literally was with the Border Patrol. You could look up on the other side of the Rio Grande, and they would point to the cartel members up in the hedgerows pushing people across. And that fentanyl takes about 48 hours, and the cartels have it in northeastern Pennsylvania. Luzerne County is the worst county per capita in the country for fentanyl deaths. So this is a crisis of epic proportion. 5,000 Pennsylvanians last year, 106,000 Americans. This is a national security crisis. And just think about it this way. If you were an adversary and you were sitting in Beijing, or you were sitting in Tehran, or you were sitting in Moscow, and you were saying, how do we really mess with America? You'd invent something called fentanyl. You'd ship its ingredients to Mexico. You'd manufacture it. You'd send it across the border, and you'd have it undermine and destroy our communities across America and kill Americans. That's what's happening, and we need to treat it as the war that it is, including not just shutting down the border and doing the actions that we should have done from day one under the Biden administration. He's failed us miserably. But I also think we should consider using military force to go after those cartels. This is a war, and we need to treat it as such.
And you're running to politically defeat current Senator Bob Casey. What is his record on this?
Yeah, Bob Casey's record in general is a man of inaction. In arguably the most consequential state in the country, this is where the country was born. This is the battleground state that's going to determine the presidency, right? Pennsylvania. In that Pennsylvania, we have a senator that has had no leadership, not done a single thing from a legislative standpoint in 3 terms. But more than that, he's voted with Biden 98% of the time. 98% of the time. So when you look at inflation, when you look at a wide open border, when you look at the weakness that we've shown abroad, when you look at legislation proposing biological males to be able to compete against my 6 daughters in school with biological females, Bob Casey's been there every step of the way, and that's how to step with Pennsylvanians, and that's why I'm going to win, and that's why we're going to win in 2024.
So one of the many issues that is certainly near and dear to my heart, and I think actually countless Americans, is what's going on in Israel and the importance of America to unequivocally support Israel. As everyone knows, on October 7th, Israel suffered the deadliest and most heinous atrocities that were committed against Jews since the Holocaust. And Hamas, which is backed by Iran, was able to, unfortunately, massacre, rape, burn alive, decapitate, the worst evil you can possibly imagine, over 1,200 innocent people. They kidnapped barbarically over 200 people. By the way, it's not just Israelis. This was not just an attack on Israel. It was an attack on America. It was an attack on Western civilization. There were countless Americans who were massacred, and there also were a number of Americans who were kidnapped, and there still are over 6 Americans that are being held hostage by Hamas. Dave, you did something that I will always forever appreciate, and I think countless Americans will, which is you and your wife, Dina, actually chose on your own to go to Israel, I think last month, so you could see firsthand what took place. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it was really heartbreaking in every way. I thought President Trump had made such enormous strides with Israel by moving the embassy to Jerusalem, the Abraham Accords, which my wife had the honor of being part of that team that was able to achieve, which was a monumental achievement in the Middle East. And we wanted to go to see for ourselves what had happened and to show solidarity with the people of Israel. And we went, we landed and went to Kfar Aza, one of the communities, 800 members of that community, 100 of them were massacred on that day. You walk through the streets, you see the bullet holes, you see the blood on the furniture in the homes. There's a safe room where a young woman and her boyfriend were texting back and forth with her father before they were slaughtered. Families burned. Parents killed in front of their children. People decapitated. You can't believe the level of evil. We met with a young woman who was at the music festival that day and was in one of the bomb shelters, was shot through the knee and fell down. Her friends fell on top of her. They were killed, and the terrorists thought that she was dead. That's how she survived. We met with hostage families. We watched this horrible video taken from the body cams of the terrorists. And we met with the IDF and spent time with them as they talked about prosecuting the war. And the takeaway was threefold. Number one, you can't imagine this level of evil in the world. It is beyond anything. You think about it, but when you see it, you can't imagine the evil that exists that would do such a thing. And that evil is not just directed to Israel. That's directed against the West. That's directed against all of us. And so it absolutely has to be eradicated. Hamas has to be eradicated, and that evil has to be combated. The second thing is we need to support Israel completely in its need to do that. Imagine if forces came across the border terrorists came across the border from Mexico and killed 1,200 Texans. Imagine what we would be doing in response to that. We need to give Israel our full-throated support. I have complete confidence they will prosecute this in a way that is both morally right and also fulfilling its obligation to ensure that people who want to slit their throats don't sleep 600 meters across the border. And the third thing, which we can't turn away from, is the original sin. The original sin is Iran. Iran is the original sin. This isn't just Hamas. This is Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, the Houthis. This is all part of a terrorist network that's being underwritten by the $100 billion of resources that Obama, Biden, and a senator named Bob Casey, who was the deciding vote, has put in place. And so Iran has to be stopped. Iran has to be strangled. And we have to confront this evil because it's coming after us.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of press reports, as everyone knows, very left-wing, very anti-Israel, very, in many respects, very anti-American, that wrongly try to slander Israel and how it's prosecuting this war. But it's very important for everybody to know, and I'm sure you know this, you've seen it, there may be no other country in the world besides America that goes to such unprecedented lengths to only target the bad guys and to avoid civilian casualties. You're talking about You're talking about an enemy, a ruthless enemy, again, backed by Iran, the leading state sponsor of terrorism in the world, that deliberately hides among civilians, in hospitals, in schools, in mosques, firing at Israel from civilian areas, both of which is a double war crime. And then obviously it's a triple war crime when you also attack Israeli civilians. But what are some of the things you learned over there about?
I want to say, I was a West Point graduate. I served in Iraq. I was in the 82nd Airborne Division. The toughest mission is this urban warfare where you're rooting out these terrorists block by block, street by street, building by building, room by room. And imagine that mission, and then imagine a whole city underneath the ground of equal complexity. This is an incredibly, I see an 82nd Airborne patch there. I love it. All right, 82nd, good job. So this is a horribly difficult mission. And it's going to take time. It needs to be done with a lot of care, and the Israeli forces are doing that. We sat with IDF soldiers. They talked to us and showed us the targeting, the double authentication they go in to make sure their drones and their missiles are targeting only the terrorists. There's great care being taken. But remember what's happening. We have a terrorist group that is completely integrating itself into the civilian population. We have terrorists in Hamas that are blocking humanitarian aid going to women and children. We have terrorists that are blocking those humanitarian corridors for people to get out of these areas. So this lies at the feet of Hamas in terms of the terrible crisis that we're experiencing, and I have every confidence that Israeli forces are prosecuting that with both effectiveness and honor.
One of the many disastrous consequences of October 7th is the rise of, or the further rise, I should say, of anti-Semitism that we've seen across the world. We've seen it on our streets in terms of vandalism against Jewish-owned businesses. We've seen reprehensible pro-Hamas demonstrations. We've seen anti-Semitic discrimination targeting Jewish students on campuses. What has Bob Casey done on any of these issues? And isn't it time that we actually bring real accountability to our college universities to defund them, to revoke their tax-exempt status if they're not even protecting Jewish students and fighting anti-Semitism?
Yeah, what happened on campuses after October 7th is emblematic of a spiritual decline, really across America. The recognition of right versus wrong, the moral clarity, the idea that America is an exceptional nation that we need to fight to defend individual freedom. So this is emblematic of a huge problem where the left has really defined our society in terms of the oppressed and the oppressors. And that finds its way into everything. And you say to yourself, how could it be? How could we see our kids, Jewish children staying in their room, Jewish kids in colleges staying in their rooms because they're fearing their safety? How could that be? He said, how could that happen? And then you watch the testimony of those three presidents and you say, oh, that's how it happened. That's how it happened. We have leaders, and Bob Casey is a perfect example of this, who won't stand up, who won't say the difference between right and wrong, who won't lead and push back against these progressive ideologies that are taking our country over a cliff. And so, yeah, we need to shake things up in a dramatic way, and that's what I would do in Washington. On universities, there's enormous benefits that come with the tax exemption they get on these endowments, billions of dollars. They shouldn't get that if they're not going to fulfill a basic principle of we're not trying to create safe places, we're trying to create places where everybody can speak and feel safe. Second, they get enormous federal dollars, R&D dollars, to conduct research. It's a huge part of what makes these universities. That should be predicated on our universities carrying out a true meritocracy of ideas, as opposed to the crazy lefty stuff we're seeing today. So I think we need leaders who are going to push on that. Bob Casey's been the exact opposite. When Liz McGill, the president of Penn, showed her lapses of leadership, I was one of the first people that said, fire her. We got to fire her. Bob Casey waited and said, well, we probably need to make a change at some point. That's what you get with Bob Casey. My mom's from Punxsutawney, and I say on the campaign trail, Bob reminds me of Punxsutawney in that he's like Punxsutawney Phil. He only pokes his head out of his hole once every 6 years. And that's what's happening right now with Punxsutawney Bob.
So, in the few minutes we have remaining, I actually want to ask you one or two questions about, I think, the biggest national security, geopolitical, economic threat that this country faces, which comes from China and the CCP. I know that this is a big issue. It's a big issue for Pennsylvanians, but it's also a big issue for our country. What do you think we should be doing about China?
Well, I think the best thing we can do to ensure our adversaries aren't testing us and challenging us is to show strength. And we have a president in Joe Biden that's showing weakness. We've lost deterrence. We had deterrence under President Trump. We had a leader where people said, okay, we better be careful about messing with the United States. We're going to make sure what we're going to get. Deterrence is having ability, it's having will, and it's keeping them guessing. Biden has lost the capability, he hasn't shown the will, and he does the opposite. He forecasts exactly what he's going to do. And that's our biggest problem. That's why we're being tested. That's why we're being tested in Europe with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That's why we're being tested by China. That's why we're being tested by Iran, is because they perceive weakness. Go to the playground. We all grew up on it. If the bully perceives weakness, they're going to push, they're going to punch. So we got to get strength. That's number one. With China, we've been weak for too long. We've had 20 years, most of them bipartisan, of hoping that China would come around. And what happened with President Xi is they made their motivations clear, which is to become a techno-authoritarian leader of the world, the new superpower of the world at America's expense. And so I've laid out a very clear path, which is we need to up the ante. Bob Casey's not done this. We need to up the ante. We need to ban China's extra protections it gets under permanent normal trade relations and the World Trade Organization. They haven't played by the rules, right? They haven't played by the rules. We need to get China thrown out of the World Health Organization, right? We don't know. I mean, can you believe we still don't know the origins of COVID? Here we are, millions of people killed, millions of people killed, trillions of dollars, and China's not been transparent at all of what happened in Wuhan, right? Can you believe that China's strategically buying farmland across America? We should ban that. We should stop letting companies invest in China in ways that supports the PLA, in ways that supports the Communist Party. We need to show leadership and show China that there are consequences for bad behavior, and we need to reduce our dependency on China, and that's what I'll do as a senator on the first day.
Well, I think we're about finished. So thank you, CPAC, for having us. And obviously, please visit Dave's website, if I may say on my personal note, to help support him, because we really have to retake the Senate, and Pennsylvania is ground zero for that.
DaveMcCormickPA.com. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, buddy. Of course. Thank you.
At our booth here at CPAC. You know, one of the great things about CPAC is we get to partner up with companies, and the Birch Gold Group is probably one of the best companies right now that will help you protect your savings.
They absolutely will. They have professionals standing by who are true conservative people who want to save America and help you save for the future as well. They really care about the American people and your future. So text the word Trump to 989898. A representative will call you. They'll discuss a plan that's perfect for you, and you'll get a free information kit on how it all works. And the Birch Gold Group, they are A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Happy customers all the way around. We know you'll be a happy customer as well. And what better way and time, what better time to save than right now? And the Birch Gold Group can help you do just that.
Yeah, there's so much uncertainty. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get that free information kit. They can help you transfer a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA as well. All right, plenty more from CPAC straight ahead. We'll take it back inside.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Have profound implications. The last three.
And last night, we got into a story that was very interesting, and we had to break out of it to go back out to Nashville and continue with President Trump. But our next guest has a very interesting story. You might remember the Joe Biden campaign bus going down a Texas highway, and it was followed by a bunch of patriots with Trump flags and American flags honking the horn, and they had their own little Trump train going on. But nevertheless, it was behind Joe Biden's campaign bus, and now Joe Biden has, and his administration has filed lawsuit against you, labeling you, ready for this, like a domestic terrorist, association with like a Ku Klux Klan.
Yes.
Let's talk about that. And let's, first of all, thanks for coming back on the show.
Thank y'all for diligently covering our story between yesterday and today. We have not had a voice to counter the lies and the narrative of the mainstream media. So thank you for giving us that chance.
Walk us through that, and what did that actually,
Yes.
paint a picture of what happened? It was simple as that.
Yep. So as simple as driving down the road, exercising free speech, flying Trump flags, showing our support for President Trump, while they have a bus wrapped with Biden signage, right? They want the right to be able to do that, but they want to squash the rights of the American people who try to do that if it is not in favor of what they want. And so we are being sued under the Ku Klux Klan law for what they claim is giving them emotional damage for driving next to them on the highway. And so there are 0 criminal charges. They are circumventing the Constitution to squash free speech rights because they don't like it.
I'm writing this down because this whole emotional damage thing, I've been emotionally damaged for 3 years now. And so I think we could all
Where do I find my lawsuit?
Yeah. So emotional damage because you were following behind this bus with Trump flags.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so what they're saying is that by us being in a group on the highway, which was happening all over America at that time, might I add, on the water and boats and on the road, they're saying that in a group we are like the Ku Klux Klan on horseback. It's synonymous with white supremacy because of the Trump American flags, come and take it flags, all of our favorite flags, and that it suppresses minorities from voting.
And if I'm not mistaken, they even claim that you ran the bus off the road, but there's no video evidence at all suggesting that that was even true.
You're absolutely right. They outright lie. Biden himself even had a press release saying that we ran the bus off the road. And the lies have continued, not just in the media, but we've also seen in the 14th Amendment hearing against President Trump to keep him off the ballot, in the prosecuting attorney's opening remarks, they show the peaceful video of us driving next to the bus, but claim we ran it and its occupants off the highway, and that Donald Trump is not fit to be on the ballot because he's inciting political extremists, domestic terrorists, and threats to democracy in the MAGA movement.
You have a website that people can follow and tell this whole story. What website is that?
Yes, thank you so much. So it's freespeechdefender.com. And at freespeechdefender.com, we have our story and a quick video you can share, a link to donate to support our legal defense because they're bankrupting us in this process. The process is the punishment.
You've had to take out money from your 401k to pay for legal fees.
Yes, we have. We cashed out our 401k. We've spent hundreds of thousands on legal fees. We have tried all the famous First Amendment rights nonprofits. None of them want to get involved because it's political free speech. They're focusing on religious freedoms right now. And so we need the help of the American people to see a victory because they're dragging it out to try to deplete our resources. If we get to trial, we'll win.
That's their strategy, is to try to bankrupt you in the process because they know if it goes to trial, you win. But this is just an example of the weaponization of the Department of Justice and the whole Biden administration against Trump supporters like you, like me, and all of us here. Thank you so much. And once again, Speech Defender.
Freespeechdefender.com. A win for us is a win for every American, and it's time to fight back.
And I like how you mentioned it's not just what happens on the road. Look at the summer's coming up. We have boat parades coming up. People, they're all over the coast.
Yes.
And so people, they want to scare people from getting out and having free speech.
And not only that, Vanessa, if they win, it sets a precedent. They can very easily make this a blueprint to do this against other Americans. We have to win.
All right, we're going to take a quick commercial timeout. We come up, Carolyn Levitt will join us here on the set to talk about, hey, what else? President Trump will do that. When we come back, you're watching live coverage from CPAC 2024 from Washington, D.C. Do not go anywhere. Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have. And like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Welcome back. I am joined now with Caroline Levitt, the Trump 2024 National Press Secretary. How are you doing?
I am doing great.
We're seeing you everywhere.
Oh, well, thank you for saying that. I'm everywhere because the president's everywhere, and he's working so hard to wrap up this primary and win in November. We're excited.
Yes, and so far so good. We did well in Iowa. We did well in New Hampshire. We're doing well in Nevada. South Carolina's tomorrow. What's it looking like for you there?
We are so confident about South Carolina, just as we were in Iowa, in New Hampshire, in Nevada, where the president won by record-breaking margins, and we're expecting a big victory again tomorrow. You know, Nikki Haley has really made a fool of herself, quite frankly, over the past several weeks. She has really shown her true colors, that she is campaigning as a Democrat. Her campaign is a full-blown Democratic operation. She is funded by Democrat donors. She is targeting Democrat voters to come out and vote in tomorrow night's primary. So if you're a Republican, or if you just want to see change in this country, get out and vote in South Carolina tomorrow night, and early voting is now underway as well.
Yes, also underway in the Super Tuesday states as well. So we've been really hitting on that. So yes, we're focusing on South Carolina tomorrow, but we want to remind everyone who is involved in Super Tuesday, if your state's in Super Tuesday, get out and early vote.
Yes, absolutely. Look, we know early voting is not the way that we wish this game was played. President Trump says it all the time. We want one day of voting, no mail-in ballots, paper ballots only, no machines, but we have to play by the rules of the game in our respective states. So we're going to continue to educate voters on that. South Carolina and Super Tuesday, there is early voting. So get out and vote early, because you don't know what could happen on Election Day. Right. There could be a storm. You could have a family emergency. So bank your vote early. Get out and make your voice heard for President Trump so we can make this country great again.
Yes, well, Caroline, I'll tell you, I live on the coast of Texas, and I've seen hurricanes, and I don't care if there's a hurricane brewing. I will walk barefooted on broken glass to go vote for President Trump. So no excuses not to vote.
And I don't think you're the only one in America who feels that way.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so primary tomorrow in South Carolina. We're talking about Super Tuesday. The biggest question we're getting here at CPAC is who's going to be the VP pick. I know you get it all the time, too.
Yes.
What could you tell us?
Everyone wants to know.
I know.
President Trump is going to pick someone who will make a great leader for this country. And that's what he said. His number one quality in the vice presidential pick is someone who can really be a great leader and a great president for this country after President Trump's 4 years are over. And so it's up to him to make that decision. The Republican Party has so many great choices and candidates. We have a really deep bench of qualified individuals who are far better, every single one of them, than Kamala Harris.
Yes.
That is for sure.
Yes.
And so we'll see what the president decides. It's up to him to do that. And it will be a great choice on behalf of the American people, I'm sure.
Absolutely it will. And we know he's going to make a great choice. When it comes to Nikki Haley, what are his thoughts? Nobody can figure out why she's still in this race.
I believe, and we believe, the campaign and the president believes she's still in this race to do the bidding of the Democrat Party. Her only big donors left at this point are Democrat donors such as Reid Hoffman, who is one of the donors that funded the lawsuits and the political persecutions against President Trump. She is targeting Democrat voters to turn out in these primaries, and every single day she's throwing temper tantrums, whining about President Trump himself, the leader of this party. She is no longer adhering to the will of Republican primary voters. There were many other candidates in this race. All of them recognized that they did not have a pathway to victory. Nikki Haley doesn't either, but she is failing to do what's right by the party so we can unify and take the fight to Joe Biden in November. She cannot name a single state that she can win.
Right. She can't even win, looking at the poll numbers, her own home state. So if her home state doesn't want her, why would the rest of the country want her?
Exactly. She's due for an embarrassing defeat in her own backyard tomorrow night. And it's because South Carolinians actually know her best. That's why they're not going to be voting for her tomorrow. When Nikki Haley was their governor in South Carolina, she promised she would never raise their taxes. She supported a gas tax. She supported a hike in the sales tax. When she was governor, she sold agricultural land in South Carolina to China, to the CCP. The CCP doubled their investment in the state of South Carolina when Nikki Haley was governor. That only happens if the executive of your state is in the back pocket of China, putting them first and America last. And Nikki Haley has also doubled down on her promise consistently to cut Social Security and Medicare for our hardworking seniors. All of those are incredibly unpopular positions. They're unacceptable positions for a Republican, by the way, but she's not a Republican.
No,
she's a Democrat.
I think she's really a Democrat.
Yes.
Yeah, behind the scenes, she's really a Democrat. Okay, so another question I have to know, and a lot of people ask us, well, where does he get his energy? You're with him all the time. You know, we cover an event, we cover CPAC, we're covering the 2 rallies that he's hosting tonight in South Carolina. We're tired, but President Trump keeps going and going.
He is the most tenacious fighter that we've ever had. It is so incredible to witness firsthand just how determined President Trump is to make this country great again. And he was asked the other night in a town hall, why don't you just give up and quit? And he said, I can't, because I want to make America great again. And that's why he's doing this. He has withstood impeachments, endless attacks, slanderous lies, now this political weaponization of our Justice Department, the fining of his great American business, his empire, his success story. They're trying to drain him of his resources.
That has to hurt his heart.
Abuse
it has to. That's who he is.
It emboldens him to keep fighting more. And he's withstood it all. And he is more energetic and tenacious than ever. And the spirit for this campaign is better than ever before. I mean, he has never been in a stronger position to win. Not only is he dominating in this primary, President Trump is leading Joe Biden in every single general election poll to date, the major ones. He's leading in all of the key battleground districts. He's picking up historic gains with African Americans and Hispanic Americans and women, key demographics that the Democrat Party has long relied on. All Americans are realizing realizing that we were better off under President Trump's leadership. He knows that. We know that. He's fighting for us, and that's why he has such strong support right now.
And the more they attack him, the more we love him, and the more we're going to support him. And the poll numbers just keep going up. So we're excited to see what happens in the coming weeks. We are heading into South Carolina tomorrow, and then also the Super Tuesday primaries are coming up March 5th. So be on the trail with Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are your campaign headquarters for the November election, 2024 elections coming up later this year, and we'll be on the campaign trail with President Trump all along the way. Carolyn Levitt,
you guys
so
are
good.
the best, and we appreciate
love
everything
y'all.
that you
Well,
do.
The Trump campaign is so great to us. Brian is he's close with them, and y'all have done so many wonderful things for us, and we appreciate everything.
Well,
so
we
thank
appreciate you.
Yes.
Thank you. God bless.
Yes. And we'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Stay with us.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Association, please welcome from America First Legal, Stephen Miller. From North Carolina, Congressman Dan Bishop. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. And your moderator from Article 3 Project, Mike Davis.
So thank you for joining us today. We are going to talk with this distinguished panel about three different topics. The Democrats' unprecedented, I call Republic-ending lawfare against President Trump, his top aides, his supporters, parents, and Christians. We're going to talk about big tech, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple, and why they are a major problem in America. And then we're going to talk about immigration. So we have 26 minutes to get through a very big topics. So we'll start with the lawfare. Right now, President Trump faces 91 charges from 4 different Democrat prosecutions across America, 700 years in prison. For non-crimes, the non-crime of objecting to a presidential election, the non-crime of paying back the non-crime of paying back sophisticated Wall Street banks on time, in full, with interest. That's the civil lawsuit by Tish James. We see Alvin Bragg, Soros-funded Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, bringing unprecedented indictments against President Trump for settling a nuisance claim, and they've somehow turned that into the first indictment ever against a former president and future president of the United States. And we have an attorney general here from Texas, Ken Paxton. We have a future attorney general from North Carolina, Dan Bishop, our great congressman. And then we have all-star Stephen Miller. So that's our panel today. And let's start with General Paxton. What should we be doing in response to this unprecedented lawfare against President Trump, his top supporters, his attorneys, January 6th supporters, parents? Christian, you're the victim of this lawfare in Texas, where you had drunk Dade, the House Speaker, impeaching you for nonsense. So what are we going to do to fight back against this lawfare?
Yeah, and so Donald Trump, you said 700 and how many years? Mine is only 204. So I'm on the low end.
Weak.
So what I would say is the Democrats, they always support their own, whether they're guilty or not guilty. Republicans have in the past tended to distance themselves from any kind of controversy related to legal, and we just can't do that anymore. Not only do we have to embrace our people, but we also have to support them, both financially, we have to support them with our words. We can't run from it because they are destroying us with the legal system. And the way the legal system is structured now, they send you to courts in very liberal counties with very liberal judges, very liberal juries, all the way up the line. So instead of applying the law, they apply politics, and your name is all that matters. Your name is Donald Trump, you're guilty. If your name is Ken Paxton, you're guilty. I'm not going to name anybody else because I don't want anybody else to be indicted. But that's the way it works. And if we don't stand behind our own people, they're going to take everybody down that stands up for the people.
I would say this about Ken Paxton in Texas. He is a target because he has been the tip of the spear, leading the effort to hold big tech accountable. He's been the tip of the spear on immigration. The Uniparty hates Ken Paxton, and that's why they're trying to take him out. I always joke that I'm going to be Trump's attorney general, which is not possible because there's that pesky thing called Senate confirmation. Ken Paxton would be a fantastic attorney general in a Trump 47 administration. And here's a future attorney general in North Carolina, Dan Bishop. What would you do about this lawfare? How should we respond as a movement?
We have to fight back. That's what Ken Paxton's example has been in Texas. That's what in North Carolina we've never elected a Republican attorney general since 1896. It's kind of an anomaly in North Carolina as the two-party system's matured there, but we've been right on the precipice of it. But what I realize serving in Congress and watching this is that's an open seat in North Carolina, and we need more soldiers on the field who can make a difference like Ken has done in Texas. And the state attorney general's tool is one of the most effective in the tool bag. But again, what we've got to do is fight back. I think it's another aspect of what Ken just said. Among people who tend to be conservative, the very fact that someone brings a charge, no matter how crazy, no matter how inventive or novel the application of a particular statute to allege a crime, people tend to be repelled or to pull back in sort of a respectful, fear or disconnection. When you see the corruption that we've seen in the system, that no longer can be the case. We've got to lean in. We've also got to use every tool at our disposal to fight them back. And that's why I'm going to run for North Carolina's Attorney General.
Stephen, what's your response to this lawfare?
Well, first of all, good morning, CPAC. It's great to see so many people here at this panel today, because this is the most important conversation topic I think you could possibly have in America right now. The fact that you're all here shows that you all understand that. And I'm honored to be on this panel with so many, three incredible legal minds and legal warriors. And in particular, I want to say that, let's give them a round of applause, especially, of course, our current and future Attorney General. Because the only way out of this nightmare is going to be filling every legal office in this country with Dan Bishops and Ken Paxtons. That's the short answer.
Amen.
And so this is exactly who should be here for this conversation for that reason. There's something very broken in the conservative brain, and it has been for a long time. And call it a mental illness, call it a spiritual failing, call it a moral deficiency, call it weakness, softness, or just being pathetic. There is something really broken in the conservative brain. They're afraid not only of conflict, we know that, but there's an even deeper fear, a deeper fear than all of that, which is having power and using power. Conservatives are addicted to the language of libertarianism, which is fine. It's a terrible ideology. But in an academic setting, okay, have these debates. In the real world, you elect a DA, you elect a judge. If a lot of judges, of course, are elected all throughout the country, and only one side plays that game, the other side doesn't. You elect a state Supreme Court justice, you elect an attorney general, and so on and so forth. To have an office with specific powers, duties, and responsibilities, with the expectation that they will use that authority to defeat evil, to protect the good, and to accomplish positive change in society. And you have to use that power fearlessly. And you have to measure your success by what is actually happening in the world. So this may seem like a tangential point, but it's not. Conservatives pass laws all the time that say, do this and don't do that, do this and don't do that. But they don't actually change anything in the real world once those laws have been passed. A number of states, for example, have passed laws saying that you can't have this in the curriculum or you can't have that in the curriculum and you can't teach DEI and so on and so forth. Without exception, I can promise you, all the commies in the classroom changed the name of their lecture, changed one word, changed one little paragraph in the syllabus, and did the exact same damn thing every single day because they're communists and that's what they do. Were they sued? No. Were they arrested if they broke a law and it's applicable? No. Did any DA anywhere, if you're talking about trans issues, think of arresting somebody for abusing children with trans ideology? No. We write blog posts about it. That's what we do. And as long as that continues to be the case, we're going to lose the country, we're going to fail, and all we're going to have about it is a record of all the times we whined and complained and did absolutely nothing. So until we get serious, all the way down to the local DA, all the way up to the state AG, and every office in between, including judges, electing people who have power and will use that power and measure their success by change in the real world, then we aren't going to be able to beat the left. And that's just the honest truth.
A quick follow-up on the lawfare. We have to be smart how we fight back against the left. And right now there is a bill working its way through the Florida legislature. It's well-intentioned. It makes it easier to sue media companies for defamation, right? But the problem is, it sounds great. I'm all about suing CNN and the Washington Post and all the other media outlets that attack us on a daily basis. The problem is the left has more trial lawyers, they have more money, they're better at lawfare than we are right now, and they're going to use this law in Florida to go after conservative media, Christian broadcasters, independent Hispanic media outlets who aren't leftist. That's the problem. And let's start with Stephen Miller on this, because you've been pretty vocal on this. What's your response to this Florida bill? How can we be smarter about how we fight back?
All right, let's see if I can do this in 30 seconds. We all want to go after the big corporate media, but you have to write laws to actually go after the enemy. Big, broad, neutral laws will be used to crush us. It will be used to obliterate us. Look at what New York did when they went after Donald Trump. They changed the law, which is unconstitutional, by the way, to go after one man. If you just have a law change in Florida that says it's way easier to punish people for defamation, end of law, what the hell do you think is going to happen? Every left-wing trial lawyer in the country is going to move to Florida and sue the hell out of every conservative influencer, podcaster, everybody else. Write the law so it protects your friends and harms the bad guys. Otherwise, you're handing them a sword to run right through you.
Congressman, what's your response?
Well said, Stephen. And here's an example of something that is carefully targeted. Last summer, the United States Supreme Court said state attorneys general could no longer sue, didn't have standing to sue, to hold the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, accountable when Secretary Mayorkas, brazenly violates immigration law. Well, the Supreme Court, in that same opinion, invited Congress to confer standing specifically on attorneys general if it wanted to do so. So we've just marked up last week in the Judiciary Committee under Jim Jordan a bill that will do exactly that, re-extend the power to state attorneys general. That's going to work well without opening up a Pandora's box for us.
General Paxton, you have been the tip of the spear on the fight against big tech, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple. And he is the guy who came up with the legal theory to go after Google's online advertising monopoly. That is the lifeblood of big tech. They use that money to promote their woke agenda, and they use that money to cancel conservatives. And so he got made fun of this legal theory many, many years ago when he came up with it. Now the Biden Justice Department and attorneys general across the country are going along with General Paxton's legal theory. So he has truly been the warrior on big tech. We have a problem with big tech. Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple have gatekeeping power in this country over information and commerce, and they use that gatekeeping power to silence conservatives and crush small businesses. We see this with Parler. People said, if you don't like Twitter, build your own. And so Parler came along, and what happens? You had Google and Apple kick Parler out of the App Store duopoly, and Amazon kicked Parler off the internet, right? If we did not have a benevolent billionaire with Elon Musk making this terrible investment in buying Twitter, we would not have free speech online in this country. And we shouldn't have to rely on benevolent billionaires to have free speech in this country. And that's why what Ken Paxton is doing in Texas is so important. I want to talk about that. We also have Amazon. Amazon is essentially China's shopping mall, right? They do China's bidding. They're crushing small businesses in America, and they're making a lot of money doing that. Amazon has this great image in America, and we need to change that because, again, if you think of Amazon, think of China. But I want to turn it to you, General Paxton, about your fight against big tech and what we need to be doing.
Sure. I just got to make a comment. I had the great opportunity working with Stephen Miller when he was in the White House. He was our go-to on getting ideas and working with the Trump administration. And I love to watch him up here because he starts off kind of like this. He's very he's like a professor. And then as he kind of gets into it, it can only take 30 seconds. And about 5 minutes later, he's up here and he's like a Baptist preacher. So I love it. He is truly amazing. So I wanted to say one more thing about lawfare. It's not just people, the liberal Democrats that are doing this. We have Republicans doing it. I've had more trouble with Republicans doing this to me. And so we need to be aware that, like the Dade Phelans that I'm dealing with in our Texas House, who lets the Democrats run our Texas House. It's the Karl Rove of the world who enjoy the same type of push of using the legal system to take out what they call their enemies, Republicans. So we need to be very aware that it's not just the liberal Democrats that are doing this. It's some in our own party, and we need to hold them accountable. So I'm going to say that.
Yep. Let me add to that, because I think you see the same phenomenon in the U.S. House, in the Congress. It's Republicans that have stopped us from going to the mat to see to it that big tech firms are reined in. We've got to be able to go to the mat as a party. We've got to be able to do it together. We've got to fight for something. Unity alone, absent purpose, doesn't accomplish a thing.
So big tech, I agree with that, Dan. Big tech. My second term, beginning of my second term, I ran a second term. We'd been fighting the Obama administration. Trump had been elected, so I thought, that war is over. Little did I know we would have Obama 3.0 with Joe Biden, and even worse. But I knew that we needed to figure out what was going on with the tech company. So I spent months going out to Palo Alto, the Silicon Valley, talking to professors, talking to technology experts, meeting with the Microsoft people that sued Microsoft for antitrust violations. I was trying to figure out who's doing what. And out of all of that came, I think, 4 lawsuits against Google, a Facebook lawsuit, a Twitter lawsuit, and those have been extremely effective. The most effective was one that no one thought made any sense. We called it ad tech, and that's where Google dominates advertising on the internet. They control 97%. They make over $120 billion a year, and they destroy companies. They increase prices on consumers, and there's no competition. When we applied that theory, no one thought it was legit. But here we are 4 years later, even after they tried to move us out of Texas to New York, we found a way back. Mike Lee helped us get a bill to allow us to control our own destiny. And this lawsuit now is scheduled against Google. We have already had some successful lawsuits against Google, but it's scheduled against Google to not just take back money that they've stolen from us and that they've illegally obtained by being anti-competitive and using unfair trade practices. It's also designed to change the structure of these companies so that they can't stop us from communicating, so they don't control our free speech. Because if the government indirectly can control our speech through these companies, the First Amendment is gone. And so we have to find a way, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah. I always say that conservatives, we believe in the free market, but that requires a functioning market. And if you have these trillion-dollar big tech monopolists, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple, using their market power to crush competition, shutter small businesses, and cancel conservatives, we don't have a functioning market. We don't have a free market. And that's why it's so important we have people like General Paxton as the tip of the spear for many, many years going after big tech. And I'm going to turn this to Congressman Dan Bishop, future Attorney General of North Carolina. What would you do as the North Carolina Attorney General? I presume you're going to be teaming up with General Paxton on these issues.
Absolutely. I think of another example that's just developed a little bit lately. And I think, by the way, there's got to be effective working relationships between state attorneys general and Republicans in Congress to reinforce what each other is trying to do. We just saw an event the other day where first BlackRock and then Citigroup and all bailed out of this organization, this Climate 100 organization, to try to force ESG through their dominance of the market. And AGs did the same thing. AGs came out and said, this appears to be a violation of American antitrust law. We're going to pursue you if you don't stop. On the Judiciary Committee, we sent out letters asking them for their documents and so forth. And sure enough, after a while, they all sort of scattered like rats leaving the ship, and you had one down. So we're going to keep looking for opportunities like that. We're going to work closely with other Republican attorneys general across the nation. And here's something that's important, I think, to say. What we're trying to do, and what Stephen Miller's done with America First Legal and so forth, is we're actually pursuing the law. We're trying to enforce the law, not abuse it by circumventing it through the position of executive authority. And that's whether you see that in Homeland Security or in the experiences Ken's talked about. That's got to be stopped, and that is ultimately our strength as conservatives. We support the rule of law. What we've got to be is more aggressive, as Stephen suggested, in getting after it and showing that we don't hesitate to use enforcement power to pursue the law.
It's called the rule of law, not the suggestion of law. Conservatives talk about the phrase rule of law all the time, but they forget the first word in that phrase is rule, as in it is supreme. When Democrats break the law, you bring it smashing down on them. That's the rule of law.
We're going to end with this non-controversial topic, immigration. We have President Biden importing 10 million people into this country. A lot of these people are unvetted. They don't share our values. They don't want to assimilate, many of them. And so I'm going to start this with Stephen Miller, who's been the tip of the spear on immigration. What should we be doing in a Trump 47 administration to fix this disaster, this invasion of our southern border?
Well, as I say sometimes, the immigration issue is extremely simple. The policies involved in fixing it are very complicated. The simple part is seal the border, deport all the illegals. Now, that's the short answer, right? You get in, you have two policy objectives that you proceed with utter determination on. Seal the border, no illegals in, everyone here goes out. That's very straightforward. In terms of the policy sets to accomplish this, as President Trump showed in his first term, it's a series of interlocking domestic and foreign policies to accomplish this goal. In no particular order, just to rattle off a few fast, you have your Safe Third agreements, you have Remain in Mexico, finish the wall, you have robust prosecutions of illegal aliens, you do interior repatriation flights to Mexico and not back to the north of Mexico. It's very important. You re-implement Title 42. You have several muscular 212Fs. That's the travel ban authority. We did a few of those in the Trump administration. You would bring those back and add new ones on top of that. You would establish large-scale staging grounds for removal flights. So you grab illegal immigrants and then you move them to the staging grounds, and that's where the planes are waiting for federal law enforcement to then move those illegals home. You deputize the National Guard to carry out immigration enforcement, and then you also deploy the military to the southern border, not just with a mission to observe, but with an impedance and denial mission. In other words, you reassert the fundamental constitutional principle that you don't have a right to enter into our sovereign territory, to even request the asylum claim. The military has the right to establish a fortress position on the border and to say no one can cross here at all.
Yes. I think the significance, Stephen, of what you just said is, in all the things you just laid out, we've got to have a president to do it. But it also is, you can't proceed in a way in which you're tentative and unsure. When Stephen said the idea that you deport everybody and everybody applauded, that's just because it's obvious what has to occur. And so you've got to actually be willing to take the step to do it. I look around this panel of wallflowers. I don't think you'll have any problem if you have people like this in leadership. In fact, I've never been on a panel where I was like the lightest, the easiest going guy. But I think that's something that's become clear in our politics. That's what we've got to do. Our nation's survival depends on that sort of aggressiveness in asserting ourselves.
Finish this out, General Paxton.
Yeah.
What are we doing in Texas? What do we need to do? If you're the future Attorney General, what do we need to do to fix this problem?
Texas has no interest in this issue. No, it's so obvious. We saw what worked under Trump. It was called enforcing the very things that he talked about. And as soon, literally day one, Joe Biden comes out and said, I'm not deporting anybody. And off to the races. We sued him. Within 3 days, we had an injunction. And he dismantled Remain in Mexico. He dismantled Title 42. He wasted all the resources appropriated to build the wall and let it all rot, paid contractors not to work, and all of that went to waste. The catch and release started up again. So all the policies at work that brought all the numbers down, when you reverse those policies, all the numbers went up. I don't know why the media can't figure this out, but it's really obvious. And Joe Biden is clearly in partnership, without saying it, without having a written contract with the cartels. The cartels, this is true.
That's true.
He has told them openly, bring as many people here as possible as fast as you can. You don't have to hide from us anymore. Remember they used to hide? They used to try to sneak across? That is not what happens anymore. Unless they're like terrorists or really bad criminals, because they even let criminals in. We've sued them over that. So this is an administration that this is exactly what they want. They know they're helping the cartels bring drugs in, human trafficking. It is all designed by our own government. And so we are in a war with the cartels, with the Chinese importing fentanyl, and our own president against the United States and our country and my state. So we have to have a new president because this is clearly not working.
Right. Amen.
13
Amen.
seconds left.
And that's the end. Thank you so much. Yeah, we ended it on time.
Yeah, I know, right?
Philip Hatcher's joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Where am I, hon?
You're right there. Good morning, CPAC. We are so happy to be here again this year. Thank you to Matt and Mercy for having us again. Everybody knows that Mark and I love coming here and love being with you. This year, we're going to include in our conversation a gentleman by the name of Jonathan Deckelhen. Jonathan, if you can come out and join us, please. Jonathan's son, Sagi, is a hostage in Gaza. He's one of the 6 American Israelis who's being held at the hands of the terrorist organization Hamas. Jonathan, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having
We're
me.
going to visit with Jonathan for a couple. We're going to visit with Jonathan, and he's going to share with us what is something I don't think any of us has ever had to relate to. So let's jump in because we don't have a lot of time. You moved to Israel when you were 18, I believe.
Yes.
Tell us what made you move to Israel and then a little bit about your family.
Well, I grew up in Connecticut, not terribly far from here, in a small town. And a small town that had a small Jewish community, but very together community, made up in great part of Holocaust survivors. And my parents both were Holocaust survivors. And very Zionistic community, and in fact, a fairly good number of sons of Bloomfield, Connecticut, wound up moving to Israel in their youth and staying and helping to build the country. And I also fell in love very quickly with this idea of a kibbutz, a cooperative farm that is really a very tight community, but also, in using the terms that our founding father, David Ben-Gurion, used, made the desert bloom. And so by 1981, 82, I was already in Israel, very quickly got drafted into the Army and served for many years. I served in reserve duty until fairly recently, actually. And by 1985, having lived on a kibbutz for several years, met my woman who was going to be my wife, and started having kids. And so I've raised 4 now adult children on a kibbutz. And fortunately for me, 2 of those grown kids, after they got married, decided to come back and live on our kibbutz, kibbutz Nir Oz, which is on the border of Gaza, about a mile. My home was approximately a mile from the border fence of Gaza, right in front of Khan Yunis, which, as we know from the news, is a real anchor of the Hamas terrorist organization. Along the way, my day job for many, many years was working on the farm as the director or the head of our agricultural machinery department. A kibbutz, if nothing else, is a hyper-productive agricultural farm that, as I said, made the desert bloom. We kind of invented irrigation in many respects. And so until October 7th was really an idyllic existence. I was tight with this extended family, about 400, a little over 400 people lived on the kibbutz, from infants all the way up to senior citizens, supporting one another. In a way, realizing the Zionist dream of both defending borders, which we most certainly did, and also serving as part of the breadbasket of Israel. And along the way, I had other horizons, but still, while being a member of the kibbutz, went off to professional academics. And today I'm a professor of history at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem.
I see. And I remember when we spoke, you described the kibbutz as a paradise, a registered botanical garden, if you will. October 7th changed that. Walk everybody here through what happened on that day. You actually happened to be in the States for a wedding in Baltimore, which is not that far from where we are sitting. Tell us about that day.
Well, October 7th, in fact, yes, I was on my way with my wife to a wedding in Baltimore, heading towards an academic conference the next day. And we were woken up very early by a friend of ours in Rhode Island who had seen the news that in our region of Israel, along the border with Gaza, there was chaos was breaking out, and she asked us what was going on. I, of course, had no idea, and immediately looked at our internal kibbutz communication system, which is on our cell phones, kind of hyper-modern, saw that, in fact, people were crying out for help. And that would have been around 12:30 in the afternoon, Israel time. I'm also a member of the kibbutz security team, first responder team, and so I was also seeing the communication between our civilian first responders, and had quickly seen that as of 9:30 in the morning, they weren't responding anymore. I called home to my son Sagi's home. I was unable to get into contact with either him or his wife. His wife at that moment, 7 months pregnant with 2 little girls. I was able to get in contact with a son-in-law, one of my daughter's husband, who at that very moment was exchanging fire with Hamas terrorists in and around their home, sheltering in our attached bomb shelters with their 2 young boys and 3 guests who happened to be there, and my ex-wife, the mother of my kids, who is one of the 2 women from the kibbutz who were able to escape captivity on that day, and somehow heroically was able to crawl her way back through our fields to get to the family. And she was bleeding out at the time, but they were able to save her, and eventually, and today she's fine, thank goodness. Yeah.
And her story is quite incredible, because as I understand, she was being taken off to Gaza. An IDF helicopter, am I right, was
a group of about 10 people were being taken away by Hamas terrorists, women and children, on a stolen kibbutz tractor with a wagon, and they had been followed while driving. Again, this is a mile, no more than a mile. They had been driving through one of the roads going towards Gaza, and an Israeli Apache helicopter fired on them, killed the terrorists, but everyone else was thrown off the wagon. A dear friend of ours was killed, friendly fire, at that moment. My ex-wife played dead, actually, and the rest of the hostages were taken. All of them have been released since, with the women and children that were released in late November, early December. But she, heroically, somehow or another, while playing dead, intermittently was able to crawl her way back to the kibbutz.
So walk us through. Sagi was out there that morning, and what did he see? And tell us since then what's happened.
Yes, Sagi is one of my 2 sons. And Sagi woke up early that morning, as he usually did on Saturdays and holidays, to go work on one of his pet projects, which is to refurbish old buses into usable objects. And he grew up alongside of me at the machine shop. He's very good with his hands. And he went off to our metal shop to refurbish 4 buses to become mobile classrooms, STEM classrooms. And he immediately saw at 6:30 in the morning a group of terrorists, well-armed, well-trained, moving through the kibbutz. He and some other people who were up early put out the alarm to everyone to shelter in place and for the security team to come out. Over the course of the next 2 hours, what they realized were it was not just one group of terrorists. It was around 200 heavily armed, what they call themselves Nukhba commandos, Hamas commandos, accompanied by several hundred civilian looters, some of them armed, most of them not, everything from grannies to little children. For 2 hours or so, our brave young and not so young men did what they could to defend the kibbutz. They were overwhelmed by about 8:30. All the time waiting for our army, the IDF, to arrive, which never did. It's a question that will have to be answered later on, why they weren't there. At around 8:30, Sagi went back to his home to ensure that his wife, Avital, and the 2 girls were safely inside of the bomb shelter, locked in. He then exited again and continued engaging with terrorists in and around his home. His whole home was shot up, full of grenade shrapnel. Miraculously, his wife and daughters survived. He was taken at around 9:30 in the morning on October 7th and has not been heard from since. We have some testimony of people who, of the 100 hostages that were released in late November, about 40 of them were from my kibbutz, women and children. Some of them saw him and other people from the kibbutz in the tunnels under Khan Yunis. So we know that as of late November, he was alive, but we also know that 40 of our community were murdered on October 7th and a total of 80 taken captive. So that is the state of affairs as of now. On that same day, our homes were destroyed. Those several hundred looters that I told you about, they stole everything from my grandkid's tricycle up to our largest farming tractors. Whatever they couldn't take with them, they burned. And so this paradise in the desert that I lived on for the better part of 40 years and grew kids, I invested my life there, it no longer exists really. And at some point may be rebuilt. It's questionable whether anyone will actually want to return there.
It's a horrific experience. And Avital has since given birth to a very healthy baby girl. I actually saw a video of her in the hospital giving birth. It was most difficult. It was at the same time the joy of life, and yet her own husband is not there to share this with her. We know that this is so difficult for you, and I have no doubt Mark and I pray every day for the release of the hostages, and everybody in this room shares in that prayer with you. In a moment, thank you. In a moment, I'm going to ask CPAC to put up on the screen a website that everyone should take note of and go to, because each and every one of us in this room does have a role to play. We can be ambassadors for these 136, Sagi, plus the others, and you can see photos up there now of some, there's Sagi right there. Go to the website. It gives you tools on how to reach out to your members of Congress. We have to keep the thought and prayers of these people. Mark and I and others are wearing these dog tags, if you will, that say bring them home. We encourage you also to go to the website and buy these. All the proceeds go to the families. They need our support. And what it does is it raises awareness, because people will ask you, what is it you're wearing? And it gives you the opportunity to speak where these young men and women and not so young men and women cannot have a voice. Tell us in the last couple minutes that you're with us here how, in your head, these people can be ambassadors.
Well, of course, it's a great suggestion to have people go to that website, and there are many options. I feel blessed by being here and feeling the partnership from your community to ours. But even within partnerships, sometimes friends have to say unpleasant things to other friends. And it's become, sadly, difficult for most of the hostage families as of late, that it seems as if our own government, the Israeli government, isn't prioritizing the lives of the hostages as it should within its general war effort. I've lived on the border with Gaza since 1982. I lived through rocket attacks, mortar attacks, sniper fire, anti-tank fire, you name it. No one needs to explain to me or any of the other people from our communities how much Hamas needs to be destroyed. That's agreed. But if I could ask for your partnership in this, to reach out to your Israeli partners to emphasize to them that there cannot be a victory for any of us over Hamas without getting these 136, we hope, Israeli hostages home alive. And that means that as much action needs to be had to get them home alive as needs to happen for the destruction of Hamas. Both things have to happen.
Thank you. We really appreciate you being here. I don't know, perhaps technical difficulties. The website is Bring Them Home. Please go to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Our prayers are with you. Oh, that's extremely humbling and difficult.
Imagine having your son kidnapped by these barbarians, and yet coming here to talk about it, to try and explain it. It's a remarkable person that could do that. I'd like to say a couple things. First of all, to our media. You're doing a lot of damage to these people. When you spew the propaganda of the Hamas Nazi terrorists, you give them hope. They quote you, CNN. They quote you, New York Times. They quote the River to the Sea crowd. We hear them quoting because there are English interpreters telling us what the Hamas leaders are saying. You're giving aid and comfort to a bloodlust ideology that would just as soon burn our country down as burn their country down. This is an ideology. This is a fundamentalist Islamist ideology. And under their fundamentalist Islamist ideology, anybody who doesn't agree with them must be slaughtered, including Muslims, by the way. We're slaughtering each other as I speak. That's number one.
And Christians.
Number two, the Jewish ancestral home is there, and the Christian ancestral home is there. Jesus was born there. Jesus was murdered there. The church sepulchre is there. Bethlehem is there, now majority controlled by the Palestinians. Hebron is there, where Abraham's buried, the patriarchs, most of the matriarchs. And the Palestinian says, it's all theirs. That's what river to the sea means. But I believe in river to the sea. I believe river in the sea shouldn't have one damn Hamas survivor, period. Not one. But I want to move to America. We are not here, media, to burn down our country. We're not here, media, to end democracy. You're doing a pretty damn good job of that. We are here to defend our country, to preserve our Constitution, and preserve our liberty. That's what we conservatives do. You want to talk about dictatorships? Let's talk about dictatorships. When is the last time Joe Biden ever spoke positively of the Constitution of the United States? When is the last time he could actually cite the Declaration of Independence? When's the last time a liberal ever talked about individual liberty or property rights or God-given rights? They're all there in the Declaration of Independence. They never talk about it, ever, because they don't believe in it, that's why. This is a battle between good and evil. Good and evil. We're good, they're evil. You know why we want to preserve our culture? The American culture, which combines all cultures into an American culture, because it's the greatest culture on the face of the earth. Americans aren't swarming into other countries. People in other countries are swarming into America. Don't you get it? It's because America is the greatest country on the face of the earth, the greatest culture on the face of the earth. And no matter what you call us, your damnable lies, mouthpieces for the Democrat Party, mouthpieces for Hamas, you're not going to change a damn one of us. Not one of us. We are not going to give up. Our ancestors fought for this country. My ancestors fought for this country. We talk about World War II. We talk about Europe. My ancestors shed blood in Europe. My ancestors shed blood all through Iwo Jima, Guadalcanal, Guam. I don't need lectures from some candy ass at CNN about how we defend our country. I can tell you that. We are not isolationists. Why? Because the enemy's not an isolationist. We're not pacifists. Why? Because we're not stupid. That's why. We lived through World War II. We were attacked when we were isolationists and pacifists. And it cost us 450,000 American lives. World War II. And it cost other people millions of lives. We're not funding our military. Instead, we're funding something called climate change, socialism. We're not supporting our cops. Instead, we're funding illegal aliens. We're not securing the border. Instead, we're allowing anybody to flow into this country who's not been vetted. And of course, the enemy's going to send in spies and terrorists. We now have new gangs we never heard of before. That's not on us. That's on you, Democrats. That's on your party, and that's on your ideology. They love to talk about a free press. I wish we had one. Free press. That Constitution you hate, that First Amendment, that's what secures your damn ass. And you hate the Constitution and the men who wrote it? How dare you? How dare you? Everything we have in this country, everything we have in this country is a result of the Revolutionary War. It's a result of the Constitutional Convention. It's a result of the Civil War. We've had our problems. We have fought through our problems. Blood, sweat. The biggest battle where we had the most casualties was the Civil War to end slavery. No other nation on the face of the earth had a civil war to end slavery. We did that. And we're not going to be fooled. That little state of Israel, those people want to live. They want to be free. They want to be left alone. God put those people there 5,000 years ago. There were no Palestinians there. In fact, the word Palestinian, media, was invented in 1965 by Arafat. The Jews used to be called the Palestinians. The Palestinians of Palestine. Now, all of a sudden, they're the Palestinians. They're Arabs. That's what they are. That's okay. But they're Arabs. And they had a homeland. It was called Jordan. Jordan. You want a second state? There it is. It's called Jordan. That king has the nerve to come into our country, stand next to our imbecile. That's right, he's an imbecile. To stand next to him. Well, look, it's official now. Didn't the prosecutor say he's an imbecile? Yes. Didn't the Attorney General appoint the prosecutor? Yes. I'm supposed to ignore in so many words, okay, he's an imbecile. I got it. Fine. All right, so, and we all know he is, but he's dangerous. He's issuing executive orders against the Jewish indigenous peoples in Judea and Samaria. Since when does a president issue executive orders that extend outside of our country and are specifically targeting people like Jews? What kind of a person does something like that? Or he's telling them they must have a second two-state solution.
You know who does that? An anti-Semite does that.
What's with this two-state solution? Oh, yes. And you have to give up your home. You have to give up a little town called Shiloh. You ever heard of Shiloh? That's really where Judaism began, before the city of David and before Jerusalem.
Our first capital.
The first capital, all the tribes came together. That's where they came together. Biden says, I don't care, give it to the Palestinians. I don't care, give Judea and Samaria to the Palestinians. The peaceful Palestinians. Where is the leader of the peaceful Palestinians? Will he please present himself so I can interview him?
I can tell you. His name is Abbas, and he is paying terrorists to kill Israelis under a program called Pay to Slay. And I can also tell you that America First Legal has sued the Biden administration for violating the Taylor Force Act. Go ahead.
And Taylor Force was an American citizen, a veteran, a West Point graduate. The peaceful Abbas Palestinians murdered him. Donald Trump said, that is enough of that. He cut off funding to the PLO. He cut off funding to UNRWA that works with Hamas. He cut off Iran and put his foot on their throat. He cut them all off. Iran was on its back. Hamas was starving to death. The PLO was in its little cage. And then comes Biden, the arsonist. Lights up the whole damn Middle East. Sends our troops there for sitting ducks. I don't even know why they're there right now. Iran, through its proxies, murder 3 of our citizens. And what's his response? Does he hit Iran? No. What did Reagan do when they hit one of our freighters? He destroyed half their Navy. What did Trump do when he said that's enough? He took out Soleimani. What does Biden do? He wants to take out Bibi Netanyahu, and he's attacking the Israelis. This is serious. And I understand this gentleman here. Nobody's suffering like him. And he raises good questions about how this happened. And they need to pursue it, and they need to figure it out. And I don't blame him. If that was my son, I'd move heaven and earth. Because these people are not just kidnappers. They're torturers. They're sadistic. They're rapists. And I'll just say one last thing. There was a report put out last week, I couldn't even read it, about what was done to these people at that festival. The devil himself couldn't come up with ideas like this. Women were murdered with weapons stuck up their genital, up their anus. They were shot. Their breasts were cut off, and they were playing catch with them. They were mass raping these young girls, murdering them while they were raping them. So I would say to the media in this country, how come you're here and you're not over there reporting? Why is that? Some of you were over there and you're actually helping the Hamas on October 7th.
I was just going to add,
somebody just got a Pulitzer Prize for it.
And the Associated Press just got sued for having some reporters embedded on October 7th.
So they knew it was happening.
Witnesses to this genocide.
So I say this on the moral equivalency stuff, name one IDF soldier who would ever even think about doing that to any human being. They're not raised that way. It's not a culture of death, it's a culture of life. And I want to say one final thing, we're out of time. Most of you aren't Jewish. Most of you are Christians. And as a Jew, I can't thank you enough. I cannot thank you enough. The Judeo-Christian belief system is what founded this country, whether the media likes it or not. And that's why we have the freedoms we have. That's why we have the principles that we have. That's why we have the Constitution that we have. Never forget it. Every person that comes to this country, regardless of their faith, Christian, Jew, Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu, or what have you, you thank the people of Christianity who founded this nation. Oh, there were Jews and others, but you thank. And I'll say one last thing. You ever go to Arlington Cemetery? It's crushing. row after row after row after row after row of American. Brave young men and women. Star David, some others, the crest. The overwhelming majority of them are crosses. The overwhelming majority of them are white. The overwhelming majority of them are men. If I hear one more damn time about the white, Christian, privileged citizen, you drag your asses over to Arlington Cemetery and you tell those people that.
Thank you, CPAC.
Continue with our coverage here at CPAC, and our next guest knows all about being canceled, being censored, and yes, even being arrested and confined to his house. Brandon Straka, founder of the Walk Away campaign and movement, which I think we'll get to that, how you started that. But my setup to you right now, you've been through it all, my friend. You have literally experienced the weaponization of our government.
I would say so. And I was jailed because I felt like you were kind of like, I'm not sure if he would. My journey with the United States Department of Justice began with the FBI beating my door down, putting me in handcuffs and taking me to jail. And spent some time in jail, got out of jail, then learned that they were charging me with multiple felonies for being outside of the Capitol for 8 minutes on January 6th. And then ultimately a year and some months later, I ended up on house arrest and many other things.
So walk us through that for people who may not know. Walk us through what happened on January 6th. What were you doing on that day?
Sure. And thanks for asking, because everyone's experience is a little bit different. You know, the left-wing media wants to make everyone believe that, like, everyone went to the Capitol to have an insurrection, like we all talked about this. I mean, I wasn't even on the same side of the building where people had been scuffling with officers and windows got broken, things like that. I was approaching from the east side because I was a scheduled speaker that day. And I actually got there pretty late. And by the time I got there, all the barricades had already been removed. Thousands of people were standing on the grounds. So I walked into the crowd of people. When I got there, there was a man shouting, "They've opened the doors. They're letting us in." So I walked over. I was like, that sounds interesting. I was filming a video, walked up to the top of the stairs. When I got there, sure enough, the doors were open. And there was a crowd of people. Some of them were trying to push their way in. Most of them, like me, were filming a video. And I stood there for 8 minutes. A man came out of the Capitol after 8 minutes and said, "They've cleared Congress. Everyone leave." And I immediately turned around, left, uploaded my video to social media. Boom, 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 boom. And then it all...
How long after you uploaded your video to social media did you get that knock on the door?
2.5 weeks later, it was on the morning of Monday, January 25th. It's about 6 a.m. The FBI, a team of agents in tactical gear, I'd say about 8 or 9 agents in tactical gear, came into stormed my apartment, got me out of bed, put me in handcuffs, and a team of agents started collecting my computers, my iPads, my hard drives, my phones, putting them in bags, while the other 2 agents paraded me through my apartment, took me to jail.
What was going through your mind?
Go ahead.
Sorry, what was going through your mind?
I just couldn't believe it. Well, and it's funny because a lot of us, I didn't know any other J6ers back then, and it was probably well over a year later before I met anyone else who went through this. Now that I've met other J6ers, we've talked about that day and that experience, and all of us have the same thing where when they came and got us, we all had this thought like, oh, this is a misunderstanding. Like, and when I have an opportunity to explain this, everything's gonna be fine. I'll explain, I didn't go in the building, I didn't whatever. We didn't know back then that they don't want to understand. They don't want it to be okay.
That's it. Excellent point. No, but I was going to ask you, prior to that, you didn't receive a phone call or an email, and nobody reached out to you to question you. It was just the next thing you know, you're in handcuffs.
Yes, and I mean, the most aggressive and ridiculous way to come to my home, to come and get me, to your point, whether they contacted my attorney or not, which should have happened, they could have come and knocked on my door and said, "Hey, we have a few questions for you, and let's sit down and watch your video and ask why were you there." What happened instead was they took me off to jail, and while I was in jail, they released basically an 8-page press release to the media that said, Strzok thought this, Strzok said that, this was Strzok's intention, before they'd asked me a single question.
And do you think it's because the walk away and the whole movement that they knew who you were. You weren't just an anonymous man that lived in the state of whatever.
Correct.
You had a movement that they did not like.
Right. And that's not even just ego or speculation.
Correct.
I mean, they said that. It was clear in that 8-page press release that they put out while I was in jail. I mean, 2 or 3 pages of it where this guy started a movement for people to walk away from the Democratic Party. He's got a large social media following. He's got a lot of influence. He does events, and people are showing up to his events. So the whole point was, this is a scary person who is an organizer. He's an influencer, and he needs to be taught a lesson about objecting to the election results.
Yeah. And I first came across you, PragerU would share, Dennis Prager would share one of your videos, and of course I'd met you along the campaign way as well. You have been so effective to getting the message out that the Democratic Party has really left the average American.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
I mean, you have done
I appreciate
fantastic job at that.
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. And I would say, to me, the secret of the success that we've had with Walkway is really 2 things. Number one, we take a pretty moderate approach. We don't go out of our way to be caustic or controversial or overly aggressive with people or shouting them down, making them feel stupid, because we understand. I mean, look, I believed all this stuff at one point, too. I was manipulated by the media just like all these people on the left still are. And the other thing is that we don't tell people where to go. You know, what we say is, look, we understand you're being lied to, you're being manipulated, but this is a journey, not a destination. You don't need to walk away and become a Trump supporter or become a Republican. Your journey is your own. But we're here to support you as a community and help educate and guide you as you make the choice to leave the left.
Yeah. What was the issue for you that light bulb went off, that you said, wait a minute, that doesn't really make sense.
Right.
I've been told this. What is that?
Well, there were a number of things, but if I had to boil it down to one specific moment, it would be I voted for Hillary Clinton. Boo. That's usually when people boo. And so when Trump got elected, I was a mess. I mean, I was a mess. I was crying, freaking out. Like,
you were triggered.
Screaming. I was beyond triggered. Yes, beyond triggered. And so I was kind of like ranting constantly on social media. And then in January of 2017, I went on Facebook and I said, you know, I'll never understand how you people could vote for a man who was capable of mocking a reporter in front of a cheering crowd. And that's when somebody reached out to me privately and she just said, look, I'm not trying to start a fight with you. I just want to know, have you seen this? And she sent me a link to a video entitled Debunking that Trump Mocked the Disabled Reporter, which showed very clearly how CNN and the left-wing media manipulated that moment to make me believe something happened that didn't happen. And that's what got the light going on for me, going, wait, how often is this happening? And it started a journey of research that 2-3 months later led to me walking away.
You're an American legend. You're a patriot. I'm telling you, because we had more people like you, and I've said this before, and this may kind of ruffle some feathers. This is an echo chamber in here. We all talk about how great we are to each other. It takes Brandon Struckers of the world to go out and tell it to people who think our fruit tastes bitter to them, and you try to convince them that this is a better way to live your life. We need more people like you telling the story. We can tell each other that we're great. We can do some data boys, and we're doing that. But we need to convince the other party why they're wrong, and here's why, in a nice, polite way. At least try to
like
be.
how you were approached.
How
and
you
that's
were.
the way.
Exactly.
Because I tell people all the time, you know, if we were all alike and we all thought alike and looked alike, it would be a boring world that we lived in. But it's the divide we're in a political divide right now. We need to come together and work on our differences, and how she approached you is the way to do it. Look, I'm not trying to start an argument, but I think you should look at this.
She did that.
Yes,
Me
and
too.
that's how it needs to be done.
Yes, I totally agree with you. And that's why we kind of emulated my experience when we created Walkaway, because the other thing that was very effective was she gave me the space to have that experience on my own, in my own time, and then come back to, you know, she didn't say, sit down with me and watch this because I want you to see how you're wrong. She just said, please watch this and let me know what you think about it. And it took me days, and I got back to her and I was like, this does not compute. But like eventually I was able to accept that I had been lied to.
Okay.
You know?
Give me some examples of people that come up to you that have walked away. What was it in the news cycle? What story that was debunked that people said, that's it?
I wish you literally it just happened a couple of minutes ago with these two ladies that were over here. But it's any number of different things. But I think most recently it's the COVID shutdowns.
Okay.
It's the BLM riots that were not really prosecuted and were swept under the rug by the left-wing media, and then into seeing what's happening now with Biden. People are very concerned about the illegal immigrant crisis. I mean, you know it's bad when the left is like, this is bad. The left is like, the illegal immigrant crisis is bad. And now you've got black mothers in Chicago, in Philadelphia, in New York City saying, like, my kids don't have a community center to go to anymore. My kids are no longer safe to walk around down the streets because crime is surging. They're getting it. You know, so there's all different reasons for different people. But here's the thing. I mean, I would never, if we could, there's hardly a silver lining to the last 3 years. But if we had to find one, it would be now people have seen 4 years under Trump and life under Biden. And now you get to contrast and compare. And most people are not feeling what's been going on the last few years.
Okay, let's fast forward to today. Your movement has grown. You've got a nice platform, a great medium to really share stories. So let's talk about that.
Sure. Well, okay, so Facebook banned the walkaway campaign on January 8th of 2021. We had grown to 511,000 people. We had tens of thousands of videos and written testimonials. So, I mean, it was just like overnight, boom, that was gone. So we are rebuilding now. We did launch our own app called Walkaway Social that people can join. We own it. It can never be taken away from us. I would encourage anyone to go to their app stores, whether you're an iPhone user or a Google Android user, Walkaway Social. And don't boo or jeer at me, but we did just launch a new Facebook group as well, because we do need to reach people everywhere we possibly can. I mean, it's so people can join our Facebook group. You can either search #Walkaway Campaign, or we made it really easy. If they go to joinwalkaway.com, they'll be redirected into our Facebook group. And please join. Everyone join.
What about TikTok?
We are on TikTok. We're kind of getting that off the ground. You know, we're a small team. We're doing the best we can. But yeah, we're on everything. We're on Getter, Truth Social, Twitter, X, whatever we're calling it.
I love it. Now, financial support, do you guys offer that? I mean, do you need that? Because people want to donate.
Yes.
Because it takes money to make all these apps go around, and I definitely want people to have the opportunity to donate to you and your cause.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll say it's certainly much more than an app, too. Next month, we're launching our college campus tour. We're going to be going to Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Ohio, basically a lot of battleground states. Will be taking our college tour, as well as a lot of minority-focused town halls. We're hitting this year really, really hard. If people want to support us, they can go to walkawayfoundation.org. We're trying to kind of launch a campaign where we're trying to get 10,000 patriots to give $5 a month in the year 2024. That's $5. What can you even get a stick of gum for $5 anymore? Forgo one stick of gum a month and support Walkaway campaign at walkawayfoundation.org.
There you go. I love it.
And before we wrap up, I just want to wrap up January 6th. Where are you at now in that legal battle?
So as of right now, I have 1 year of probation left. I ended up pleading guilty to a misdemeanor charge. Before people say, why would you do that? The DOJ has a 100% conviction rate on people who are going to trial in Washington, D.C. The writing was on the wall for me. I could either spend 7 years in prison in Washington, D.C., or I could take a misdemeanor plea deal and wear an ankle monitor for 3 months. So that's what I did.
You're fortunate that's all you got.
Yeah.
Really, you really are.
Yeah, no, what a crazy world we live in when you say I was fortunate for what I experienced. But you're right, it's true. So I also got 3 years of probation. So I have 1 year of probation left. And as long as they don't manufacture a crime within the next year, I should be good to go. And then I was also sued by a Soros-funded nonprofit out of D.C. representing 8 Capitol police officers trying to sue me for civil rights violations, but I won that lawsuit a few months ago. So after 2.5 years, I won.
Okay.
We had a win.
You have
hear it.
You put points on the board.
Yeah.
Donate to him if you can.
Please.
And help him with these legal lawsuits. This is an injustice. I know that Matthew Graves and really everyone down in the FBI and the DOJ, we need President Trump back in the White House to just uproot all of those.
The whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us. You're a busy guy here. You got a lot of people can identify with you. Keep up the good fight. I'm telling you, you're one of the best freedom fighters we have out there.
I appreciate that. And if I could just close out by saying to the audience at RSBN just how much I love and appreciate all of you, because you guys at RSBN have been so great to us at Walkaway for so many years. So thank you, and thank all of you out there.
Thank you so much. We'd love and appreciate you. Hey, we're going to take a quick commercial timeout. We'll be back here with continual coverage of CPAC.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
All right, back here and talk about one of our favorite sponsors that we have is 1775 Coffee. You know, there's nothing better than having a great product, and we can enjoy it. But if you can really feel good about where you bought it, who owns it, that's even better.
Absolutely, and this is a great patriotic America First company, 1775 Coffee Company. Go to their website. All the information's on your screen. Brian, I'll tell you, I have to start every day with a good cup of coffee, and you can't go wrong with 1775.
I put a little cream,
Yeah.
a little sugar in it,
Yeah.
maybe a touch of vanilla creamer. That's good too.
Yeah.
But more importantly is you're supporting patriot companies, and I think that's what it's all about. The information for that is on your screen. Go check it out, 1775 Coffee. One of the great ways you can do to save this country. We got pretty much more CPAC coming up. Check it out.
Here at CPAC Media Row, Jeff Clark, former Assistant Attorney General, joining us right now. So good to see you.
Well, glad to be here, Vanessa.
Yes, we have so much going on when it comes to the weaponization of our justice system. What a mess this has turned into.
It's a complete mess. And it's coming from the U.S. Justice Department under the Biden administration. It's coming from state prosecutors. It's coming from city prosecutors. It's coming from non-governmental institutions, non-governmental organizations. You name it, it's a full court press against President Trump and his allies. They have unleashed an unprecedented can of lawfare against President Trump that's never before been seen in American history. And it's very clear that it's just, sometimes I call it warfare by other means, right? But it's litigation that's designed to electioneer by other means. It's a way of trying to stop him from becoming the president of the United States again.
What used to be the case was you were innocent until proven guilty, and I feel like this administration wants to make him guilty before he's proven innocent.
Yes, absolutely. And constantly what we see on the so-called mainstream media, especially MSNBC and CNN, but also, they're kind of upstream, supposedly more intellectual sources of the New York Times and the Washington Post, is just a constant stream of legal commentators who say that President Trump's goose is cooked in one forum or another, or in one case after another. I've coined a term for it. I call it journo lawfare. And so they have these former prosecutors or other types of lawyers who just are nightly talking heads on MSNBC especially, or they have YouTube channels, or they have podcasts, and it's just a constant stream of bile against President Trump. And look, in terms of your point about, presumption of guilt, etc., since I'm also a target of this lawfare, after I refused to play ball with the January 6th committee, which is a total sham,
yes,
and I took the Fifth Amendment, Benny Thompson, the chair of the January 6th committee, went on Rachel Maddow's show on MSNBC, and he said, if you take the Fifth Amendment, that's part and parcel of you're guilty. No, that's anti-American. That's completely unconstitutional.
Absolutely, yeah.
And even Rachel Maddow kind of looked at him like, it's time to get to break.
Yeah.
We got to give this guy the hook and pull him off the stage because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Before we wrap up, do you think it's going to get worse before it gets better, or what's the future like when it comes to our justice system? Because it's scary right now. No American is safe under this current criminal justice system.
Well, we need President Trump back in the White House, and I think he's going to put a quick stop to it at the federal level. And then also the state courts need to be put back in their box. They can't second guess the decisions of federal officials. That's not the way our republic works. We have a supremacy clause. The federal government is what's at the top of our government system, essentially. There are lots of things states can do. They have independent spheres of authority, but not to go after people inside the federal government. So it could get worse, and I think they're only going to get desperate to try to stop President Trump before the November election.
Comes down to one thing: election interference. That's all this is. Jim Clark, so good to see you here today. Thank you so much for joining us. Yes. We'll be right back here live from CPAC on Media Row. I'm Vanessa Broussard. Stay with us.
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, Thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back. I'm Vanessa Broussard here with one of my dear friends from CPAC, Colton Furlow. So good to see you.
You too. Day two.
Yeah, day two. Excited about it. Tell me about day one and everything that's going on so far. We were just talking. It's been great.
It has been great. I think it's been one of the best day ones that I've been a part of so far. You know, all these people are very excited for the entire conference, excited to get involved, excited to see these speakers, and I just like the energy around here.
Yeah, the energy is wonderful. You know, Mercedes Slaps said this just yesterday. It's like a family reunion, and it really is. You come here and you see everybody that you've met over the years and friendships that have been formed, and it really is like a family. Hours, for example. It's like a family reunion.
I definitely agree, and you know, what better way to have a family than like-minded conservatives who have the same values and morals as you, and you know, you're just gathered in one place fighting for the same cause.
Yeah, absolutely, and everybody has hope, and they're happy, and they're ready to get out and vote, especially in November. Let's talk about CPAC and the importance that CPAC has on this upcoming election cycle. You know, you have some of your top conservatives who come and take the stage. Our viewers have been watching them going on for 2 days now. But this is kind of like it starts off the year, you know, we're in February, but starting off the year, just kind of like, it's almost like a pep rally.
Right.
Get out and vote, get out and save our country.
Right. Well, when we were at the Trump rally in South Carolina, I think I mentioned that this is kind of like the Super Bowl of conservatism.
Yeah.
So it kicks off the year. It gets everyone motivated. And events like these is like the rallying together, like you said, a pep rally, to fight to save America. And I think that's exactly what we're doing here to kick off this. I think we kicked off election year with CPAC, and we're going to have President Trump here on Saturday. We know he's going to be the nominee. So I truly think that this is the kickoff.
Yeah.
It's like the lead-off event to the election. So
And
very
I
excited.
am happy to be a part of it and be here with you all. CPAC it holds a special place in my heart because, you know, my very first CPAC, I fell in love.
Yeah.
And I've talked to people here, it's their first time they've fallen in love. And so I love being involved. I love following what CPAC does. So does everyone else who's here. You know, whether it's their 10th CPAC or first CPAC, they're loving it. People at home may not know how to get involved. And if you can't come to one of these events, that's okay, because that's why we're here. We show you the speakers. We're on Media Row. We bring you the interviews of everyone that's walking by. But you can still be at home and be a part of CPAC.
Right. I mean, we have broadcasting, we have podcasts, we have America Uncanceled with Matt and Mercedes Schlapp that air twice a week. We have different podcasts from CPAC that air daily. So there's always ways to get informed about what CPAC is doing. We have so many different centers. We have the Nolan Center for Justice that fights for criminal justice reform. We have the Regulatory Freedom Center that is just keeping our government in check. So there's just plenty that CPAC is doing. It's not just a conference that happens once or twice a year, but I think the best event is the CPAC conference. That's where you guys come together. We're here now, and I think one of the best parts of the conference is just hearing the stories from each individual people. You know, we might think that they're just ordinary people here, but they have some pretty powerful stories.
Yeah, they really do. I love meeting all of the different people. Some stories are courageous, some are hopeful, some are, you know, just begging for someone to hear their story, and that's why they're here, because if you think about it, Colton, everybody has a story. And everyone here wants to fight for a better America, and especially in what they've been through, whatever that case may be. So yes, coming here and hearing all the different stories is just really heartwarming and wonderful to meet all of these people. So get involved if you can. CPAC.org.
Yep, CPAC.org is where you can find everything out about CPAC, and that's where you can find tickets to events like these. CPAC.org,
Yeah. So we're really excited. I know it takes y'all months and months and months to prepare for an event like this. And every time I message you or try to get in contact with you, I always hate doing it because I know you're so busy because they work. These people at CPAC work hard. They're workaholics.
It's exhausting, but it's so worth it.
It is worth it. At the end of the day, it is worth it. So we thank you for everything you do. But before we wrap up this interview, I have to tell you, I love candles. The fragrance of a good candle melts my heart, okay? He has just come out with a candle line that is amazing, and it's all patriotic.
It is?
And I love it. I gave them away as Christmas gifts. I even have like probably 4 or 5 left in my dining room right now. I give them away as just because gifts. Like people who are Trump supporters or true patriots, they get a candle.
Yeah, I love it. Well, she is like my #1 sales rep right now. I did not pay her to say any
He
of
didn't.
this
I'm just
at
telling you,
all.
I love candles. You need to support. Just go check out his website. It's amazing.
Yeah, so it's called Freedom Flames Candle Company. You can go to freedomflames.org. I simplified the URL, so you didn't have to type it all out. But it's basically just a clean burning, politically incorrect candle. So we have like the cackling Kamala, making fun of Kamala Harris, or however you say her first name. I still don't know what it is. But
I think every time I say it different,
right.
so whatever.
I can't keep up. But it's Snickerdoodle because cackling Snicker. We have Orange Man Bad in the fall, which is a pumpkin scent. I just released a few spring line candles. We have my pronoun is conservative, so it's a fruity because, you know, the LGBT mafia, whatever you want to call them. Well, let's see what else we have. We have Sleepy Joe, which is lavender. It helps you sleep. And they're all clean burning.
Yeah.
They're not like Bath and Body Works. I don't know if I can say that on here, but they're not like them where they donate to woke organizations and woke clubs. Clean burning, and I donate to, you know, actual conservative organizations and local groups.
You didn't mention my favorite one. I think this is the one that I order the most. Is the Trump?
Wanted.
Wanted 2024 for president, and it's the mugshot of President Trump. That's the one that I give everybody.
I don't know
as
how
gifts.
I missed that because that's the best seller.
Is it?
It's almond
I
scent.
think for me it is for sure. So I'm glad to hear that everyone else is buying it.
She's taking out my whole inventory with the Wanted.
That's a true story.
But
yes.
It's funny because a lot of people here have actually bought my candles, and they come up to me and they said, "I love your candles. I'm telling everyone else about them." And when we were at the Trump rally and you brought it up, I had tons of orders just come in.
Good. Love to hear it. Go to his website. What is it
Promoter.
one more time? I should know it by heart.
It is freedomflames.org.
Freedomflames.org. And he's also on Instagram. So that's what I do when I order. I go to your Instagram page, Freedom Flames Candles, and then order from there. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to hire you now.
Yeah, there you go. I'm okay with that. I love a good candle that smells good and also conservative.
She gets a free box now.
If it has Trump on it, I'm buying it. And his do. All right, Colton, so good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, and we'll see you around throughout the weekend.
I'll be here.
Yeah, again, great job to you and the CPAC team. We love
You'll see me
everything you do.
running around, just
yes,
back and forth.
yes, always working hard, day and night.
Thank you guys for being here
Of course.
and actually covering the truth instead of the fake news media that we have inside.
Yeah, well, we'll continue to do that. That's what RSBN is all about. So stay with us. We are live from CPAC. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Right, back here at CPAC, you know, gotta love it when you see people walk by, good patriots, you wave to them. That's kind of what you do here at CPAC, is we all come together. Hey, we all come together to drink some coffee.
Absolutely, we do. In my household, everyone drinks coffee. We love good coffee, and we love 1775. That coffee company, you know, named after 1775, an important year. And it's not just a coffee company, it's a movement. They are a coffee company that loves the community. They love the country. And so we love them as well. And this is some delicious coffee.
And you know what? Coffee brings people together. Think about that for a second. You know, when you share a cup of coffee, you're not just sharing the coffee. You're not just literally, you know, you're sharing a moment. You're telling stories. You're bringing people together. That's what I really think about having a coffee with someone. And if you can have it with a company like 1775 that promotes the values that we have, they're a patriotic company. It's, you know, they got their best beans. Like, we have all that, but it's really sharing the moment. You know, it's like sharing, you know, bread with somebody. It's having a meal. I put it with a cigar. One of my favorite things to smoke with a cigar is a cup of coffee. And 1775 and a Monte Cristo, forget about it. My night is over with.
Yeah, he loves it. So do the same thing. Get yourself some 1775 coffee, 1775coffee.com/RSBN at checkout Type in the RSBN code and you'll save 10% off your order, but definitely give them a try. Start your day with this great cup of coffee. That's the way to start each and every day with a smile on your face.
There we go. Let's go back to our coverage here at CPAC. Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Okay, we're back out here live at this CPAC booth here, and with the one and only CEO of Mike Pillow and the patriot of the world as far as saving democracy, Mike Lindell.
Thanks,
I just
Brian.
put
Thanks
that title.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thank you for coming by. And of course, you know, you always know when Mike Lindell is in the house because the media is like a big mob. They just follow you around.
Oh, they're chasing me around today because of yesterday's news.
Okay, you've got a lot to unpack here in the next couple minutes. We'll talk about securing our elections, which Mike Lindell has made it a priority in his entire life to do. But first, you made news yesterday that the media could not get away from you. Let's talk about that.
Right. Well, a judge, another, I won't even badmouth the judge because I just don't care anymore. A judge ruled in Minnesota. Remember, we had the cyber symposium in the summer of 21. Actually, it was one of the company did. It was Lindell Management LLC. They had this event. And which actually started everything, kind of planted all the seeds.
Sure.
Well, we had this event, and there was a challenge there, and that the data was not, you had to prove it wasn't from the 2020 election. Well, all the cyber guys, even the Facebook fact checkers said, well, yeah, it's from the 2020 election, and it was a great event and everything. Well, this guy named Zeidman they brought in, and to make a long story short, and they actually bring him in with his lawyer, and his lawyer actually worked for the company that I have now that had all the data. Okay. So he already knew it was legit. It's really complicated. So anyway, they go to arbitration, or they go to the mediation, they lose. Then they go to another mediation, and those three judges said, "Oh yeah, it's you win your $5 million." So then I take it to court last year. And it goes, so just yesterday a judge ruled, yep, you got to give them $5 million, the company. So it's all over the news. Mike Lindell and us, another $5 million, put it on the $8 billion lawsuits against him, right? And And so, of course, they're asking me, well, what are you going to do now? What are you going to do now? Well, number one, it's not against me personally. And number two, it's a big distraction for what I'm doing right now. That's why they waited till now. I have a plan to secure our elections, and that's why I've been attacked relentlessly since August. My pillow's been under the biggest attack in history right now, not January 21, right now. Why? Because in August I announced a plan to secure our elections and go to paper ballot, and somebody out there doesn't like that, Brian.
I wonder who it is. Of course, Mike Lindell, from day one, I often tell this story that right after the election, I got a phone call from you that says, Brian, we got to talk. I do not like what I'm hearing. I don't like what I see in terms of what happened in the 2020 election. If there was not a Mike Lindell, I'm not sure we would know of all the discrepancies that happen around this country.
Well, God, here's two dates, Brian. Nobody really gives any meaning to, and they're two of the most important dates ever. That's January 7th and 8th of 2021.
Okay.
And those 2 days, 1.2 million Americans got deplatformed. Vimeo, YouTube, they deplatformed. Churches got, anybody that spoke out about the election or our great real president Donald Trump got deplatformed. That's the day they tried to take away our voice forever. They wanted to take away our voice. It got down to like a little tiny dot. Well, on January 9th when I got all my evidence. Now here you're giving this to a guy that God blessed me with a big platform and a loud mouth, right? And that day, I went out and tried to tell the world, but I couldn't get it out there. The media wouldn't put it out there until, if you remember, at the White House, I was trying to get it to our great real president so he could sign off on the government gag order that was on it. Well, I had papers from some lawyers, and they took the famous picture outside the White House, martial law. Mike Lindell, there's the pillow guy outside the White House with martial law paper. Well, then it started, the biggest attacks in history, because they knew now it was too late to close the gate. The word was out, and I had something, and I didn't change, Brian. The country changed. I was the same. I was the media's darling. How many people you hired for my employee-owned company, and all of a sudden the media's hating me.
Public enemy number one.
Public enemy number one of the media, not the people. The media and the box stores, they all went away. Their number one product has been attacked. But during that time, 3 months of attack, and people, I tell the media all the time here, I said, well, Mike's a conspiracy theorist. He wants to overturn the 2020 election. By the spring of 21, Brian, I went on Jimmy Kimmel. That was the first time on Jimmy Kimmel. And he asked me, by then I knew it was all this stuff was done with computers and stuff. Every county had all these people that didn't live there that had voted. And I go, people are good people. They didn't march into Minnesota and say, let's go vote for Biden, I mean, that's not, it was done with computers. So I had all this evidence. And it wasn't about who win or loss. It's about preserving our election. I'm okay who wins as long as they're elected and not selected by the people. That's why you have election. So I get on Jimmy Kimmel. He says, Mike, would you still be sounding the alarm if your friend Donald Trump had been selected, like you say? I said, absolutely I would. Anyone that knows me, I would. Right now, the 2020 is gone back there, and we're talking about 2024. Why are they attacking me more now than they even did back in January of 21? There's more of us and everything now, and there's voices everywhere. Well, the reason is because of the plan I announced in August to get rid of the machines, to go to paper ballots, hand counting. And Brian, it's working. We have over 250 counties now committed to paper ballots, hand counted for the 2020 election. It's beautiful.
And that's great, because when you look at, there's swing states, and then there's counties in those swing states. So when you really narrow it down, there might be a dozen counties in total that could really shift an election.
But here's the problem, everybody. We 3 years ago, this has been going on for 3 years. My teams then, after the summer of 21, right now I have over 300,000 people in all 50 states. When we approach these judges with lawsuits, and we approach counties and states to get rid of the machines. I met with attorney generals, secretary of states. I went around this country for 2 years. My teams did. Guess what the biggest pushback was? The uniparty Republicans. I was crazy. I go into Alabama. I got John Merrill, the Secretary of State, in 21. I go, John, look at your voter rolls. You had 4,680 people that voted that are over 110 years old. He goes, Mike, we live pretty good here in Alabama. I go, John, that's not funny. Or Cleburne County, Arkansas, Brian. We get there, and they go to paper ballots. They voted in paper ballots. Everyone in Arkansas, the counties were going to go to paper. A guy named Kim Hammers, a Republican, pushes a bill through and says, if you go to paper, we're going to defund you. at the county level. Does that make sense in our own party?
It doesn't.
So now we're going around that, everybody, with the plan, and you can check it out, lindellplan.com. You go there, we're going around them, and we're like in South Dakota today, as we speak, Brian.
Right now
at 11 o'clock Central Time in South Dakota, in Pierce, South Dakota, the capital. I hope the governor's watching there. I hope you go down there and make an appearance. All the counties in South Dakota, they have a law in their book that all they need is 5% of their county's registered voters to get a petition, and then it goes on a ballot to get rid of them within 60 days. We already have 12 counties of the 66. Brian, I believe we're going to get all 66. And South Dakota will be the first complete paper state. Now, here's why it's important. You have this going on in New Hampshire, California, Missouri. Now, why are those important? Because finally we'll have a breakthrough and a proof of concept. Then we can go to Arizona, Michigan, up in Pennsylvania, where they have more votes than voters. You know that, Brian, right?
Right. And
so it's amazing.
They have voting season, not voting election day.
Voting season. So we're very confident. I've never been so confident, everybody. And when you see me getting attacked like yesterday, and my company getting attacked, they want to do that for a distraction. And I'm telling you, I am laser focused. We are going to secure these elections, and we are going to save this country, and that's it.
Mike Liddell joining us outside of CPAC. That is probably the number one question we get is, how do we secure our election? We know we have the votes right there.
Right there. LindellPlan.com, everybody. LindellPlan.com. We put it all there. It's laid out. It's laid out beautifully. And remember, the RNC, as much as people can't stand them right now, what they're doing and all this stuff that they got Ron out.
Yeah, it's changing a little bit.
It's changing. But the RNC, when I ran for RNC chair last year, one of the things that manifested out of that with this was the RNC, they passed a resolution in August, and it says 168-0, by the way, 168-0. Paper ballots, hand counted, same day voting, precinct level, and signature required. So they need to follow their own thing. When we go back into these states, there better not be any chairmans or going, hey, we really like our machines. Well, wait a minute, you voted 168-0 to get rid of it.
Right.
And Brian, we have some great offense now, because we have examples. Argentina went to paper ballots this fall. One judge ruled it, and they had a free and fair election.
And they had obviously the most popular president they've elected in a long time.
Because he was elected and not selected.
Yeah.
You had Taiwan do a complete election with save their country. You had Ecuador that they just did that change of paper ballots, hand counted, all over the country. And when we go to these clerks now and these election clerks, and we come to them, there's no reason they can say no because, it's going to cost more. No, it's less. Yep. And we already have proof of concept. We've used our system in the U.S., in Missouri last spring. Democrats, Republicans counting together, done in the same time as his machines with 100% accuracy.
Okay, we got to wrap it up here. Toss back inside as we're live at CPAC. We'll come back out here because we've got some specials on mypillow.com on the website. So anyway, toss back inside as we're live here at CPAC.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
One of the things that we've been talking about throughout the CPAC is taxes, and having any kind of tax issues can be something that is so stressful. And having the IRS blow your phone up and knock on your front door has got to be one of the last things you want to see.
It's stressful when you open up your mailbox and you see the form come in from, your county that you have taxes due. So yes, the whole process is stressful. And then, if you have a CPA or if you do your taxes on your own, whatever the case may be, nobody likes doing them. But that's where Tax Network USA comes in. The professionals there are there to help you back taxes, upcoming taxes that are due, whatever the case may be. And what's great also, Brian, is that they can do this in every state. So they have agents available in every single state. They are licensed to help every American.
And so it really doesn't matter what your situation is. If you say, "Hey, Brian, I haven't paid my taxes in 2 years, I'm kind of scared." Well, it's just not going to go away. So you can reach out to these guys. The information is on your screen for that. And let them take care of the problems. Let them reduce your tax bill. Let them, quite honestly, may eliminate a lot of it. There's certain ways that they know what to do. If you don't have the information, you don't have power, and our friends over at Tax Network USA has the information and the power to do that. Information is on your screen. Take advantage of it right now. Tax Network USA. More coverage of CPAC right now.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Okay, we're back out here with Mike Lindell. This is part 2 of our conversation. We talked about saving the elections. You've got a plan. But this all started because they attacked My Pillow, a company they used to praise and kind of really admired the way you've built this company out of nothing into something as one of the biggest retailers on television. They've attacked My Pillow in many different ways, financially.
And Brian, it's the American dream on steroids.
Yes,
it really is. This is an employee-owned company. They want that gone too. They want to destroy our country. They want so many other companies that have been destroyed, small companies, but they don't have a voice. God bless me with this voice, and to fight back. And how do I fight back? I fight back with specials.
Yeah, you do. And you've done really well fighting back with specials. We got the My Pillow 2.0, which took off.
Yeah.
But we've got some really, before he came on, I just want to be very transparent. He said, right now I've got some really great deals that's very specific to Right Side.
Yep.
And he pulled them up on his phone. Let's talk a little bit about that, because if you want to support Mike Lindell and what he's done as far as election integrity and defending our elections and what he's done across the board on everything, if you want to support this network, because in full transparency, we do get a portion of proceeds on these sales. So let's talk about these very special things that you have going on.
This is I'm announcing this right now. This is the first time. This is breaking news with My Pillow. We just got in our our famous percale sheets. They've come in, and we normally the sale price is like $69, $59 for the queen size. We are doing right now, and I don't know how long this lasts, for sure this week with RSBN promo code, the queen size, and all the colors and sizes just came in. You check it out, the best sheets ever. The $34.98 for the queen size, unheard of. Okay, $39.98 for the king size. I mean, Brian, this is we're doing this for a special here for you guys. You guys were there with us from the beginning. Do you know that? Yeah. You supported us when we were other media outlets were attacking, and they wouldn't have us on. And so you guys use that promo code RSBN. You get those percale sheets, $34.98 for the queen, $39.98 for the king. All the other specials, the blankets that all came in, all the blankets are on sale too. And they're all on sale. You have and then we added today the Giza Dream pillows, okay, to go with the Giza Dream Sheets. These pillows, the queen size, you ready for this? I think they're $24.98 for the queen or $27.98, and the king is just like $3 or $4 more. Unheard of. These are things that were $79, $89 for RSBN because of your guys' great support.
I love it. And of course, you need to help out patriots like Mike Lindell. I mean, I don't even want to talk about the legal bills that you've paid throughout the years. I mean, it's in tens of, probably upward of $40 million.
$40 million. They asked me the other day, the media, when are you going to give up on this? Do you have any regrets? And I said, and they go, you've lost everything. I said, I still have my pickup and truck at my house that I started with, my pickup and my truck at my house. That's it.
Yeah, I still have that. All right, so definitely go check it out, mypillow.com.
And I want to say one more thing, Brian. And also, you guys, I've set this up, mystore.com. You can use promo code RSBN. They get a portion of that, too. We set that up for today. Thousands of USA products and entrepreneurs, they need support, too.
That's true.
The little guys. It's like a mini Amazon.
That is a mini Amazon. All right, we're going to toss to a quick commercial timeout, perhaps. You might even see a MyPillow commercial toss in there. We'll come back out here live from the booth with some more interviews. We got to change the set here as we're live here at CPAC 2024. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
All right, one of the proud partners of the CPAC is the Wellness Company Emergency Kit. Now, we talk about a lot of products on this network, a lot of fun products like the Trump book and the bobblehead. But let me tell you something, protecting your health from anything that might happen could be one of the most important things that we do promote on this company. And the Wellness Company Emergency Kit is awesome.
It really is. It has everything you need for any sickness that can possibly arise in your household. And so all you have to do is go to makecaregreatagain.com, makecaregreatagain.com. It's just like going to a doctor, Brian, because they are doctors behind this kit. And you fill out the information, what you're allergic to, and the typical form that you would fill out at a doctor's office. They go over it, and then they send you the kit if you fit the description or if you're not allergic to any of the medications. So they will send you that kit, and it's great. I've used it. It has come in handy for me and my family, and I might have to order another one just because you never know what can arise. So yes, get yourself a medical emergency kit.
There you go. The information for that is on your screen. It might be one of the smartest investments that you can make right now to save your health for you and your family. Go check it out. Our thoughts and, of course, our appreciation to the Wellness Company for partnering up with us at this CPAC. Hey, we got plenty more ahead. Stick around. Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have. And like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Welcome back to the booth here at CPAC. I am joined now with someone who I like to say is a little brother that I never had, Daniel Petter with the Patriot Kids Foundation. So good to see you.
Well, thank you, Vanessa, for having me here once again on RSBN, like always. It's a huge privilege. I was telling her before camera, it's a huge privilege to be able to hold this microphone every event we go together.
Yes, and we met at a Trump rally in Miami a couple of years ago, and we've just become great friends. Daniel and his family are wonderful people, and they're like my second family now. But Daniel is a kid that is doing great things, and everyone he meets says he's going to be president one day, he's going to be governor one day. He's got big things ahead for him in the future. We're so proud of you. But let's talk about your organization, Patriot Kids Foundation.
Yes, Patriot Kids Foundation, well, a little backstory I've told it various times for people who are new to RSBN or haven't heard me. Patriot Kids Foundation is an organization I started in 2021 because I started seeing a huge rejection from children in my schools and my close friends, from kids to our history, to everything that means American patriotism, to everything that means love to America, our patriotic symbols, all of this that makes America different. They started rejecting it. And I started studying, I started reading history books by my own side, and I started saying, wow, America's nothing like they're telling us. America's an exceptional nation that respects everyone's individual rights and that really cares about everyone. But they try to change the view of everyone and for every kid from young ages. And I started saying to my mom, we got to do something. We got to fix this. So we started the foundation in 2021. I had then in 2022 the honor of meeting Mr. President Trump, and I always tell everyone that that day I had two marvelous and the best blessings of all. The first one was to meet you. The second to meet President Trump.
Yeah, I told you they're like family now. But I think that God puts us in places to meet people, and that's what CPAC is all about. We've been talking about this all week. Yes. That CPAC is like this. It's like a family reunion. You come to these events, you come in, and a lot of these people are strangers, but you leave us friends, and they're lifelong friends, and that was exactly what happened that day. He was actually a special guest to President Trump at that Miami rally. We interviewed you on RSBN. We actually had a rain shower that day, and we were all hunkered down. It was like quick, maybe 3 or 5 minutes, and I was right next to his family. That's when we hit it off, and then he went backstage and met President Trump. And so, we've been friends this whole time. Patriot Kids Foundation doing great things. Tell people what you do. What does the foundation do?
Well, our biggest objective right now is to make the next generation of founding fathers in America. And we do this through various projects that we are elaborating and that we have right now. The first one, and these two are the most important that we're doing and that are necessary for America right now. The first one is to educate children from very young ages, from schools like pre-kinder, elementary, middle school, all these young ages about American history, about our founding history. We have to teach the children of America what America really stands for.
And how is the foundation doing that?
Well, we're doing it through for example, we're doing at schools, we're doing conferences and wherever the school gives us places to do conferences. We'll do conferences explaining this to children. We'll do, for good examples, we are doing raffles. We're doing stuff that children will be engaged with this project, because we believe that if you don't know where you're coming from, you don't know where you're going to.
And you're a big advocate as well for children learning the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence as well, because so many kids don't know that. They're not learning that in school.
They don't know that our most important document, the document that creates America, which is our birth certificate, is the Declaration of Independence. Why? Because it tells us that, it tells government, hey, the people's rights come from God. And that's the first limit on government, to tell them, you stop here, and from here on, it's the people's rights.
Yes.
And the Declaration of Independence says that we give the consent to the governed, we the governed give the consent to the government to do what they have to do, which is protect our rights. That's why government is there. Not a lot of people know this. Yeah. Not a lot of people know that God is not just part of the equation of our freedoms and of our liberties. God is the center of it. The schools want to tell us that he's just a little tiny part. They don't even tell us that. He's not part of the equation, what they tell us in schools. He's the center of our freedoms. A lot of people don't know and don't recognize that even in our Pledge of Allegiance, when it says that we are one nation under God, they don't think, well, something just saying. I didn't know that when I was a kid. When I was younger, I didn't know what it meant. But now I do. it means that our basis is with God.
Yes.
That we are exactly one nation under God,
God.
that we follow the principles that God has in the Bible. And a lot of people don't know this. And this is what we want to teach kids. Because if we wait until they're in university or until they're in college,
it's too late.
It's too late.
Yes.
A lot of foundations are waiting outside of the colleges, outside of the universities, and they're like, well, they have signs up, right? This same table, signs up against abortions, against this, against that, pro-life. And they don't know that that doesn't do anything. Sometimes it's even worse.
Well, you know, and I will give props to these organizations who are trying to get to the college kids, because a lot of times college kids go off to school and then they get brainwashed by professors and people like that. However, what the Patriot Kids Foundation is doing is reaching the kids before they move off, and that's where Daniel comes into play in his organization. How can people donate? Because donations is what you need to keep this foundation going and get into more schools.
Well, everyone can go to my website, patriotkids.foundation. I'll repeat that, patriotkids.foundation. They can send me a seller through my phone number, and it's also the phone number of the foundation, 804-510-6988. I'll repeat that, 804-510-6988. They can help me through everything. Every little piece of sand helps out. We have to make sure that America keeps on the line of what our founding fathers set forth in 1776. And if we don't, we're going to see our nation a few years from now burned to ashes.
Yes, and so we need you too. If you have a little one at home and you want them to get involved, Daniel is the person to talk to, because 12 now. Are you 12 years old? He's grown before my eyes. He walked in yesterday and we said, there's Daniel. And I thought I was looking at a grown man already. You just, grew so fast since the last time I've seen you. So that's what happens at this age. But he's 12 years old. This is what he's doing. So your kids can get involved as well. And it takes a village to get things like this going and save our country. So get involved with the Patriot Kids Foundation. Let your child know about it. Go donate to the foundation as well. Every dollar helps, so he can get into more schools and help more kids around his age level, his age group, and learn about the history of America, so we can teach them at a young age to make America great again. Daniel, so good to see you. Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure to be
Yes.
here on
One more thing too. We want to get those numbers up on Instagram. What's your Instagram handle?
My Instagram is Daniel_Ferrer, Ferrer, 2011. And I'm almost about to pass you. Daniel_Ferrer.
Don't let him do it. Go follow me too. Mine is at Vanessa Broussard News, I believe. So follow us both. We share a lot of each other's stories anyway, and always liking each other's stories. So yes, it's okay. Let him pass me. He deserves it. Daniel, so good to see you. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you so much.
We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
One of the proud sponsors of this event for us is AMAC, and I said earlier in the show that their booth is right down there, and they said, hey, come down and hang out with us, because that's something that I want to do, because they are good people at AMAC, and they support the values that we all are here defending, and AMAC is one of those special companies that I think everyone who qualifies to be a member of AMAC should jump on board.
The Association of Mature American Citizens. They're there for you with a membership starting as low as $12 a year. That's $1 a month. Can't beat that. AMAC listens to their members and voices their concerns in Washington. They're here to offer you guidance, support, and address the issues that matter most to you in your communities. Contact AMAC. The information's on your screen. amac.us/right is the website to go to look into AMAC and hopefully get a membership with them.
Well, the alternative to AMAC is a company that is extremely liberal, and they may fool you with patriotic themed commercials and advertising, but they're not that at all. So if you believe in American values and conservatism, then you need to go check out our friends over at AMAC. It's very affordable. There's a ton of benefits, and it's easy to do. It's simple. The information's on your screen. I'm going to end up popping down there on their booth sometime later today and do a segment with them. But I just really support our friends over at AMAC. Before we break back into the coverage, thoughts on some of what you've seen so far. We've had some candidates that are running for office. We've had people with life-changing experiences of why they're here at CPAC. But thoughts so far?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's happy. Everyone's eager to see the speakers for today. They've loved what they've heard so far. We've had several people stop by the booth. You'll be seeing those interviews all throughout the day. We have more coming up. Caroline Leavitt just left here, the 2024 Trump campaign press secretary. She talked about, the importance of the election, why she believes and Trump believes that Nikki Haley may still be in this race. She talks about all the inside information, all the questions that we just want to know. Caroline answers that. So it's really like the who's who here, Brian, and it's great. We're having a great time.
It is having a great time. All right, we're going to break back in the coverage here at CPAC 2024.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream.
Greetings, CPAC. Do we have any patriots in the audience today? My name is Jack Posobiec, and I'd like to welcome you to the most dangerous speech to democracy in the world. We stand on the precipice of a 100-year project and a 100-year victory. Now, as you may have heard, I don't just want to drain the swamp. I want to build a whole new shining city in its place. And in order to do that, we're going to have to drain and burn that swamp to the ground. And today, ladies and gentlemen, I've decided to reveal to you my plan. Yes, my most diabolical plan yet. That is my plan. And if you've seen Joy Reid last night, or Morning Joe, or Mark Hamill, Luke Skywalker, very upset with me, because I made a comment. I said, yes, we are going to be ending democracy. Yes, that's what they said. We're not just going to end globalism. We have to end democracy, too, because I'm sorry, folks, it had a good run, but it's over. No, we have to end democracy. That's what the media told me. So now, my dear friends, I will reveal my plan of attack to you, my plan to end democracy by Jack Posobiec, the Pierogi Czar. Number one, we will begin with ending paper ballots and ending Election Day. We will remove all voter ID and all citizenship requirements for voting. We will replace in-person voting with low-integrity mail-in options and drop boxes. We are going to place state assets in all mainstream media. We are going to censor social media. We're going to lock up protesters if anyone has a problem with it. We're going to lock up and remove opposition parties and opposition candidates from the ballot. We're going to arrest the opposition leader 4 times. We'll flood the nation with millions of invaders who vote the way we want, release violent criminals into the cities, disarm the populace, remove religion from the public square, lock up bloggers who publish government documents called WikiLeaks. We're going to steal Catherine Herridge's confidential source documents. I'm going to do it all, and you can't stop me. Folks, this is their democracy. This is the regime that we will overturn. They say democracy, but they mean authoritarianism, and we know it. In fact, I'm considering following the example of the green sweatsuit guy that the Biden family keeps funneling all those billions of dollars to, and we'll cancel the presidential election altogether. Oh, he's an innovator in the field. You know, I almost forgot, by the way, everybody will be required, yes, I know, throughout the realm, to sleep on my pillows and my pillows only. But don't worry. Whoa, hold on. Don't worry. I will get all the subjects of the realm a great discount with promo code POSO. No promo code Tanya. I heard that. Look, folks, we understand. There is a swamp right across that river, right up there. They are the ones that are seeking to destroy not our democracy, but our constitutional republic. And is it incumbent upon us to restore it? We've watched as our schools have turned into incubators of hatred, hatreds of Christians, hatred of straight people, of white people, of successful people, hatred for our forefathers, hatred of our history, hatred for those who founded from nothing the greatest country in the history of the world, the United States of America. They call ugliness beauty. They call ignorance brilliance, and we are told to just take it. We've seen the lies when they start their wars and these pretexts. We've seen the way they've turned our cities into killing fields, our subways overwhelmed with homeless fentanyl zombies, jamming our country full of millions of illegal immigrants. They want you to think that the West is dead. Well, I'm here to tell you, the West will rise again. We will rise. And we've got people flooding into our ranks to support this cause that we never thought would come. People like J.K. Rowling, Bill Ackman, Elon Musk, who's given our voice back on social media. People like, I'm talking about the truth tellers, the freedom fighters who have suffered for their part in the fight. I'm talking about Julian Assange. I'm talking about each and every J6er and pro-lifer. We will pardon all political prisoners, and we will return them home to their families. Ladies and gentlemen, we will fight, and if we fight, we are inevitable, and we will join more into our ranks. And I say I open the door to anybody who may have voted for Barack Obama. I know. Even anyone who voted for Biden. We've now seen the results of 3 terms of Barack Obama, and it's time to end it once and for all. And dare I say, even to the great Taylor Swift and the millions of Swifties, the door is open. The answers are simple. Bukele has shown us the way. Milei has shown us the way. Lock up the criminals. Liquidate the administrative state. Are you prepared to fight? Are you prepared to take their best shot and say, is that all you got? They say Alexander gathered his Macedonians before the march on Persia. Well, I say, I see before me a gathering of Magadonians here in this room. And after we raise that swamp to the ground, we will establish the new American Republic on its ashes. And our first order of business will be righteous retribution for those who betrayed America. They will be judged. And there is one man who will be standing on this podium tomorrow. One man who will address the world from this very platform. One man who will never be destroyed and never let America be destroyed because he loves her too much. A man who has exposed the elites. A man who knows how to build. One man who knows how to restore our wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, his name is Donald John Trump. And he has one goal to restore American greatness. Are you ready to restore American greatness? Then I say, in the name of truth, in the name of Western civilization, and yes, as God as my witness, next January 6th, we will be certifying Donald J. Trump and his return to the White House to finish the mission. Thank you very much, and may God bless the United States of America.
America.
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have. And like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut.
This is Adam Schiff Justice. Please welcome former Deputy National Security Advisor to the President, K.T. McFarland. From Florida, former Attorney General Pam Bondi. Actress Savannah Chrisley. And your host, Executive Director of Right on Crime, Brett Tolman.
Go down.
Folks, when I was asked to be United States Attorney by President Bush so long ago, I didn't have gray in my beard. But I remember two things. I was told very distinctly by the outgoing U.S. Attorney. He said, there is a plaque in the halls of justice that say very clearly, and I remember reading this, that the hallmark of fairness in the administration of justice is consistency. And the second thing he told me was never, ever, ever relinquish any power to Washington, D.C. Those were the two things I was told. And what I have seen, and you all have heard me, and Pam and Katie and Savannah, my new friend here, talk about the justice system, the two-tier justice system, but I never thought that my justice system, led by an individual named Merrick Garland, being controlled by an executive named Joe Biden, would use all that enormous power to target their adversaries, their enemies, their opponents, or anyone they really didn't like. So we want to expose this, talk about it, and then discuss how do we fix this. So Katie, I'll turn to you. Tell us, you've been in the White House, what's going on in our country with the Department of Justice and our justice system?
Well, it starts with the FBI. I was in the Trump administration on the transition, and as Deputy National Security Advisor, moved with President Trump into the West Wing of the White House. Worked there, setting up fantastic foreign policies that were, peace in the world, prosperity in America, everything was terrific. And then President Trump nominated me to be ambassador to Singapore. So I left my White House job, went home, started reading all about Singapore, tried to brush up on my Chinese that I learned in college. And all of a sudden, I get a phone call. So we live in Long Island, lousy cell phone service, and I get a phone call, my cell phone, and it's sort of scratchy sounding, and I hear FBI here. I didn't know what that meant. And I said, I'm sorry, can you call me back on my landline? Or can I call you back? No, that's all right. We're right here. So tap, 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 knock on my door. I'd just gotten back from the gym. All right, I'm in my exercise clothes. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. My husband had just left to go to the village to go run errands. Our kids are all grown, so it was just me alone. Tap, tap, tap on the door. And I open the door, and I see two big guys. And they say, hi, we're from the FBI. Flash their credentials. And they say, we just want to have a few words with you. And I said, oh. And I figured what it was FBI guys doing security clearances on people who had been on my staff, security renewals. And I said, sure, come on in. And I said, well, so what are you here for? And they said, well, we're part of the Mueller investigation. I said, okay, but, I wasn't Russia policy. I was the China person. I was the Europe person. I wasn't the Russia person. And they said, that's all right. We just want to ask you a few general questions. Do you mind if we ask you a few general questions? And I said, well, look, I'm a Girl Scout. I turned in all of my files and my documents and my schedules and my devices when I left the White House. And I'm just operating on memory. I'll happily tell you what I remember, but don't take it as gospel because it might be wrong. It might be inaccurate. Oh, don't worry about a thing. So we sit down at my dining room table, me still in my exercise clothes, and they start pulling out newspaper articles and start asking questions about this thing or that thing that happened during the transition. And what they said was that they wanted to find out the level of Russian interference in the Trump administration or in U.S. government. And I said, hey, look, I want to find out the level of Russian interference, too. I don't like the Russians. I want to find out what they did. I want to find out how we stop them from doing it again. So I'm, at this point, a really cooperative witness. And I said, you're not here to investigate me, are you? Oh, no. We just want to, set the stage. So about 6 hours later, anyway, in the intermediate time, my husband comes home, and I pull him aside, and I said, Alan, I think these guys do you think they're investigating me for something? And he said, I don't know. Let me call the Attorney General. So Alan called one of his best friends from law school, a former Attorney General, Mike Buchese, and said, here's a story. There are two FBI guys here from the Mueller investigation. They want to interview KT about her time in the Trump administration. And the Attorney General said, oh, don't worry about it. It's probably just fine. They're just looking for some background information. I wouldn't worry about it. You probably don't need a lawyer or anything. So me, cooperate, tell them everything I think I know. And then they leave, and I said, okay, is this it? And they said, probably, but maybe not. And they said, well, we may get in touch with you again. Well, sure enough, they got in touch with me again, and this time it was not so nice with the conversations. And then they wanted to get in touch with me again. Well, by this time, I got a really mean, tough lawyer. And what was pretty clear is that although I'd had nothing to do with Russia, although I knew President Trump hadn't colluded with the Russians, they didn't really care. Their job was not to charge me with a crime. They didn't think I'd committed a crime. Their job was to try to blackmail me into committing perjury or in charging me with perjury, getting me to plead guilty to perjury, and probably implicating President Trump.
Well, and Katie, they have a policy. They won't record because they want to be able to
They don't
take
record because then they're going to say what to
They're going to
world.
write down the notes, and then they're going to say, you know what you said disagrees with what my notes are, and then we're going to bring charges. And that's a prosecution that we see all the time now. So is it just the feds, Pam, or are state prosecutors abusing any authority?
Well, I don't know. Have you guys heard of Fannie Willis?
Oh, yes.
But, what goes around comes around. And,
right.
Brett, I don't know if you all saw the breaking news today. This might shock you, but they just got her cell phone records, and it disputes her timeline of her affair with Nathan Wade. Yeah. All right. It was 12,000 text messages in an 11-month period.
That's about work. Pam. That's all about
So,
and he's never tried a felony case in his whole career.
And so, you know, I was a former state prosecutor and a state AG, so we'll talk about Letitia James in a second, another one of my favorites. But Fani Willis, it's going to catch up with these people. And this is such an organized effort. I've never seen such a well-organized, diabolical plan to get Trump than this. Because they're working at the federal level, the FBI. How we get rid of them is vote Donald Trump back in office. But on a state level, and I've said this for years, that's why it's so important to elect. You've got to look at your local DAs, state attorneys, solicitors, they're called in some states. You've got to be active in those local races. And that's why, because the Fani Willises of the world are going to go after him. That case is going to disintegrate. It's gone. Because she lied, he lied, Nathan Wade.
And let's just call it for what it is. Conservatives have dropped the ball in not holding the criminal justice system accountable. We've given them power and not reined it in.
Yes.
From immunity to everything else. So what about Letitia?
So, and they don't even care. Look at Letitia James. We were all tweeting this out. Eric Trump and I went, she was campaigning on the fact that she was going to get Donald Trump before she saw one single business record from New York. Not one. She was campaigning, I'm going to make it my life's mission to get Donald Trump, and she did. And that's going to backfire, too. It's going to be reversed on appeal. We all know it's going to be reversed on appeal. Anybody think Mar-a-Lago is valued at $18 million? It's absurd what she did. The president did nothing wrong. I was a state AG. He did nothing wrong. His CPAs valued that property.
But here's
the
the
banks
thing.
were very happy. They could have. You know,
the whole thing is the money.
Repaid. The banks were repaid.
Always follow the money. What they know, Donald Trump didn't do any of this stuff. They don't care. What they want to do is have these huge judgments against him, so they take the wealthiest man in America and bankrupt him.
Well, here's when the government will acknowledge that it's worth a lot. If they seize it, all of a sudden that's going to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, and Fani Willis is going to stay there, for a weekend or two.
But it's going to be reversed. It will be reversed. I mean, the judge was horrible. The clerk, we all know, is horrible. The AG is awful. I think it's criminal what they did, but it's going to be reversed. But the problem is they just want to get him before November. They want him to be in a courtroom or in jail and
preoccupied, having to turn over hundreds of thousands of dollars to lawyers to defend himself for crimes he didn't commit.
And what
it makes him stronger. Every time they go after him,
it does make him stronger
because of all of you supporting him.
And let's also point out, we heard all about from the left that the criminal justice system needed to be reined in and that there were problems and we needed to rein in prosecutors. But crickets when it comes to abuses against anyone on the right, including Trump. Where are all those advocates for criminal justice reform when it comes to prosecutions against the right? So I prosecuted a lot of individuals. The last case I prosecuted was the kidnapper of Elizabeth Smart. Very proud of a lot of the work that I did. I tried to make good decisions. But Savannah has another impression of the justice system. Are there things that need to be fixed?
Oh, without a doubt. For people that aren't aware of my story, both my parents are serving a combined 19 years in federal prison. Their case was in Fulton County, Georgia, and the prosecutor started off our trial by stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, what we have here are the Trumps of the South." And in Fulton County, Georgia, we all know how well that went over, especially with the judge, and she was the youngest African-American woman appointed by Obama. And from the date of trial to the end, we knew we were doomed. They never one time showed a single bank loan for bank fraud. Instead, they showed a spreadsheet that the FBI made. And when the FBI was asked what steps they took to authenticate evidence, the FBI agent stated, "Well, what are you asking me?" "Well, we're asking you, what steps did you take? You have Quantico at your fingertips." And he said, we didn't. So never one time did you authenticate evidence, never. And now the main prosecutor on the case has left the U.S. Attorney's Office and is now at the FDIC after we allege major misconduct, huge Fourth Amendment violations. And at this point, the FBI having a 98% conviction rate, that is not a win. The government is taking our taxpayer dollars and coming after us. And you are one bad prosecutor, one bad judge away from being in the same position my family's in.
One of the things Savannah raised, which is very important, is we have expanded immunity, right?
Since 1976.
So you cannot get immunity, apparently, if you're a sitting president that gets charged after they're out of office. But you try to go after a prosecutor or after certain individuals in the Justice Department, and the immunity is so strong, you can't do it. So where's the accountability?
And that's the thing, is where's the accountability? Also, in our case, the IRS, which we're all huge fans of here, an IRS agent testified, and after trial, she stated, what I said actually wasn't true. They don't owe anything. And that is all in internal documents that we now have. And when we called the government out on that, on our reply briefs, they responded, it was a harmless error. A harmless error. You used tax fraud in order to build a bank fraud case, and it's a harmless error? I don't believe that. Instead, taxpayer dollars are going to hire more IRS agents.
Think about this case that I had. It actually got uncovered that the prosecutor and the FBI were reading the defense team's emails between the defendant and the lawyer. And they got caught. And they brought him in front of the judge, and the judge said, you know, if this were a civil case, I'd fine you so much money that it made your head spin. But I can't find any relief in the criminal code to hold you accountable. So we have a lot of work. Weaponization is real. If you're in power and you're willing to use the power of the prosecution to go after your political adversaries, how do we fix it, KT?
Well, we better
Savannah?
fix it soon, because my concern is, having seen what happened with the Trump administration and how every conservative was sort of fair game, right? They were just target practice for the FBI and the Justice Department, that in a second Trump administration, everybody's going to have to lawyer up from day one, because they'll come after you for overdue library books. They're going to look for every excuse they can get to prosecute people, to go after them, to harass them, to subpoena them. And at the end of the day, they know they have infinite resources. They can come after you forever. But you are paying for your own defense. So you got to mortgage your house. There goes your insurance plan. There goes your retirement plan. And you don't get reimbursed by your insurance, by the Justice Department. They just come after you. So I think that we better figure out how to fix it, because if the Trump administration comes back in, it's not just Donald Trump they're going to go after. They're going to go after every member of his administration for something. And every one of the government agencies, which is populated by 97%, the swamp is 97% Democrats, the media is 100% Democrats, they're all going to come after any Trump appointees, guns blazing. And so I don't know how the fix is. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a victim of all of this. But man, I don't want to see any more victims.
You're exactly right. And Pam, you'll appreciate my mother, who passed this last year, 83 years old, used to call me and say, if I could just punch Joe Biden, I would do it. And I would say, Mom, I don't think you can actually make that threat. And she would say, well, you better fix this. And she put a lot of pressure. But I know Pam and myself, Katie, Savannah, others, I know Pam and I for sure are not going to rest until we have made a difference in the criminal justice system.
Without a doubt. I believe that every sector of the government needs to be completely deconstructed and then built back. And it needs to be built back on right. It needs to be built back right on faith, on ethics, and just doing the right thing. Because I tell people all the time, if you want to convict my parents, convict them, but convict them on the truth. And the government can't do that. The fact that we had 74,000 felony cases last year in 2022, and only 1,000 of them went to trial. Only 1,000. Why is that? Because our government scares people into pleading out. They scare them into doing what we want you to do. The only reason they went after my mother is because my father wouldn't plead guilty. It's what they do best.
You know, there was a point when they were going after me where they basically said, plead guilty to perjury. We know you didn't do it. Plead guilty to perjury, or tell us about Donald Trump and the collusion he was doing with the Russians. And I went back to my husband. My lawyer gave me the deal. And I went back to my husband and said, God, should I just lie and plead guilty to something? Maybe they'll go away. Otherwise, the rest of my life, I'm going to be hounded by these people. And he said, no, you'll never live with yourself. Don't do it. And so we went back to the FBI and the Mueller people and said, no, you're going to come after us, just come after us. We're not going to lie. And they went away. But at the end of the day, what they wanted was Donald Trump. I was collateral damage in this, but they thought they could flip me. They thought I would lie and then somehow finger Donald Trump, and then he'd be in trouble.
They underestimated our brilliant friend right here.
Tough.
So Pam, what are our next steps?
Well, first put Donald Trump back in office, and he's going to clean up DOJ. He's going to clean up the FBI. It has to be done. And you know, Brett, as former prosecutors, we know the men and women, the rank men and women of the FBI, they want to be out getting missing children. They want to be solving bank robberies. They want to be going after human traffickers. The same thing with the cops, with the sheriffs, with the police.
That's right.
Their hands are tied. Look at Letitia James in New York. Crime is at an all-time high. A lot of it because of this horrible immigration policy. Crime is at an all-time high, and their hands are tied. They can't do anything. They're getting beaten on the streets of New York. Beaten, and no one's doing anything about it. And that's why we've got to elect better state officials, but we also have to support our good men and women in law enforcement.
Amen. I will say, amen. If you want to know a takeaway for this meeting, educate yourself on the abuses of power that are going on in this country and the criminal justice system, and then elect individuals that are faithful, are moral, do have a conscience, do want the rule of law in our country. If you don't, you get either the woke left prosecutor that refuses to prosecute certain types of crimes and prosecutes certain crimes based on a political ideology. You also avoid individuals that you look at and say, okay, they're prosecuting that person because it's a political opponent. I remember hearing from Mukasey, and I remember Ed Meese. These were attorney generals who said, we don't care about a person's politics. We want to know the facts, and we want to know if the law is applied correctly.
So what are they doing today? They're flipping it around to do what what Stalin's henchmen did, where show me the man, I'll find you the crime.
That's right.
Exactly.
Just last thought. When Reagan was president, there were roughly 4,000 to 5,000 criminal federal statutes. There are now over 300,000 criminal statutes and regulations with criminal penalties. Do you think they have power to come after anyone if they wanted to?
Yeah.
They do. Let's fix it.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great job, Savannah.
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to visit the...
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have. And like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out.
Welcome, Governor of South Dakota, Kristi Noem.
Thank you. Good afternoon, CPAC. What an honor to be with all of you today. It's so great to be with all of you. Thank you for being true patriots and for loving America. You know me. You've met me before, and you know my background and my history. I'm a farmer, I'm a rancher from South Dakota who is now blessed to be the 33rd governor of the great state of South Dakota. Now, I was raised by a family who worked very hard. They solved problems. They believed in personal responsibility and not sitting around and waiting for the government to be the answer. I still love the outdoors, and most of the time working in the dirt and being comfortable in my jeans and wearing a ball cap, but as governor, my hours are often filled with something very different these days. I'm here today to let you know that 2024 should not be a year where we get hung up on party politics,
one-issue disagreements, or picking our leaders based on how long they've been in the U.S. Senate, or how many speeches they give each year. This election, the choice is clear. There are two kinds of people in this country right now. There are people who love America, and there are those who hate America. Those who hate America are working every day to destroy it. And let's be clear, Joe Biden is destroying America and taking away your freedoms. We can't just sit around complaining about it anymore. We need to do more. You know, I was recently asked an interesting question by a group that I had the chance to speak to. It was a leadership class, and they asked me a question from the audience and said, Governor Noem, how do you make your hard decisions? And I thought about it for a minute, and then I just said, you know what? It isn't hard. It's easy, because I know the foundation that I need to start from with every single decision that I make as governor. I went on to tell them a little bit about how when I first started to run for governor of our state, it was clear that it was going to be a very different race than I had ever run before. It was showing up in my polling that it was going to be an issue that I was a woman. Now, South Dakota had seen women lead before, of course, in business and in our state legislature and in Congress, but we had never had a female governor before. We'd never had a woman as the CEO of our state. It was a new idea. Now, I had spent my entire life in a man's world. I loved my dad. He was my best friend. I spent my days in the tractor, chasing cows, going on hunting trips with him. I was usually one of the very few women driving semis, hauling grain, showing up at farm policy meetings, serving in leadership in our state legislature, and even during my time in Congress, I was one of just a couple of women on the leadership team making decisions on policy there. It was normal for me to be one of the few women in the room, and it was nothing out of the ordinary. But I remember the day that I was actually being sworn in to office as the first female governor of South Dakota. And much of that ceremony that day was dedicated to the historical nature of that event. I was being sworn in to office on the 100th anniversary of women getting the right to vote in our state for the first time. And as the ceremony went on and the speakers continued to point out the significance of this 100-year anniversary and me taking the oath of office, it really started to hit me. For the first time, I thought to myself, wow, this is kind of a big deal. I looked around the Capitol Rotunda and I saw it filled with hundreds and hundreds of people, but for the first time, I started to notice all of the little girls in the room and all the women. And I realized that this really was going to be a part of history. They were getting to see somebody who looked like them take on a very different role. For the first time, I started to get nervous. And I thought to myself, I better not screw this up. As I stepped up to be sworn in by our Chief Justice of our Supreme Court, placed my hand on my dad's Bible, and I raised my right hand, I realized that I was only making two promises to the people of South Dakota. I was promising to uphold the Constitution of the great state of South Dakota and to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. Two promises. I can do that. So from that moment on, every decision that I make starts with asking the questions, is this constitutional? Do I have this authority as governor? What authority do I not have? What is the responsibility of the people? I think all of you know a little bit about the decisions that I've made as governor of our state. The last several years, we saw government leaders in other states use fear to control people. They used fear to promote their agenda of socialism and control. Now, that has not been our story in South Dakota. They took away, in other places, people's freedom of assembly. They took away their freedom of religion and their freedom of speech. And now they are threatening our state's rights to protect our people. Now, I was the only governor in this country who never once closed a single business. I never mandated anything to my people. I never told anyone that they couldn't go to church. We were the only state to turn down the elevated unemployment benefits because our people wanted to work. We trusted each other and we got through our challenges together. And we are stronger because of it. Today, South Dakota is thriving. Because of the decisions that we've made in South Dakota, we broke the record for the lowest state unemployment rate in the history of America at 1.8%. We have unprecedented population growth, historic revenues, a AAA credit rating, a fully funded pension system, and we have paid off debts. We were the first state to eliminate fees for concealed carry permits in South Dakota, and we'll even pay for your federal background check. When the federal government tried to push the central bank digital currency, we were the first state in the nation to veto that bill and to say, no way, not here. We have built roads, bridges, dams, and even a railroad. Who builds railroads anymore? South Dakota does. We do. We put high-speed internet access across the entire state. We have the highest birth rate in the nation. People have hope. People are having babies, and I love it. We do not have an income tax. We have no personal property tax. And last year we passed the largest tax cut in our state's history by lowering our sales tax to 4.2%. Now, we are one of the few states whose suicide rates and our mental health challenges are going down. And we have the lowest drop in overdoses the last couple of years as well. What does all this say? This says that our people are happier, and they're happier because they're free. Leadership matters. I'm just going to say it. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they suck. And, to be honest with you, we shouldn't look to Congress for the answers either. The gridlock on Capitol Hill is not going to break in time to save America. We need a president who will. And I have always believed and supported the fact that our next president needs to be President Trump. We have incredible threats to our country right now. 2 years ago, I was at the southern border. I was actually the first governor to deploy National Guard troops down to the southern border to protect our country. Now other states are following our lead, and they're sending their National Guard as well. And make no mistake, an invasion of our country is happening, and our border is a war zone. It is the fault of Joe Biden and his violation of federal law. I was alarmed recently to hear Democrats encouraging Biden to federalize the National Guard under Title X in order to take them away from the control of governors and take away my ability to be their commander-in-chief of the National Guard. I recognized immediately the danger in this threat. If the president took that action to remove me as commander-in-chief of my South Dakota National Guard, it would be the first time in American history that a president paid soldiers to stand down, to not protect our country. So I went to the border the very next day. I offered to bring razor wire there so Texas would know that South Dakota stands with them, and I would load it in my truck and bring it. And I wanted them to know that we will defend our state's rights to protect our people and to protect them from a corrupt federal government. When I came home, I gave a joint address to my legislative session, and that very day our state legislature passed a resolution in support of securing our border and standing with Texas. South Dakota was the very first state legislature in this nation to take such an aggressive action, and I am so proud of them for doing that. This week, I announced that we will be deploying National Guard soldiers to the border for the 5th time. This time, they will be constructing a wall, a barrier, to keep those who want to come to this country illegally out, and to stop them from trafficking drugs, from proliferating the sex trafficking of our women and our children, and to stop the inhumanity of Joe Biden's border policies. Now, we have cartel presence right in our state of South Dakota because of that open border. My people are affected by it every day. I will do all I can in South Dakota to bring back peace and stability where Joe Biden has brought destruction and death. We know that China is taking advantage of the situation, that they're funneling military-aged men into our country, and many dangerous criminals and terrorists from other countries who hate us are making their way here too. Some countries are emptying out their prisons and their mental health institutions to send their responsibilities to us to handle. These countries are infiltrating us to destroy us, and they're doing it from the inside. Now, I saw this coming. I was the first governor in the country to ban TikTok for state government devices. I know how China is using that app to collect our data, to spy on our people, and to manipulate our opinions and our ideas. Since then, dozens of states and even the federal government followed my lead and took action. Apparently, Joe Biden gets a pass for his campaign, but whatever, Joe. We need to face the facts. Joe Biden is not fit to be president, and Kamala is no backup plan. They have facilitated communist policies, socialist programs into our American democracy. It is not the government's job to simply do everything for people. It is the job of the government to empower people to do things for themselves. So we have a clear choice. I was one of the first people to endorse Donald J. Trump to be our next president. Last year, when everyone was asking me if I was going to consider running for president, I said no. Why would you run for president if you can't win? I didn't say that to be nice. I said it because it was a fact. No one we knew could beat Donald J. Trump. We've known that for over a year, that he's the only person who had the support to be the Republican nominee. So why did all these other people and candidates get into the race? For themselves? For personal benefit? For a spotlight for a period of time? But it did not and it does not strengthen our country if conservatives are not united enough to recognize that we need to win. We need a fighter. We need someone who doesn't give up, who has never quit on us, so don't you quit on him. President Trump, he broke politics in 2016. He just did. And I think that's a good thing because he's real. He's not perfect. None of us are. But he cares about you. And what I love about him the most is that he doesn't think he's better than you. So luckily, we are not going back to the good old days of the Romneys and the Cheneys and the Republican Party is much bigger than that now. We are filled with blue-collar workers, many cultures, perspectives, and viewpoints, but most importantly, we all love America, and we realize what a gift that this country is. This country is the greatest experiment in humankind, and if we lose it on our watch, where will we go? Where is there another country that is better or offers us more opportunity? It just doesn't exist. So for me, there is no going back. I'm all in. And you need to be too. We need to look for our leaders outside of the swamp. Nobody turns to D.C. for the solutions. Nothing meaningful gets accomplished here. It is governors who have had to lead. And I have seen governors make bad decisions and devastate their states, and we have seen governors who did the right thing. Now, as you know, for me personally, I slammed my foot on the gas. I promoted freedom, personal responsibility in our Constitution. And today, South Dakotans are happy. They're making more money, they're making decisions for their children's education, they're pursuing the American dream in safe communities. There's a famous quote from Margaret Thatcher where she said, "God needs no faint hearts for his ambassadors." Well, with your help, we can always do more. If America wants to be great again, I'd suggest you take a look at South Dakota and see all that we have achieved, and then vote for President Trump. I want to thank you for your dedication to freedom. You are inspirational. I want you to leave here and go be hopeful and be happy. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is What You Talking About, Fannie Willis. Please welcome Chairman of U.S. House Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan, and CPAC Chairman, Matt Schlapp.
Hey guys.
Can you imagine? I get to ask Chairman Jim Jordan questions. You're usually the one.
Well.
Okay, so let's start off with what's on a lot of people's minds. You know, does she not understand we can still be friends, but the love is over? Does Nikki Haley not kind of get what we're saying?
I didn't know that was going to be a question.
I told you I threw you a curveball.
Yeah, you're well, look, President Trump's going to be our nominee. I think he's going to win. He's the one president, certainly in my lifetime, who did more what he said he was going to do than any president I've ever seen. And I love the line. When we talk about the weaponization of government, just look at President Trump and the escalation that the left and the government have taken to going after this guy. I mean, it started with the spying on his campaign, then it was the Mueller investigation, then it was impeachment, then it was a raid on his home, then it was the 14th Amendment. It's 4 different, 2 state cases, the 2 federal cases, all the indictments. It's gotten ridiculous. But he has a great line, and you've all heard him say it. He says, they're coming after me because I'm fighting for you. And that is so true. And that's why I so appreciate President Trump. So, yeah, let's get behind President Trump and let's win
get
this
thing on, huh?
Yep. He actually changed it. When we were out in Iowa, he changed it. We were at this nice rally he did when it was like minus 20 degrees out there, and he still had people showing up to hear him. But he changed the line. He said, they're coming after my freedom because I'm fighting for yours. And I told him, I like that even better because it is so true, so accurate, what we see with the federal government, these agencies, what they're doing to we the people. And he is fighting for us. And so let's get behind him and make sure he wins in November.
I'm not sure if Jimmy Kimmel understood what the title of this conversation is. What you talking about, Willis? Bonnie Willis. Did she get back to you today?
Yeah, we subpoenaed her. Not yet. I just talked to our
Wait,
staff.
is she supposed to get back to you today?
Yeah, she's supposed to get documents.
Well,
to
did
us.
you hear from her boyfriend?
We haven't. So I was talking about this in the office, and I said Fonnie Wade, and it was like a Freudian slip, like it's Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade. So no, we haven't heard back from her yet. We'll see what we get from her. But there's a whistleblower in her office who we have talked to, the committee staff. Yeah, and she. The whistleblower, I think she's like 4'11", but Fonnie Willis had 7 police escort her out when she fired this lady, because this lady raised the concern that Miss Willis was not spending federal funds and not following the grant, the rules of the grant and the grant dollars in the appropriate manner. So she raised this concern, and then Fonnie Willis fired her. She's now talking with our office, and we'll see where that goes. And that's why we subpoenaed for records and documents related to this. We'll see what we get. There's still a few hours left in today. She also was interesting. She, instead of accepting service on the subpoena, she made us send the U.S. Marshals. Even though our office had talked with her office, we've had correspondence back and forth, she made the U.S. Marshals take the subpoena there. So go figure. This is Fonnie Willis, and we all saw her, I think, her attitude on display when she took the stand a few weeks ago.
I thought it was a skit, but I think it actually was real life.
It was real.
Real. We sent out a tweet that said, we didn't invite Fonnie Willis to CPAC, but there is a Fonnie sandwich with a chaser of Grey Goose vodka if you have enough cash, ready cash in your pocket.
Yeah, the comedy routine from Mr. Slap coming out today. That's awesome.
It's been a long year, Jim.
But we appreciate what you do. We appreciate what CPAC has meant for conservative principles for a long, long time.
Thank you. It means a lot.
So do they.
You're a hero to a lot of us for a lot of reasons, but you have a 100% rating in our scorecard. You've had, as you have now, in positions of importance, big titles, just always do the right thing. And you always vote right. Well, how come you don't wander off and get this kind of Potomac fever like everyone else gets?
I mean, you're being kind.
Is it because you're not a senator?
There's lots of good senators, too. I appreciate that. Look, I say this all the time. You probably all heard me say it. I think we make the job way too complicated. You're a member of Congress, you're in public office. It's really, your objective is really pretty basic. What'd you tell the voters you were going to do when you put your name on the ballot, you ran for the office? If they, in fact, elect you, go do what you said. Go fight for the things you told them you're going to. That's how this compact works between the elected officials and the people we get the privilege of representing. And I try to remember that when I think about the people in West Central, North Central Ohio, and the 4th District.
Anybody here from Ohio? There we go. By the way, the room looks pretty full.
Yeah.
Room looks pretty full. I wonder why. I think you're liked.
Yeah.
Mercy, who's sitting over there, worked for President Trump in the White House, and Mercy and I worked in the Bush White House together. That's a whole other story. But the White House counsel is one of the most important jobs in that White House. By the way, whenever you're the White House counsel, if you work for a Republican, everyone knows who you are. There's stories constantly about all the legal turmoil about every Republican president. I don't know if people realize that Joe Biden has a White House counsel. He's pretty much anonymous. I've never read stories about him. I'm reading that his office is coordinating and meeting at least with Fonnie Willis, with her then boyfriend, meeting with the folks who are going after President Trump in New York.
Yeah.
Shouldn't we know who this is? And why is he getting away with what I view as, this is me, not you, as an American citizen? It looks like there's a lot of coordination from the White House on running cover on Hunter Biden and Biden Incorporated and the attack, this persecution on President Trump.
Well, yeah, Nathan Wade, the guy from Finding Willis's office, he's supposedly had contact with the White House counsel's office, with the White House, with the Justice Department, with the January 6th committee, all that going on. It looks
shouldn't they be running an independent
Well, you would think. Now, I'm sure he's entitled to some of that information, but we want to know how this is all played out, particularly when you think about the fact they're going after their political opponent and the history I just talked about that started clear back in 15 and 16 when they started spying on his campaign. By the way, based on a confidential human source who we now know lied to him, nothing seems to happen to Christopher Steele. I'm sure the audience remembers that name. Yep. Now we have this confidential human source who Christopher Wray told us, filled out this 1023 form the FBI did, Christopher Wray told us that this guy, we can't give you the 1023 form. This guy has been a 14-year confidential human source. We've paid him. He's respected. We don't want to risk his safety. And now they arrest the guy, not once, but twice. I don't know. Maybe the guy did lie. But it sure is quite a contrast for Christopher Steele can give false information about President Trump, and he continues to get paid. This guy, this Mr. Smirnoff, can give false information, what they've said is false information, and he gets arrested. Double standard again.
I might just be slow on the go, but I don't think I'm just going to fall for the next Russian collusion immediately. I'd probably wait for proof.
Yeah. 2016, it was Trump-Russia. Of course, Mueller told us that didn't happen. 2020, it was, the laptop's a Russian information op. 51 former intel officials signed that statement. Turned out to be baloney, and now here we go again, round 3. Maybe it's a case, but sure seems strange to me.
What's going to happen with Hunter?
Well, he testifies next week in our deposition, so we'll have some questions for him. We continue to dig into our work. One thing that I would say for sure is, I say this all the time, there are 4 fundamental facts that will never change. Fact number 1, Hunter Biden gets put on the board of Burisma, gets paid $1 million a year.
But he is an energy expert. You have to give him that. Right?
Fact number...
He has a lot of energy.
You beat me to the punch on fact number 2. Fact number 2, he's not qualified. He said so himself in an interview, I think, with ABC News. Fact number 3, Hunter Biden meeting with the CEOs of Burisma. They asked him, can you weigh in and help relieve the pressure we are under from the prosecutor in Ukraine? He calls D.C., he calls his father, according to his business partner, Devin Archer, when we deposed him. Fact number 4, 3 days after that phone call, Joe Biden goes to Ukraine, conditions the release of our tax dollars, your tax dollars, on the firing of that prosecutor. That went against, by the way. Those 4 facts are... Joe Biden bragged about the last thing. He bragged about doing that. Those 4 facts go against what the State Department said they needed to happen. They'd send a letter to the prosecutor saying, you're doing a good job. 2 months before, they said the Interagency Policy Committee says, Ukraine warrants this $1 billion. Joe Biden changed it. What caused him to change it? Could it have been the phone call from his son asking? And Joe Biden gets this guy fired who's applying the pressure to the company that Hunter Biden sits on the board of, making $1 million a year. That's not supposed to be how things operate, but those facts are fundamental. So regardless of what the Democrats say about this confidential human source, those facts don't change.
I just want to go back to the previous question and say the White House counsel is Ed Siskel. I'm not accusing him of doing anything wrong, but I do think there's a lot of wrongdoing associated with the attempt to imprison Joe Biden's general election opponent. And I think we ought to know who the man is. I think we ought to answer some questions. And I want to know why the Biden administration and the Biden White House doesn't recuse itself from questions concerning their own campaign. It seems like a very basic thing. And I think that the people of CPAC, let's start asking questions about Ed Siskel. You agree? You have all these victims. You went back through Russiagate, Russian collusion, what went on during that 2016 campaign. Mercy and I know this. We've had a lot of calls over the last several years from dear friends who are quietly bankrupted, quietly investigated, quietly having their lives destroyed, quietly having their professional lives destroyed, all because they want to wear a red hat.
Yeah.
That's the reason. I have an interesting question for you, something for you to consider. Until all those people get their legal fees back, I think of KT McFarland, who's on my board and spent 7 figures of her money just answering basic questions. Until all these victims, we have these J6 victims who are in the crowd, others, until they're made whole financially by our government who wronged them, And by DOJ in particular, won't the wrongdoing just keep going on and on and on? No one seems to go to jail.
Now, there is some positive, because we focus on this, I mentioned earlier, this weaponization of the very agencies that are supposed to serve we the people that have been turned against us. So this weaponization.
And it's more than one or two, right?
Right. It is, there have been some positives. So we pointed out a year or so ago that the Department of Homeland Security had set up the Disinformation Governance Board. Remember this? Right? As if some agency can tell you what you're allowed to say, what you're not allowed to say in a country where we have the First Amendment. But they were attempting to do this. We made such a big issue of this. You guys helped all kinds of conservatives around the country that they got rid of that board. So there's sometimes just by drawing attention to the ridiculous things that are going on, you can make a difference. Another example, the IRS announced 4.5 months ago that they would no longer be making unannounced visits to American citizens' homes. And Danny Werfel, the commissioner, that's a good thing, yeah. Danny Werfel, the commissioner at the IRS, said, well, we're doing this because we're concerned about the safety of our agents. Baloney. They're doing it because we caught them knocking on Matt Taibbi's door at the very moment he was testifying in front of the Select Committee on the weaponization of government. Now, you can't make this up. He's testifying, talking about, and Democrats are asking about to reveal his sources, attacking First Amendment free press rights. While he's explaining to them why you can't do that in this country, why he didn't have to divulge his sources, the IRS agent was knocking on it. It turned out they actually owed him money. It wasn't the other way around. Go figure. So sometimes just by highlighting these things, you can have an impact. We just got to keep it up. And then we're also going to be focused on legislation, particularly where the government is involved in censoring American speech. You have a cause of action. So we got legislation that Mr. Bishop and Ms. Hageman are going to introduce on the Judiciary Committee that we think will help address this situation. By the way, that is the most important thing. All this other crazy stuff that the left has done, we can recover from it all. But if they take away our First Amendment liberties, I always tell folks, we have 5 rights under the First Amendment. Your right to practice your faith, your right to assemble like we're doing today, your right to petition your government, free press, free speech. All critically important, but the most important is your right to talk. Because if you can't speak, you can't practice your faith, you can't share your faith, you can't petition your government, and you don't have a free press. And that is what they're going after. And so we are really focused on that more than anything else.
So, God bless you for that. So back when I was had a little more brown hair, I did have brown hair at one point, by the way. And I worked on the Hill. President Clinton, and it was really Hillary, let's face it, she corruptly fired the travel office because she didn't like what they were doing. And the Republican majority came back and made those people whole. They gave them back their pensions. They helped them with their legal fees. What CPAC, I think, would like to do is partner with the good guys like you to make sure, not more spending, but DOJ has a lot of little slush funds over there, and they don't always go to good causes. I just think we should have some more funds over at DOJ that go after, if the United States government goes after you for years, uses every penny of your savings, or you have to hire all these expensive lawyers and go through all that process, you get down to the end, and they give you a parking ticket, I think you deserve to be made whole.
Well said, well said.
Yeah. Finally, talk about these First Amendment freedoms. By the way, freedom of the press is not the first one. Sorry, guys in the back, but they always think it's the first one. But it's a very important one.
Sure is.
Catherine Herridge, what is going on?
Well, we're trying to dig into this, but what happened here looks really, really wrong in my judgment, because they've grabbed everything. So this is her sources, her information. And that is just does not happen when you're talking about the press. We're talking about what CBS, just as this breaking story, CBS fired Catherine Herridge, who, by the way, has done an amazing job, an amazing journalist, fair journalist, and grabbed her stuff. I mean, literally grabbed her stuff. So this is, again, I think this further encroachment by folks on the left, which now unfortunately controls the Democrat Party, this encroachment on First Amendment rights. And, you know, think back to COVID. They told Americans, we had governors and mayors tell Americans, you can't go to church on Sunday. In America? I mean, think about that.
The government closed down the church.
Yes, it's crazy. And that I remember I gave a speech to the New Mexico Republican Party in Amarillo, Texas, because their liberal Democrat governor wouldn't let them assemble in their own state. So they had to go to Texas to get the freedom to assemble. And on it goes. So
and
it's
I think
scary.
A lot of them just ended up staying because it was a much better place.
Maybe. So, yeah, this is scary what's happening to Catherine. Many of you, I'm sure everyone knows what great reporting she's done over the years, both for Fox and then for CBS. But what CBS has done just doesn't make sense. and something that we're going to dig into.
So I think the biggest problem we have, despite all the policy and constitutional crises and everything else, the biggest problem we have is in our own hearts. A lot of people are giving up. They're saying we've lost so much ground. We've already lost the Constitution. They cheat in elections. We can't win elections. It's too late. We believe at CPAC, one of our biggest jobs is to wake those people up and make them understand this in November is the fight for the future of America.
Well said.
What is your inspirational message to those folks who might have given up?
The people. I mean, the left controls big media. The left controls big tech. The left controls big corporations. The left controls big sports. The left controls academia. The left controls Hollywood. The left controls the bureaucracy, which is crazy. The left now controls the United States Senate, and they control the White House. But the left doesn't control we the people.
Amen.
And that is always what this country is about. And that's why you guys are here. We remember that. And remember, there's a guy at the top of the ticket who has
You mean the really big guy, or?
I mean President Trump, who's going to be at the top of the ticket, who cares about that First Amendment, cares about this great country, and is just as positive as you can be in spite of everything that's happened to him. You know him. I've gotten the chance to know this guy. But he is such an amazing guy who loves this country, loves regular people like folks in this room, and is willing to go fight for us because he cares about the greatest nation ever.
Are we going to win?
We are. Yeah.
I think that's a great way to end it. Thank you, Jim Jordan.
Thank you. Thank you all. God bless. Good to see you all. Thank you. We're going to...
Ladies and gentlemen, who's the White House counsel? Please welcome from Florida, Congresswoman Kat Comack, and editor of
Got a busy Friday afternoon at our hands.
A little bit. I've been up since 4. So
yeah, exactly. Good afternoon,
punchy.
everybody. Thank you for joining us here at CPAC. I'm with the wonderful Congresswoman Kat Comack, who got up at 4 a.m. to catch a flight to be here today. So thank you very much for being here with us today.
Absolutely. This is great.
So 1 year ago, we were here in the same place on the same stage, and you were just getting started with your work on the subcommittee for the weaponization of the federal government in the House.
Yes.
So I wanted to make sure that we gave the audience an update on the work that you've been doing over the past year, because really the weaponization of the federal government is an assault on people's constitutional rights. Maybe just give an overview of what you're doing, and then we can get into the details.
Yeah, absolutely. So how many people here feel that the government has gotten way too big? Okay. How many people feel that the government has abused its powers against everyday American citizens? Yeah. I mean, there's a pretty much general consensus that there's a problem happening in the country where these unelected, nameless, faceless bureaucrats think that they all of a sudden have the power to take on everyday American citizens and strip them of their constitutional rights. And so for the last year, under the leadership of Chairman Jim Jordan, who y'all just saw, wasn't Jim great? He's amazing. We have been tackling all the various aspects of weaponization of federal government. And it's everything from the Ukrainian intelligence service, which is directing the FBI to take down your social media posts, or a bank giving up your financial information to the FBI to search for key terms that would indicate that you are a radical individual. For example, if you shop at Bass Pro or at Cabela's, I guess that makes me a radical. But that is the type of work that we've been undertaking, and one of the key areas that has just really emerged is this nexus between AI and censorship. And this is where we dig into the industrial censorship complex. And I think that's one way to really encapsulate the work that we've done, is really defining and digging into this new era of the industrial censorship complex where big government and big tech work hand in glove to take away your constitutional rights. And the Democrats, they don't think that this is happening. Every single person in this room just said that they think that government's too big and that there's a problem and it's weaponized. And the Democrats think, no, it's not a problem. Is how it's a sham, that there's no weaponization of government. Oh, and Donald Trump is bad. That's what they want to talk about. They are so obsessed with Donald Trump that they will do anything possible to make sure that he is not the nominee or the 47th president of the United States. Their obsession is real. And it is just unbelievable that they are so blind with hate that that's all they can focus on. They can't see that right in front of you, regardless of whether you're a Republican or Democrat, this is a real problem where everyday rights of Americans are being stripped away, and they're doing nothing in stopping it or trying to tackle it.
So we have a constitution for a reason. People still do have constitutional rights. Yes. But as we continue to move into a completely digital society, whether it's online with information that we consume or with banking, you said it as an example. You know, I shop at Bass Pro. I shop at Cabela's. Through the coverage of your committee and the work that you guys do in the reporting, you know, they're flagging things like Bibles as extremist sales, which is a violation of the First Amendment. And then, of course, the search and seizure without the warrants, which is not just limited to Bass Pro and Cabela's. The FBI has been doing hundreds of thousands of searches illawfully for years now. So how do Americans fight back against this kind of invasion and violation of their rights, especially when it's very difficult to see it happening when you have these federal government agencies like the Treasury Department, for example, and computers that you're not seeing the action on until much later, years later? You know, how are you working to combat this from happening in the first place? Because it seems like it's like guilty until proven innocent kind of thing. Like they do it and then you find out about it later and there's no recourse.
No, I mean, it really does kind of feel like you're in a twilight zone. Like, to your point, you're guilty until proven innocent. And so one of the things that we're doing, and I think Chairman Jordan alluded to this, is some of the legislative fixes, ensuring that your First Amendment right is there, it's protected, and that you have a right to free speech. One of the very, very troubling things, though, is that you could walk up to an average member of Congress, and unlikely that they could outline the 5 tenets of the First Amendment. That is very scary, because these are the people who have taken an oath to uphold the Constitution. And so one thing that we have done is the legislative element, which I will add, one piece of legislation that we're working on in our office is called a fencing bill. We know the challenges that we face in the government funding battles. I mean, no sooner than a week from now, we will probably be looking down the barrel of a government shutdown over a spending battle. So until we can get an attitude adjustment, a very much needed attitude adjustment in Washington, we have a more clever way of figuring out how we can hold these unelected swamp creatures accountable. And that's by fencing their money. If we can't cut their money, we're going to fence it. And people are like, well, what would that do? Well, you start in different departments and you hold their money hostage. 2 can play this game. And I am so sick and tired, and I know you guys are too, of sitting on the sidelines and watching these people run roughshod over our rights with our money. And they treat it like their money. It's our money. It's crazy.
So I'm so glad that you brought up the fencing and the strategy behind holding bureaucrats accountable, because that's exactly it. It's bureaucrats who are faceless, nameless, no accountability for them in these agencies, who happen to mostly be leftists working in the federal government who think they can violate the rights of everyday Americans for the sake of whatever cause they're pushing. So we've seen this issue of big tech partnering with big government, whether it's the White House, whether it's the federal government, other areas, also state governments, for example. But now we're moving into this new phase. I was in San Francisco a couple weeks ago.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Did you
I was only driving through, thank God.
Oh, wait, I have to ask, did you download the poop?
I did not, because I was just only driving through, but it was risky. It was risky. But all the billboards were about AI. And your committee, the Weaponization Committee, just came out with this alarming, almost 100-page report about how the National Institute of Science Foundation, which is a federal government-funded program, is using taxpayer money to work with academia to censor information online, quote, at scale. So talk about this new partnership that has been unveiled, and you've just been appointed to a new commission to work on AI, a bipartisan commission, actually. So talk about the dangers of AI and the way that the government is already working through grants, through money, to use it to, quote, censor at scale.
No, it's really terrifying what we're seeing. And so to your point about this new commission that's been formed, we just actually this week announced the new Congressional AI Task Force. And this is really important because I don't know if you guys have seen in the news here in the last week, Microsoft rolled out their new AI platform, and you ask it a question, something as simple as, paint me a picture of a 16th century king from England. And it gives you a guy in dreads, and like, it's ridiculous. The front page of the New York Post had a great front cover that talked about how the Pope was a woman, and it is just riddled with DEI BS. And why it's that way is because of the language model. And so what we're doing on the task force is we are ensuring that the language models come from a liberty perspective. Because if you start with garbage in, you're going to get garbage out. And I think there's tremendous potential when it comes to AI. But what does an average American do? What do organizations do? What do organizations or municipalities, cities, counties, what do they do if there's massive election interference at scale because of AI? There's very little recourse. So there has to be some guiding frameworks put in place, but we don't want to overreact like government typically does and drive the innovation out. Because I do see a tremendous opportunity for us to do incredible things using AI. Yeah. But we have to be cognizant of the dangers around it. And if we don't get this right, we could be staring down the barrel of mass censorship at scale like we saw at Stanford, at MIT, at University of Michigan. And I'll give a quick example. The system that was awarded for MIT with their AI initiative, it said in their findings that they were utilizing AI to reprogram veterans, rural Americans, and people who had a conservative mindset, because we couldn't handle truth. And so they were literally using AI to try to reprogram conversations and mindsets and facts. That's dangerous. That's incredibly dangerous. And so I think we have a lot of work to do. We're right at the beginning of where AI is going to be implemented in every single aspect of our life. So we've got to make sure we don't stifle innovation, but we also got to make sure that we are protecting our national security and we're protecting people's constitutional rights.
Essentially, it just has to evolve, right? AI is technology that is evolving, and as we've seen through COVID, through the 2020 election with Hunter's laptop and Twitter, Facebook censoring the lab leak theory for months on end while conservative media outlets were accurately reporting on where that virus came from. So this is happening at an even higher level, and like you said, George Washington was put into this AI system at Microsoft, and the real George Washington did not come out of that. And essentially, they've basically erased all white males from the entire system. And so outside of government, would you encourage private companies to go into this AI space and to hire liberty-minded voices? Because like you said, if you're only hiring people in San Francisco for this AI, it's garbage in, garbage out. You're not going to have any kind of different opinion when it comes to the result.
Absolutely. And I would encourage people who are in the startup space who tend to shy away from it, because you have these massive competitors in Google, in Apple, Microsoft, all these people that are playing in this space. And when you start talking to them about a language model that has a philosophical base in freedom and liberty and diversity of thought rather than the traditional DEI check the box mentality, right? It's basically the equivalent of trying to explain Hayek to Stalin. So I know some of my history nerds got that. Appreciate it. Thank you. It makes me feel better. But it's crazy that we are not encouraging these startups to get in the space because there are so many talented voices that need to be in the space, and they're getting shut out. And you can see the big players getting involved with government because they want to regulate where they can keep competition away. They want to regulate where they can control it, and that's what we have to push back against.
So we have about a minute and a half left here. Just on the issue, going back to the constitutional rights aspect, because it's so important, and as I said, you guys keep finding new things all the time on what the government is doing to backdoor all of these ways they can go around the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, all the amendments. And so, you're in the House, there's a slim margin, Senate is controlled by Chuck Schumer. Ooh. So how do you get this legislation that you were discussing into a form that can be passed so that they can hold these bureaucrats accountable for what they've been doing?
I think, one, it comes down to, you had asked earlier about what can everyday Americans do. I think getting involved, and you guys are here, so you're involved, but getting more people involved and educated about this, and then communicating with your members of Congress is critical. The power of the people is unrealized, quite frankly, and untapped. Because let me tell you, there is nothing that a career politician fears more than a group of people who are motivated, educated, and activated. They are absolute cowards if they roll into their office and their phone lines are ringing off the hook with someone saying, hey, I don't want you to vote for this bill, or hey, I want you to co-sponsor this bill. That is the power of the people that has really not been activated in ways we have seen yet. So that's one thing. But then in getting that across the finish line, there's some creative strategic things we can do through the appropriations process. I am all for single issue bills, and I would love for us to get back to that point where
what about pulling grants from groups?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, the oversight element, 100%. Single issue bills where you have members of Congress on record saying, no, I don't want more oversight. I don't want people to know where all their money is going. Put these people on the record and expose them for the cowards that they are. We need to reassert our authority as the people and in Congress.
All right. Well, on that note, Congresswoman Kat Cammack, thank you so much for your time. Thank you, CPAC, for having us, and keep up the great work.
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to visit the CPAC store, powered by Revere Payments, located on the lower level in CPAC Central. And don't forget to vote in the CPAC straw poll. Go to cpac.org/straw poll and enter your PIN number located on your badge. Remember, every vote counts.
The old civil rights adage.
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have. And like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Our booth here at CPAC, one of the great things about CPAC is we get to partner up with companies, and the Birch Gold Group is probably one of the best companies right now that will help you protect your savings.
It absolutely will. They have professionals standing by who are true conservative people who want to save America and help you save for the future as well. They really care about the American people and your future. So text the word Trump to 989898. A representative will call you. They'll discuss a plan that's perfect for you, and you'll get a free information kit on how it all works. And the Birch Gold Group, they are A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Happy customers all the way around. We know you'll be a happy customer as well. And what better way and time, what better time to save than right now? And the Birch Gold Group can help you do just that.
Yeah, there's so much uncertainty. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get that free information kit. They can help you transfer a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA as well. All right, plenty more from CPAC straight ahead. We'll take it back inside.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Welcome back. We are joined now with a former congressman from Georgia, Mr. Doug Collins. So good to see you.
Well, it's good to see you as well.
Have
Everything all going this morning?
Yes, everything's going great. Busy morning so far, but that's what CPAC is all about. How's it looking for you here so far?
It's been good. I mean, it's good to see people get together. It's always a neat place. I will have to say I always have a little bit of fear when I came back into this place. First time since I've been back here since 2020. when I was one of the first exposed to COVID out of CPAC.
Oh, my goodness.
I was one of the first congressmen actually to have to quarantine because we didn't know what it was back then.
Right,
It was
yeah.
pretty wild. But yeah, in this room, so it's pretty wild.
Oh my goodness! Well, we're glad that you're back. Yes, we're glad you're back. Let's talk about the election outlook. You know, we have the South Carolina primary tomorrow. So far, so good for President Trump. He has won every state so far. What does the outlook look like for you?
Well, I think the outlook right now is this is over. Okay, and the only person that just not got the memo is the donors to Nikki Haley. The problem I have right now, I don't mind anybody running for president, as long as you're saying what you're wanting to do, how you wanted to do it, and yeah, this is how I'm different from my opponent. The problem with Nikki Haley is that she's went from running for president to actually attacking Donald Trump. She's become a Democrat surrogate for Joe Biden. In a sense, it may be unintentionally, but she's doing it because everything she says attacking Donald Trump is going straight to the Biden website. And you're going to see that in the fall in 30-second ads from super PACs and everything else affecting Senate races, governor races, and the presidential race coming out of Nikki Haley's mouth saying these things about Donald Trump.
What is she doing?
I think, I had somebody else say she's leaving it all on the table, she's doing all this stuff, and I'm like, okay, you're not leaving anything on the table at this point. She has become convinced, and this is the sad part about it. I'm going to say the silent part out loud. She believes Donald Trump will not be on the ballot.
Right.
That's the
only thing that we can think of.
It is, and her people are telling her this with these cases and everything else. And if you stay in, you'll be the nominee. I got news for them. If something were to happen to Donald Trump on the ballot, and we have to go to a sort of a mixed convention or everything, there'll be Republicans who wasn't even running for president who all of a sudden will put their hat in the ring for Republican president. And even DeSantis coming back and some of the others. It's not anywhere a guarantee just because she outlasts everybody else that she will be the nominee. And I think she thinks that. She's sadly mistaken.
She is, because she has a lot of people upset with her right now.
Very much so.
Okay, let's talk about, you're from Georgia. A lot going on in Georgia when it comes to court cases. Let's talk about what's going on with Fonnie Willis. What a mess.
And it got worse last week. And I think here's the interesting part. I think that the judge, and you have to give the judge credit for actually doing a hearing on it, because the judge could have just sort of dismissed this and said, okay, I've read this. It really is not pejorative. I don't see there's a problem here. And so in looking at it, when he had the hearing, I'm beginning to believe now he thought it would all work itself out in the hearing. Well, it didn't work itself out in the hearing. In fact, it got worse in some ways. And so now it's, instead of it working itself out, which I commend him doing, it's now, oh Lord, I've actually decided this. So it's going to be interesting today. Today's Friday. They're having an in-camera hearing, which means it's away from the cameras. It's in private with the judge. We're going to see what actually happens. He's going to then have to come back out and make a decision. I'll be honest, I'm not sure what, I would think it would take them both out. If you take one out, then why would you not take both out?
Right.
But if you take both out, you're opening yourself up. It's going to be an interesting day.
And that's really one of the main topics people have discussed already this morning. They're watching what's going on in Georgia today because they know that hearing is taking place. So Right Side Broadcasting Network, we will be following that case closely as we have been doing. But in my opinion, Mr. Collins, definitely some lying going on the stand. I watched the entire thing.
Well, it's interesting when you had the DA, Fonnie, when she actually said that one person's witness can prove a truth. Okay, then you just said that your former roommate, your former person you rented from, she said that y'all were having a romantic relationship. Did she just prove truth?
Right.
Or is your truth more truth than hers?
Right.
It's the Orwellian kind of thing going on here. That's
Oh, yeah.
wild.
The math isn't adding up in their testimonies at all. So it's going to be interesting to see how the judge rules in that case. And again, we'll be following that closely. Anything else you want to tell the people watching right now? Primaries are coming up. Super Tuesday's coming up. So it's important to get out and vote.
Well, and this is the dry run, folks. You got to understand, this is important. Joe Biden will not be beat simply because Joe Biden is inept and he doesn't remember where he's at. He can legitimately win. He can win this race because there's enough people who will vote for him because they like the Democratic trough that is out there. So people have got to get out, and I think the primaries are a great point to start registering voters, getting people out there. And let me just say this, folks, if you're out there and it's legal, do it. If it's legal to vote, it's legal to vote early, it's legal to take people to the polls, if it's legal to to help give ballots out, go do it. If it's legal, why are we not doing it? And the other side is.
Absolutely. Mr. Collins, Doug Collins from the great state of Georgia. So good to see you today. And we'll see you around. And we'll see you right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Okay, back out here at CPAC 2024 here in Washington, D.C. Now, at the top of the show, I talked about people getting into politics for all the right reasons to change this country and to save their particular district, their particular state. My next guest wants to do that, but he's got a huge challenge ahead of him. You do have a long-time Democrat, a solid Democrat person in that chair, but Ron Eller joins us, run for Congress there, and so let's talk about your battle ahead. We met yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And tell us who you're running up against.
I'm running against no other than Benny Thompson, the chairman of the January 6th committee. He's been in office for approximately 32 years, and I'm the man that's going to change that.
See, I like that attitude with you, Ron. You're like, I'm the man that's going to change now. If people aren't familiar with Benny Thompson, he is the one that led the J6, the sham committee.
That's correct.
He's also the one that deleted all of the evidence on January 6th.
And that is a criminal act in itself. But not only that, when you think about this, it was February 16th, 2021, when he sued President Trump. Therefore, he was not eligible to be in that position as the chairman. He should have recused himself from that position. This man has violated quorum up and down throughout his entire career. And when you look at the 2nd Congressional District or Mississippi as a whole, they'll tell you Mississippi is the poorest state in the nation. I would tell you that's not true. It is that the 2nd Congressional District is so poor. It consists of 30 counties. Of those 30 counties, 16 are in the top 100 poorest counties in the nation. 5 are in the top 10 poorest counties in the nation. It pulls down the entire state and the region, and that needs to change. Benny Thompson had an opportunity to help that. We have a thing called the Yazoo Pump Project. The 2nd Congressional District, as Mississippi as a whole, relies on agriculture for its industry. It produces almost $9 billion a year for the state, employs 17.1% of the state population. The Yazoo Pump Project would have added another 100 days to the growing season, allowing Mississippi to grow crops of essentially 365 days a year. It would stop major flooding that we have throughout the delta of Mississippi. He personally got that shut down.
Okay, you've got some great points here. These are all valid talking points for your campaign and what he has not done. Okay, how do you communicate that to the constituents in that district? Because he's able to avoid talking about this for so long and
That's
continue
correct.
to win elections. That is a challenge that you have, and hopefully with this broadcast, you can take this clip and you can market it out in your district and do some Facebook targeting and get this video out
Correct.
there, because you need to communicate to the hardworking people in Mississippi that the person that is control of their economy there is failing them, and their livelihoods are suffering for that.
That is correct. I believe it was Harry S. Truman that said, "You show me a rich politician and I'll show you a crook." When Benny Thompson went into office, he was broke. He's now a multimillionaire. He has exploited his position and used it for...
Thank you. Well, we gather here just 10 miles away from the U.S. Capitol, but I must say the vibes at CPAC are very different. In Congress, I'm often excoriated, smeared, derided for exposing a corrupt system that has been weaponized against we the people. I've made it a living hell for the swamp rats, and many of them are retiring now. In fact, CNN just ran an article blaming me for their departures. You are welcome. Truth is, we can't save the nation with the current Republican team. We have to get tougher, smarter, and we need newer, bolder voices in the United States Congress. So if you're out there campaigning and running as a Paul Ryan or Kevin McCarthy Republican, my message to you is this: they don't work here anymore. CNN is accusing me of wiping out institutional knowledge. But if you had knowledge of some of my coworkers and how they made decisions, you'd want to put them in the institution. The next phase of our plan is to replace the droves of retiring members with America First patriots. Republican primary voters must do their part, and the battle space will be full of enemies. Mike Pence just announced that he's building a $20 million fund to combat America's embrace of populism. And it's no surprise to me that Mike Pence is against populism. He was never particularly popular. People say I'm divisive, but this is the guy raising Republican money to weaken MAGA Republicans. And the media isn't on our side either. The Matt Gaetz chaos agenda. That was the headline from the liberal New Yorker magazine. I must not know what chaos is. Open borders, $34 trillion in debt, $2.5 trillion annual national deficits. Your government might label you a domestic violent extremist if you buy guns or Bibles or, heaven forbid, show up at a school board meeting or attend Mass too often. This sounds a hell of a lot more like chaos to me, because your chaos doesn't matter to a lot of the folks working 10 miles from here. Interest rates on credit cards and car loans are skyrocketing. Home ownership, the central thesis of the American dream to our parents and grandparents, is now a mirage to the millennials. They say inflation is down, but prices are still up. I never thought I'd live to the day where I'd spend $11 on a bag of carrots. Chaos for lawmakers is having to write budgets and take tough votes. The chaos they are willing to inflict on your life is changing things for the worse. I actually want orderly things like budgets that balance, single-subject spending bills, term limits, block grant Medicaid, drill for oil, export liquefied natural gas to anyone willing to buy it in dollars, demand that, I don't know, if the government wants to spy on Americans, they should have to get a warrant, and we should secure the southern border. Does that sound like chaos? Or the orderly administration of this country that you deserve? Now, Democrats, they believed in these things some point between 20 years and like 20 minutes ago. Now, they are the party of forever wars abroad, high prices, low tea, and reverse racism here at home. And by the way, speaking of racism, if it is not racist to ask for an ID for a hunting license or a fishing license, then it is not racist to ask for an ID to vote in any election, in any jurisdiction, in a free country, the United States of America. So I've noticed there are like two plays that House Republicans right now seem to be really good at running: the punt and the block. And granted, I've thrown a few Hail Marys into the playbook, but the punt and the block seem to be what they're all in on. We blocked the terrible Langford amnesty bill in the United States Senate, but we punted on needed spending cuts. We blocked Mitch McConnell's desire to deficit spend to fund the wants of nations oceans away, but we punted on chronically needed reforms to the abuse of the FISA process where Americans were being spied on. We blocked more money to Ukraine for now, and we punted Kevin McCarthy, who authorized $115 billion to Ukraine that we now see slushing around the money laundering capitals of the world. We shouldn't have any foreign aid to any other country without corresponding cuts to our own bloated federal budget. If you want to send aid to Israel, fine. Pay for it by defunding the United Nations. I want the UN to be zeroed out in our budget. The U.S. should be out of the UN, and the UN should be out of the U.S. How about that? How about take the money away from the entity that had some of their own people attacking and killing Israelis? Seems like a good offset. I know we've heard a lot about Alexei Navalny's death recently. Tragic. You should be allowed to oppose the ruling party in your country without risk of poison or prison or death. But I would remind everyone, especially the journalists in the back, that Ukraine's Zelensky imprisoned an American journalist who then died in prison, Gonzalo Lira. Not only that, but Zelensky supports outlawing an entire religion, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. And he just canceled Ukraine's presidential elections. Now, call me old-fashioned, but I actually prefer democracies that hold elections. To be clear, Putin is no friend of ours. He partners with adversaries like Iran and is opposed to America's interest. But realism in our foreign policy means being clear-eyed. It is being anti-war, not anti-American. My goals are clearly defined. Can the neoconservative followers of John Bolton and Liz Cheney and Nikki Haley say the same? And what's really left unsaid in this Ukraine aid debate is that Europe's fecklessness is a direct result of them becoming national security welfare queens, largely at your expense. Our European allies, which consist of some very wealthy nations, underspend on their own defense because they dupe you into paying for much of it. Spain spends less on its military than we do on the Department of Interior. France spends less money on their military than we do on the Department of Labor. I think they're allergic to labor in France. With friends like these, do we really need to be searching behind every sand dune or in every Central Asian cave for more enemies? We went straight from a welfare program for Afghan poppy farmers to this. America is not the world's police force, and we are not the world's piggy bank. It is not sustainable. It doesn't make us stronger to borrow money from China to give to another country. We are saddling future generations with so much debt, all while becoming weaker at our core. Now, Democrats want us to believe that Joe Biden can still be commander-in-chief in 2029. I'm opening the 2024 vintage of this wine, and I don't think it's going to get better with age. Joe Biden isn't getting sharper or stronger or smarter. He is getting older, weaker, and less equipped to lead. Trusting Joe Biden for 4 more years in the Oval Office is like trusting Dominion to count your votes. It's a risky bet. We all know it is time to take Grandpa's keys away, and he just keeps getting meaner and weirder about it. What else can explain allowing the world's prisons to be emptied and sent across our border? Biden is aiding and abetting the invasion of our nation by thugs, Islamic extremists, and Chinese spies. Think about these: a porous border, an unending stream of money supporting a forever war. These are grave, but man, are there simple solutions, like not sending billions of dollars to corrupt countries and finishing the wall and endeavoring upon the largest deportation effort in American history. Word is, I now have problems with the Ethics Committee, which seems really odd to me because I'm the one screaming loudest for actual ethics reforms. Members of Congress should have a lifetime ban on becoming lobbyists or registered foreign agents. We should make it impermissible and disallowed by rule for anyone to accept a campaign donation from a lobbyist or a special interest PAC. Their sole purpose is to buy votes. And for the same reason you don't let the umpire bet on the game, members of Congress should not be allowed to trade individual stocks. How about the Ethics Committee take up those reforms? Now, the Republican Ethics Chairman, Michael Gaetz, not only voted for the January 6th Commission, he has become a brilliant stock trader while in office. And I admire the obvious genius. He knew exactly the right time to buy online gambling stocks. His purchase in Evolution Gaming Securities netted him a hefty 36% gain. Not too shabby. Now, I'm not saying that this is insider trading, but this monetary affair is perhaps the most suspicious I've seen since Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade. So fire your financial advisor. Just follow the Quiver quantitative account on X. You could have been on the ride up with Republican Michael Gaetz on gambling stocks. You could have made millions like Nancy Pelosi did on NVIDIA. Or maybe you'll get a big return on a Raytheon purchase with Armed Services member and Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin. You see, when I offer these critiques that include the conduct of some fellow Republicans, I catch a lot of heat. Don't get me wrong, I'd prefer to just fight the Democrats. But if the Republicans are going to dress up like Democrats in drag, then I will lead the fight against them too. I'm here to fight for you. It's the people's house, after all. Last time I checked, the people hate Congress. We have a lower approval rating than the IRS. So I don't give a rip if they boo me on the floor, if they hate me and their corrupt little souls, and they can even try to expel me on bullshit if they want. But this is a movement that the Uniparty cannot kill. They're trying with President Trump, and even the MSNBC resistance libs admit that he grows stronger by the day. Well, you know what? In the MAGA movement, at CPAC, my friends Matt and Mercy Schlapp, all of you, we are all growing stronger. And I am the strongest fighting these battles with you in my corner. I appreciate your prayers and your hopes and your love, and I will never stop fighting for you. God bless you. God bless this great country. Let's go get them!
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have. And like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
What's up, guys?
So happy to be joined by Hogan Gidley. So good to see you. Always a pleasure. You have been very busy lately. You've been in South Carolina. South Carolina primaries tomorrow.
It is.
And you've been hitting the ground, boots on the ground, stomping for President Trump. Let's talk about that.
I have. I do not work for the campaign, but I was executive director of the South Carolina Republican Party in 2008. I've been a resident for about 20 years. I know it very well. And I felt it was incumbent upon me as someone who knew Nikki when she was my governor, who worked closely with Donald Trump in some of the toughest times this country has ever faced, both domestically and internationally, to go down there and just kind of get a feel for what the people were thinking, and also share my stories about the former president and all the work he was able to accomplish on behalf of the American people, and the record-setting success and record-setting time for those regardless of race, religion, color, or creed. And I was struck by several things on the ground. The support for Donald Trump is huge. It is unwavering. But at the same time, the anger toward Nikki kind of shocked me a little bit, because they don't like that she said she wouldn't run and then she did.
Right.
They don't like that she's courting Democrats through Democrat billionaire dollars to try and get those people to vote for her. They don't like the old establishment, the corporatist, the elitist, the globalist wing of the Republican Party, which they believe Nikki represents. And so just watching that and hearing that, I really was kind of shocked about it. And look, politics is very interesting, as you know. That's kind of a worthless statement because it is, everyone knows that. But it is fascinating to see someone like Nikki Haley who, look, there's a difference between being embarrassed and being humiliated. She was embarrassed in Iowa, embarrassed in New Hampshire. She was humiliated in Nevada by an empty box that said none of the above, and now she's about to be humiliated in South Carolina, losing 30 points in her home state. And when she sat on the stage, she set the bar in New Hampshire after that election and said, now we go to South Carolina. They know me best there. No one can lie about me there. They know my record. They love me. And then she goes there and loses by 30 points. All the statewide elected office holders, one of whom, in Tim Scott, she appointed to that position, are all supporting Donald Trump. I just don't see why she's doing that.
I don't get it. Like, I cannot fathom or understand why she's still in this race. And like you just said, it's a complete embarrassment. Yeah, Nevada, you lost to none of the above candidates. And then you're coming to your home state, the very next one, and you're losing by double digits. And everyone we talked to, Hogan, seriously, everyone I've talked to here at CPAC that are from South Carolina said that they didn't even approve of her as a governor. And so I'm really not sure what she's doing.
Yeah, look, it's far be it for me to tell anyone it's time to get out. I didn't tell you when to get in.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we really do need to be focused our money, our resources, our time, our energy on Joe Biden and getting him out of the Oval Office. And any minute you spend having to deal with Nikki Haley at this point, I believe is a real problem. And I think we should focus on something else.
Yeah. Let's talk about election integrity. A lot of states are early voting right now. March 5th, Super Tuesday is coming up. Those states are early voting. A lot of people are scared to early vote. They think there might be some cheating involved.
Yeah, sure. And look, I understand the trepidation. I mean, we've seen instances of illegalities and fraud and anomalies and irregularities for years. I remember people always try to say it's us who question elections. I mean, in 2016, when Trump won, it was your patriotic duty to question the outcome of that election. In fact, if you didn't, you somehow worked for Vladimir Putin. That's what they told us. And so it was Hillary Clinton who called Donald Trump illegitimate, like a few weeks ago. Like, this isn't old. Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader in the House, also called him an illegitimate president. Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary. So I guess they're all election deniers then. These are the types of things we've had to fight for a long time. But I will tell you, at the America First Policy Institute, and I'm the vice chair of the Center for Election Integrity, we've been able to pass some really significant legislation in about 32 states that go to protect every legal vote and every legal voter. It's not nowhere where it needs to be yet. But the fact is, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And what we've been training people to do in these states is be there and learn how to be a poll watcher. Go to your state party. Let them train you to be a poll worker. We need eyes in the room. We need video cameras. We used to think these things were happening. You'd hear about them just here and there. Now we actually see them because you can take your phone and record things. These are the ways you get involved. These are the ways you prevent that type of fraud, because a lot of people, look, if you know someone's watching, you're less likely to commit that crime or that act.
Right, and we talk about that. We hit on it hard, Hogan. Go be a poll watcher.
Yes.
We need, the more eyes that are there, the better this upcoming election cycle. America First Policy Institute, let's talk about that organization and how vital a role it plays, especially this year in 2024.
Sure. One of the things we were looking to do is prepare for a next term of President Trump. And, of course, that didn't happen. It didn't happen the way we wanted it to. So what we did was we kind of collected some of our thoughts and our talent and said, what are we going to do with all these cabinet secretaries who are pushing America First policies? What are we going to do with senior staffers like myself who push these America First policies? We should really have a place for them to go and push out the policies that impacted people's lives for the better, and have people who were involved in our organization that were in the room when the President of the United States made decisions. It was completely unique. And so we have 9 former cabinet secretaries, maybe even 12 at this point, 40 senior staffers. And what we are doing is educating the public about the importance of good policy, the good results that follow, the bad policies and the bad results that follow. I'm sure the people at CPAC want good things implemented for our nation, but you don't do that unless you win elections. So we're teaching them about why it matters to get out there and vote, why it matters that the policy put in place that you want gets put in place. And so it's very important work that we're doing over there, and I really have been blessed to be a part of it, just a small part of it. But I have to admit, I was kind of embarrassed when I went to the White House. I didn't realize how much policy mattered. And when I saw us start to implement policy that secured our border and brought down crime, low numbers of human trafficking and child smuggling and drugs, now it's all broken. The economy was great, and it's broken. You realize how much that policy matters. And so educating people on that, it reminds them, hey, when it's time to go vote and do something political, because we're a 501c3, we don't advocate, we educate, although we have a C4 arm that can do that. We just teach them, here are the policies, remember how it was under those policies, now go forth and prosper.
America First Policy Institute. If you haven't heard about it, look it up, get involved, and that's definitely a great organization to know about. Hogan, so good to see you. Thanks for everything that you're doing, and we'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks so much.
We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
One of the things that we've been talking about throughout the CPAC is taxes, and having any kind of tax issues can be something that is so stressful. And having the IRS blow your phone up and knock on your front door has got to be one of the last things you want to see.
It's stressful when you open up your mailbox and you see the form come in from, your county that you have taxes due. So yes, the whole process is stressful. And then, if you have a CPA or if you do your taxes on your own, whatever the case may be, nobody likes doing them. But that's where Tax Network USA comes in. The professionals there are there to help you back taxes, upcoming taxes that are due, whatever the case may be. And what's great also, Brian, is that they can do this in every state. So they have agents available in every single state. They are licensed to help every American.
And so it really doesn't matter what your situation is. If you say, hey, Brian, I haven't paid my taxes in 2 years, I'm kind of scared. Well, it's just not going to go away. So you can reach out to these guys. The information is on your screen for that. And let them take care of the problems. Let them reduce your tax bill. Let them, quite honestly, may eliminate a lot of it. There's certain ways that they know what to do. If you don't have the information, you don't have power, and our friends over at Tax Network USA has the information and the power to do that. Information is on your screen. Take advantage of it right now. Tax Network USA. More coverage of CPAC right now.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Back here at CPAC as we wait for President Trump to take the stage there in Rock Hill, South Carolina. And I've been talking about the company that my next guest is with. I've been saying it's one of my favorite companies that's here at CPAC. I've been threatening to go down there and crash their booth and have a great time. I'm talking to Andy. He's with AMAC. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming on. Let's talk about AMAC. If people aren't familiar with your company,
Sure. Well, AMAC is an acronym for the Association of Mature American Citizens. We're an organization dedicated for mature conservative seniors. We were inspired by our late founder, who joined the other organization that purports to represent every American over the age of 50. Well, he joined that organization and he felt that it didn't necessarily reflect his views, his worldviews, his values. And he looked around and there was no other organization that was substantially available for him to join. So he took his own money.
That's incredible.
And started up AMAC.
I had no idea that's the story.
Yeah,
Wow.
no, this guy should have been retired.
He basically took what he liked about a company like that, and he definitely took what he did not like about it and did kind of his own.
Of the Brexit Party, Nigel Farage.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, CPAC! Wow, what a pleasure it is to be here. Thank you for that very, very warm welcome. It feels to me like the Atlantic just got a little bit narrower. And that's because I always feel at home when I come here. Now, since my last visit to CPAC, I've been engaged in a new fight, a new battle, and it's one that we all need to be aware of. We know that the woke corporate culture is keen on cancelling people, and this includes our banking system. And so in June of last year, I got a letter from my bank, and despite the fact I'd been with them for 43 years, I got a letter from the bank saying, we are closing your accounts. And I thought, well, I'm not very happy about this, but it won't be a problem because I'll just go and get another bank account. Only to be refused a bank account by 10 other banks. I'm beginning to think, well, maybe these people are doing their best to close me down, to force me out of the country. And I managed to get a copy of the internal documents as to why they'd made this decision. They said that I did not align with their values because I dared to question net zero. I dared to think leaving the European Union was a good thing. I dared to question globalism. But they wrote in their notes, don't worry, he won't go public on this. Because he'll be too embarrassed to do so. Well, I tell you what, folks, they picked on the wrong bloke, didn't they? So fight back I did, and fight back hard. I managed to get 2 chief executive officers sacked. The share price of Britain's biggest bank fell by 35%. And we have promises from government that legislation will change. But you see, I was fortunate in the sense that I'm big enough and ugly enough, and I've got a voice, and I was able to defend myself. But there are so many others out there who don't have that voice, but who find themselves being discriminated against by a system, a corporate system that is now in bed with globalist left-wing politics. And I was fighting this not just for me, I was fighting this for hundreds of thousands of other Britons who've been closed down by the banks. And of course, that's relevant here too. Donald Trump just the other week spoke about the scourge of debanking, only to be met on Saturday Night Live, which I'm sure is a very favourite programme of CPAC attendees. And some idiot on Saturday Night Live says, what is debanking? Does it really exist? So we find on the other side denial at everything we try to expose and raise. But I am hopeful, I'm optimistic that we can get that pendulum to swing back. Because still, in all of our countries, there is a majority for common sense. We might not see that common sense if we watch CNN or read the New York Times or listen to many on Capitol Hill, but it's the same in every country. You get outside the capital cities and you find a clear, solid majority for common sense. But that shift will not happen on its own. It will only happen if we, in the populist movement, make it happen by getting people to vote for our candidates in numbers that we've never seen before. And we can do this, and we will do this, and however downhearted you get, never ever forget that in the end, right through the history of mankind, and it may take time, but in the end, good always triumphs over evil. Hold that thought. Now, for me, CPAC has become an annual pilgrimage. And I love coming. But boy, how CPAC has changed. When I first came here a decade ago, I was the only foreign-born speaker on the platform, the only non-American on the platform. And look at it today. Quite extraordinary. I've met delegates here, elected officials from Hungary, from Poland, from Romania, Australia, Canada, Colombia, Mexico, and I'm going to get this wrong because I'm bound to forget somebody, France and Germany, and right across the world. And the international summit that preceded this event had representatives from over 20 countries. We've even got the president of Argentina coming to CPAC tomorrow. And what an amazing guy he's proving to be, isn't he? Standing up for the right values, daring to cut government spending, daring to cut back on the public sector, encouraging investment opportunity. And it's a very, very tough journey that he's on. But already the financial markets are saying, do you know what? The Millet experiment may just work. And we hope and pray that for him, for those of us that believe in capitalism, and for the people of Argentina, we hope and pray he can turn that once great country around. So for me to be here, suddenly, I'm not alone. CPAC has become an international movement. The globalists, by trying to take away our national sovereignty, trying to take away our national democracy, and ultimately try to take away our individual freedoms and liberties, have forced us all together into this new movement in the most remarkable way. And it is the most amazing testament to Matt, Mercedes Schlapp, it's through these meetings here, it's through the energy and enthusiasm of CPAC that this new international movement has come together. We all want the same things. We want international cooperation. We want common sense, but we want it within the framework of the nation state, not within the framework of the European Union or the United Nations or the increasingly appalling World Health Organization. No, thank you. We don't want their international treaties. So we've come together in this remarkable way. And for me, it's all really rather heartening, because I'm going to make a boast now. I was the first populist. I was the first one doing it. Indeed, 30 years ago, literally to the day, 30 years ago, I was out on the streets campaigning in my first ever election campaign. And I've kept going for 30 years. So people talk to me about the Tea Party. Well, compared to my longevity in this, they're just a bunch of teenage kids. So I've been doing this forever, and I was completely alone in British politics. I was completely and utterly alone inside the European Parliament, which was an experience that I enjoyed very much more than they did in the years that I was there. And I was certainly in the United Kingdom completely and utterly on my own in thinking back in 2016 that not only was Donald Trump a very good candidate, for the Republican Party, but I also predicted that he would win that election in 2016. And I'm very pleased that I did. And I've been an unwavering supporter of his ever since that day. But I might have had a few problems with banking, but just look what they're doing to him. Look at that judgment in New York last week. A private contract between a commercial company and the banks. A sum of money borrowed, a sum of money repaid with interest. No one lost any money. No one was defrauded. And yet somehow the utterly corrupted and politicized judicial system in parts of this country fines him $350 million. I honestly can't think of a more absurd or obscene court judgment that I've ever seen in my life. And this is just the beginning of many battles that he faces over the course of the next few months. You know, corrupt regimes, undemocratic countries, they either try to bankrupt or imprison their political opponents. And in the case of the Biden regime, they are trying to do both to Donald Trump, and that is why he needs, from all of us, our absolute, total commitment and our unwavering support for him as a man. Unwavering support. He is, and I know what it's like. I know what it's like to be demonized. I know what it's like to be called all the names under the sun. But I can tell you he's been through a lot more of it than I have. And simply, folks, I believe that Donald Trump is the bravest man that I have ever met in my life. I really do. I really, really do. So now it's not just me in the European Parliament. There are new parties right across the continent. We've got European elections happening on the 9th of June this year. There's going to see many, many more people coming in that want to fight the globalist agenda. And it's not just me from the United Kingdom thinking Trump needs to win this election, and needs to win this election not just for America, but frankly, for the Western world, and perhaps even saving the very elements of our Western civilization that we hold dear, and we do. No, not just me. We've now got two former Conservative prime ministers, including Liz Truss, who was here, Boris Johnson as well, saying they want Trump to win the election. So on issue after issue, I used to be, what we say in English slang, I used to be Billy No Mates. I was literally on my own. I was some kind of weird outsider. And now I find those things that I fought for 30 years are becoming mainstream and becoming popular. And that is good. That is good. And I look ahead to the election that will take place this year in America. And whilst I still have some reservations about the way in which the electoral system has been cleaned up state by state, and I still have some concerns about that, I'm still in no doubt that on November the 5th, we're going to get Donald Trump back elected and in the White House. It's going to happen, isn't it? It's going to happen, isn't it? Good. Because that's what we need: belief, confidence, courage. But it can't happen soon enough. I mentioned a moment ago Western civilization. What is Western civilization? We think about what's been built, in the case of my country, for more than 1,000 years. What's been built, what's been improved upon, what's been defended by countries, by the country literally going to war. What we've been defending are the basic concepts of the family, of the nation. And what we all have to understand is the fundamental underpinning of everything that we call Western civilization is our Judeo-Christian culture. That is at the heart of who we are. of what we are. And this week in London, we've seen the consequences of forgetting that. The consequences of not having the moral courage to stand up and defend that. Whilst you've been here at CPAC and on your way here, we have seen the most disgraceful and disgusting scenes in London. Thousands of people in Parliament Square waving Palestinian flags. Chants in Parliament Square and on marches through our cities that call for the destruction of Israel and, frankly, the people within it. And the low point this week, I think, was the image being put onto Big Ben, which read, "From the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free." That went on Big Ben. That was calling for the destruction of the Jewish people, and there hasn't been a single arrest. Just imagine the equivalent here, that somebody flashed that image onto your White House. Think how you would feel. And now we see British politicians cowed, scared. They were even scared to leave the building on Wednesday and Thursday evenings because we've forgotten who we are, we've forgotten what we are, and we've allowed an extremist fringe to bully us and threaten our very democracy. And that is why we need strong leaders. It's why we need leaders of conviction. It's why you in America and we in the world need Trump back in that White House to return some common sense. But let me say this to you. Please, don't just come along to CPAC to listen to the great guy tomorrow, and he'll be his usual self. He'll be larger than life. He'll say things that enrage the left-wing press. He'll be funny. He'll be terrific. You know he will. He'll be terrific because he loves you, the grassroots movement in this country. But coming along to CPAC, enjoying the event, going to the cocktail parties, in fact, the way I'm feeling today, the endless cocktail parties that happen in the evening, agreeing isn't enough. Coming together with friends, meeting new friends, it isn't enough. If you really want this to work, and I want it to work here because it is our Western civilization that we need to start standing up and defending. For this to happen, it needs you to commit to doing more than that. You folks have got to get your walking boots on, or maybe golden sneakers. So please, I urge you, if you want the same things that we want, this election here in America affects all of us. It affects the safety of the world, as for the first time since 1945, a possibility of World War III looks real. We only get the right things in life. Peace only comes through strength. Trump can deliver it. Please do your all to go out, work hard, donate, put your walking boots on, deliver your leaflets. Let's get this man back in the White House, and let's get common sense back into the Western world. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Making an investment decision with someone.
We had a 13-and-a-half-hour day yesterday, and boy, waking up this morning was tough and getting fired up, even though I think I get fired up anyway because I love what we do here. But that 1775 coffee not only will wake you up, it will ignite the patriotism through you because they love this country.
You can feel it in your soul as you're drinking it. It's just a lot of patriotism with every sip. 1775 coffee. They love America. They love the conservative movement, the MAGA movement. They love what we're doing here at Right Side. We want to support them as well. So go to 1775coffee.com/RSBN. At checkout, type in the RSBN code and you'll get 10% off your coffee order. But yes, start your morning with that cup of coffee from 1775 Coffee Company,
Who doesn't like that?
1775.
Who doesn't like to save money? You support a great patriotic company because they always say it's all about the beans. Well, they got the beans, they got the coffee, and they got the love for this country, and we've got the discount for you. So go to the website. The information is on your screen. Go check it out today, and we certainly appreciate our friends over at 1775. We've got tons of CPAC coverage continues.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Welcome back. I am joined now by Mike McCormick. Mike, so good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. I've actually loved your story, what you've told us so far, and I wanted the viewers to hear your story as well. You have actually worked in several White Houses from different administrations, and also under Biden when he was vice president. And you have a story to tell about what you've seen him do and not do while he was vice president. So let's start there. What was that like working in the White House when he was vice president?
Well, my job was as a stenographer, so I had to listen to everything he said, which was a chore. Because back then, he wasn't as feeble as he is now. So he would talk and talk and talk and never stop. My job was to record it and type it in the official White House transcript. If he was speaking in a speech, whether he was speaking to the press. And if he traveled internationally, I was on Air Force 2 with him. At the time, I didn't see anything unusual. I left the White House in 2018, eventually got a hold, and I wrote a book about how unpresidential he was for the 2020 election, and eventually I got a hold of the Hunter Biden laptop through Marco Polo. They're a anti-corruption nonprofit. And when I got a hold of that, I started going back and forth between what I knew about Joe and where he was when we were in Ukraine and seeing the email traffic in the laptop. And I put together a Substack and this book. This is The Case to Impeach and Imprison Joe Biden. And I have conclusive evidence in my book that Joe Biden is a criminal. He's a criminal. He broke the law in Ukraine, setting up a kickback scheme with his son, with the Burisma Holdings, the Ukrainian natural gas conglomerate. And then he went and he sold the southern border to the cartels. And that's another part of the book. And since I found those things out, I tried to get that information in front of the legal system. I went to the FBI. They didn't respond to my tip. I left them a witness tip. I said, I saw Joe Biden break the law on Air Force 2, and they didn't get back to me. I went to U.S. Attorney David Weiss, who was investigating Hunter Biden. I said, I saw Joe Biden break the law on Air Force 2, and they didn't get back to me. So I wrote the book. Here it is. You can get it on Amazon or you can get it on Barnes & Noble.
Have you received any kickback from this book from the Biden administration or any, the FBI, anybody like that?
No, and one of the parts of the book that's interesting is I got in touch with some of the journalists who work in the White House. One of the journalists, Stephen Nelson from the New York Post, actually asked Jake Sullivan at a White House briefing about my allegations because Jake Sullivan was involved. It was a flight on April 21st, 2014. Jake Sullivan came back to brief the press anonymously as a senior administration official. My witness tip to the FBI was I was standing next to him and I saw it was Jake Sullivan. And he told in this briefing, they asked him, what kind of energy assistance are you bringing to Ukraine? He told him two things that would directly benefit Burisma Holdings. At the time, no one knew that Hunter Biden was secretly on the board of Burisma Holdings. Joe knew. Jake Sullivan probably knew. And so that's corruption. And so I told that to Stephen Nelson. He did a big story on it. He confronted Jake Sullivan in the White House briefing room. Jake Sullivan denied it. So the Biden White House is aware that these allegations are out there. They're just trying to ignore it. The more they ignore it, the more louder I speak. And thank you for getting me on with you guys.
Absolutely, because the world needs to know. You've seen this firsthand. And you talked a little bit about Burisma. I want to talk about the border, too. You mentioned that Joe Biden has sold the border to the cartel. Explain that.
I went with him on a trip to Honduras in 2012, and it was a very suspicious trip, and I have the details in the book. Out of that came several initiatives of the Biden White House, of the Obama-Biden White House, to team up with Honduran presidents who were smuggling drugs in the United States by the ton, cocaine. And so what Joe Biden did specifically to sell the border to the cartels was, in 2014 in the summer, as he was vice president, he started a very strong relationship with then president of Honduras, a guy named Juan Orlando Hernandez. All of a sudden, all these unaccompanied minors started showing up at the border in 2014. That's when they started building these cages and these restriction areas for these minors, because they just showed up. There's never been a real explanation why they showed up. As soon as that started happening, Joe Biden came up with something called the Alliance for Prosperity. From 2014 to 2016, he sent $500 million American taxpayer money to this president of Honduras, who at the time, he knew he was smuggling drugs. He knew he was smuggling drugs. There's a DEA investigation of this president. They had his brother on electronic recording saying, I'm going to use the government to smuggle drugs. Joe knew that, and he still gave this guy all this money. That is what I believe set up this cartel, human trafficking crisis that we have right now.
Unbelievable, the things that you've seen. And we know that he's corrupt, but to hear firsthand, someone who has worked in his White House while he was vice president, traveled with him, and has seen it, has gone to the FBI, and everyone's turning a blind eye.
They are, and the way to get the word out is buy the book, tell your friends. And I've gone to U.S. attorney. There was a U.S. attorney here in town named Leo Wise. He works for U.S. Attorney David Weiss, who's a special counsel. I've sent him a copy of this book. This is the evidence. I said, you need to have me testify in front of your grand jury. So far, I haven't heard back.
Well, we want everyone to read this book. We want you to go out and get it. Tell us again the name of the book and where people can buy it.
The Case to Impeach and Imprison Joe Biden is available on Amazon. And if you buy it on Amazon in the Kindle, there's some click-through links where you can see an actual video that Joe Biden took where he's got kids on his lap at a U.S. embassy, and he does all this weird stuff. One of the things he does is he has an engagement with a guy who was secretly on the board of Burisma Holdings at that time. He videoed himself doing his crime. That's how dumb he is.
And it's there.
And it's there.
For the public to see. Go to Amazon. Check that out. Mike, thank you for everything you do. Thank you for coming out and telling your story, because a lot of people wouldn't do that.
That's right. Thanks, Vanessa.
Yes, and we'll be right back. Go get that book. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
All right, back here at our booth here at CPAC. You know, one of the great things about CPAC is we get to partner up with companies, and the Birch Gold Group is probably one of the best companies right now that will help you protect your savings.
It absolutely will. They have professionals standing by who are true conservative people who want to save America and help you save for the future as well. They really care about the American people and your future. So text the word Trump to 989898. A representative representative will call you. They'll discuss a plan that's perfect for you, and you'll get a free information kit on how it all works. And the Birch Gold Group, they are A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Happy customers all the way around. We know you'll be a happy customer as well. And what better way and time, what better time to save than right now? And the Birch Gold Group can help you do just that.
Yeah, there's so much uncertainty. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get that free information kit. They can help you transfer a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA as well. All right, plenty more from CPAC straight ahead. We'll take it back inside.
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Been working on that I actually have that's going to help.
Okay, back out here at CPAC 2024 here in Washington, D.C. Now, the top of the show, I talked about people getting into politics for all the right reasons to change this country and to save their particular district, their particular state. My next guest wants to do that, but he's got a huge challenge ahead of him. You do have a long-time Democrat, a solid Democrat person in that chair, but Ron Eller joins us, run for Congress there, and so let's talk about your battle ahead. We met yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And tell us who you're running up against.
I'm running against no other than Benny Thompson, the chairman of the January 6th committee. He's been in office for approximately 32 years, and I'm the man that's going to change that.
See, I like that attitude with you, Ron. You're like, I'm the man that's going to change now. If people aren't familiar with Benny Thompson, he is the one that led the J6, the sham committee.
That's correct.
He's also the one that deleted all of the evidence on January 6th.
And that is a criminal act in itself. But not only that, when you think about this, it was February 16th, 2021, when he sued President Trump. Therefore, he was not eligible to be in that position as the chairman. He should have recused himself from that position. This man has violated quorum up and down throughout his entire career. And when you look at the 2nd Congressional District, or Mississippi as a whole, they'll tell you Mississippi is the poorest state in the nation. I would tell you that's not true. It is that the 2nd Congressional District is so poor, it consists of 30 counties. Of those 30 counties, 16 are in the top 100 poorest counties in the nation, 5 are in the top 10 poorest counties in the nation. It pulls down the entire state and the region, and that needs to change. Benny Thompson had an opportunity to help that. We have a thing called the Yazoo Pump Project. The 2nd Congressional District, as Mississippi as a whole, relies on agriculture for its industry. It produces almost $9 billion a year for the state, employs 17.1% of the state population. The Yazoo Pump Project would have added another 100 days to the growing season, allowing Mississippi to grow crops of essentially 365 days a year. It would stop major flooding that we have throughout the delta of Mississippi. He personally got that shut down.
Okay, you've got some great points here. These are all valid talking points for your campaign and what he has not done. Okay, how do you communicate that to the constituents in that district? Because he's able to avoid talking about this for so long and continue to win elections. That is a challenge that you have, and hopefully with this broadcast, you can take this clip and you can market it out in your district and do some Facebook targeting and get this video out there, because you need to communicate to the hardworking people in Mississippi that the person that is control of their economy there is failing them, and their livelihoods are suffering for that.
That is correct. I believe it was Harry S. Truman that said, "You show me a rich politician and I'll show you a crook." When Benny Thompson went into office, he was broke. He's now a multimillionaire. He has exploited his position and used it for his own personal gain. He has not done anything to help the people of Mississippi or the United States. A personal project that I've been working on that I actually have that's going to help me is I've recently got a bill introduced into the Mississippi State House, HB 1250. HB 1250 is going to put the Holy Bible back in every classroom in the state. It's also going to put an American flag and daily Pledge of Allegiance. I'm getting a lot of outreach by clergy throughout the state of Mississippi asking me to come talk at their church. This is a grassroots movement. I'm a candidate of action. I may not be in office, but I'm doing things already. I'm the chairman for term limits. Benny Thompson, term limits. Think about it, brother.
Yeah, that's good points. Is it more solid? Hey, like I said, there's more. You have the game plan and you have the education. I know we talked off camera, and you're a highly educated man. You've worked in the medical field for years. Surgeon, if I'm not, cardiac surgeon.
Well, I'm a PA. It's a physician
right.
assistant. I've also been a perfusionist running a heart bypass machine. I have 20 plus years active duty experience. I went from the pay grades of E1 to E7. I was a warrant officer, retired as a captain, promoted 12 times. I've had such accolades as being Soldier of the Year for Force Com, TRADOC, Fort Benning, Georgia. I was Non-Commissioned Officer of the Year. I was Outstanding West Virginian of the Year in 1981, my home state originally. I've lived in Mississippi longer than anywhere I've ever been, for 20 years now. I'm a small business owner. I own a business called Buck Warrior Enterprises, making things in the outdoor industry, and I'm still actively working in cardiac surgery today.
That's awesome. Okay, so let's drill this down. Once again, the district, and give me some cities that are in that district so that people watching us right now, if they have family members that live in those districts, it's very important. They need to say, hey, you need to talk to Ron Eller.
Yes, sir. Cities that are in the district, the number one is Jackson. It is the capital of the state of Mississippi. Vicksburg, Natchez, Greenville, Cleveland. They're all big cities, and they're all having big problems, and it's time for change. We need a change of leadership. We need leadership in action, not somebody that's going to sit back on their laurels. You don't need a candidate that's talking about what they're going to do. You need somebody that is out there working now for the people. I'm that man.
Ron Eller. You got my vote here. If I'm living in Mississippi, you got my vote.
Well, I can get you a change of address card, brother.
Yeah, sign me up. Hey, we need more people like Ron. Hey, we got more CPAC coming up straight ahead. Don't go anywhere.
And a mic drop.
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
MyPillow.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
You know, the white colonnade, you remember Reagan walking by there in his tan suit with all those leaders? I got to walk there every day. I'd put my hands on the columns just to feel it. And I got to walk in there every day, get in my office that was from here to that clock, 20 paces away from the Oval Office. I got to go into that incredible room every single day, stand in front of the Resolute desk and give the President of the United States advice. Now, he never took any of it. But that is not the point. The point is, only in this country would someone like me get to give it. And I am supremely confident. There are people around the world who use our American flag and walk through their streets chanting things like liberty and freedom because they know what everybody in this room knows, what the left doesn't know. That this country is still a beacon of hope and of strength and of democracy and of goodness all over the world. And I am supremely confident with people in this room, people on this stage, getting involved in our elections, it's going to stay that way, not just for this generation, but for generations to come. Thank you very much for today. Thank you. God bless.
Champions are not born. They're made of moments. At Liberty University, we push ourselves in the classroom, on the athletic field, and in the community to go beyond our limits and reach the world for Christ. Every play made, every assignment completed, and each friendship formed is a testament to our dedication to that mission. These moments matter and make us champions. Become a champion for Christ at Liberty University.
If you're having fun this year, just wait for CPAC 2025. You can get your tickets now. Go to cpac.org/2025. See you there.
There's a concerted effort to intimidate and censor conservative thinkers. The very freedoms secured by our Constitution are being threatened by the most liberal progressives America has ever seen. It seems like everything they do is to the detriment of our great nation. But there are plenty of patriots with the courage to stand up to the left. Join AMAC. AMAC is a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. Stand with over 2 million America-loving patriots by joining AMAC today.
It's no secret that Joe Biden loves his Inflation Reduction Act and the $1.2 trillion giveaway.
Inflation Reduction Act is giving people more breathing room, as my dad would say.
But Joe Biden is hiding something about his favorite law, a green new tax.
There is a carbon price in there, which is the methane fee, and it's actually pretty significant, but it didn't receive much attention.
Buried deep within the IRA is a huge tax on natural gas.
He's raised royalties on fossils that are being extracted from public lands.
The highest burden falls on the working class.
The fee could amount to tens of billions of dollars annually.
Make no mistake, Joe Biden's secret green tax is designed to harm American energy and ruin your family budget.
But guess what? It's working.
Secret taxes on our families. That's why in 2024, energy is on the ballot.
Sources out there that are saying that Iran, their goal is to draw the U.S. into this broader conflict. There's no question that not only did the Iranian parliament come out and start saying death to Israel, you know that they've chanted death to America. They hate us. They hate our culture. They hate what we stand for, which is that of freedom and religious freedom. And for them, they want to take us down. And the mere fact is you have a commander-in-chief right now who is hiding in the basement that needs to be out there every single day answering the tough questions. Instead, they basically say that climate change remains the most important national security crisis that we're facing. They have caved in time and time again to Iran while knowing that they are funding Hezbollah. They've sent over $100 million, that is Iran, to Hamas, and over $700 million to Hezbollah. Clearly, it is about sponsoring terrorism. Clearly, it is about destroying our strongest ally, Israel, and then America.
They put their lives on the line to preserve our American dream. Everything we have is because of everything they give. And now, more than ever, they need to know that we stand behind them. Each year, our community salutes honors the thousands of high school seniors who have made the selfless decision to pursue military service, not knowing where that journey may lead. For just $19 a month, you can provide the recognition and resources so urgently needed. Let's say thank you together.
Elise, how's Elise doing, right?
A Republican from Northern New York, the youngest woman ever to serve in Congress.
Elise Stefanik, the #3 leader in the House.
One of the former president's most loyal supporters.
What a job she's done. Thank you, Elise.
Thank God there are people out there like Elise Stefanik who doesn't just moan about things on Twitter.
Congresswoman Elise Stefanik is now suing Governor Hochul, claiming that allowing unregulated mass mail ballots violates the state constitution.
Congresswoman Elise Stefanik has filed a complaint against New York Attorney General Letitia James.
It is a witch hunt. This committee is not about seeking the truth. It is a smear campaign.
Stefanik has filed a complaint alleging judicial misconduct.
The real threat to democracy is Joe Biden and Democrats who are attempting to remove President Trump from the ballot.
I have been so proud to stand up for the American people in the toughest fight.
I watched her run over the head of Harvard, the head of Penn, the great old Wharton School of Finance.
Did I not realize when she opens that mouth, you were killing them, Elise? You were killing them.
Whether it's standing up for election integrity, whether it's being the first member of Congress to endorse President Trump, whether it's defeating Liz Cheney to unify the Republican Party.
I'll always be your friend. What a great future you have.
Are we ready to make America great again?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from New York, Chair of the House Republican Conference, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik.
Hello, CPAC.
I have two very important questions for you. Are we ready to fire Joe Biden this November? And are we ready to elect President Donald J. Trump to save America? Yes, we are. It's time to make history. We always say that every election is the most important election in our lifetime, but this election truly is. Because in just 3 short years, Joe Biden and the far-left Democrats have laid waste to our great nation. For the first time ever, the majority of Americans believe the next generation will be worse off than their parents. This is fundamentally not who we are. The American dream is being destroyed by the radical left, and we are in a country that's in crisis. From Joe Biden's catastrophic border crisis, to Bidenflation crushing hardworking families, to evil terrorists attacking our most precious ally, Israel, to the shredding of our Constitution, and to the unprecedented, illegal, and corrupt weaponization of the federal government. We, the people, must vote to save our hallowed republic. The mainstream media, the loyal stenographers of the left, they fundamentally underestimate we, the people, every day. They underestimate President Donald J. Trump every single day. And I'm proud to say they have underestimated me at every turn. But I will never underestimate the power of you, the power of we, the people. Because we know, like President Donald J. Trump knows, that we work for you. Not the arrogant editorial boards, not the cocktail party chattering class, not the entitled swamp, you, the people. Ten years ago, I was proud to make history as the youngest woman ever elected to the United States Congress. And it is my... Thank you. And it is my highest professional honor to represent New York's 21st Congressional District, the cradle of the American Revolution. I started my campaign at 28 years old. No one thought I could win a primary, let alone a general election, and flip a district from Democrat to Republican. They said, she can't win. Sound familiar? You see, I don't come from a political family. I was raised in a hardworking small business family who loves our country. I saw the extraordinary work ethic that my parents put into building their small business and providing a better opportunity for their children than they had themselves. I was the first member of my immediate family to have the opportunity to graduate from college. And I graduated from Harvard, but that's not the achievement. The achievement is graduating from Harvard and staying a conservative. And don't worry, I'll get back to Harvard in a minute. But in this first underdog campaign, we out-hustled, outworked, and we flipped a district from Democrat to Republican. We were underestimated, and we won by a historic margin thanks to we, the people. You see, this was a district that Barack Obama won twice. Now, it's Trump and Elise country. After that first election in 2016, Democrats came after me with millions of dollars in attack ads because I was the only elected Republican woman in the Northeast who stood by President Trump. The Democrats spent every penny they could muster, but I doubled down, fought back, and proudly voted for President Donald J. Trump. And we all know how this ends. Trump defied odds, made history, and made America great again. But the vicious left is relentless, and I was underestimated yet again when during the first sham impeachment in 2019, infamous Russia hoaxer Adam Schiff Adam Schiff was so bothered by my crystal clear defense of the Constitution, the rule of law, and President Trump that he broke congressional rules to try and shut me down. But he failed. And like all of you, on January 6th, I stood up for the Constitution and election integrity. I then went on to defeat and replace Pelosi puppet Liz Cheney. And now I'm proud to serve in top leadership as House Republican Conference Chair, and I'm proud to be the first member of Congress to endorse President Trump for re-election. Time and time again, I have stood in the breach for President Trump, for the Constitution, and most importantly for you, we the people, in some of the toughest fights of our republic. The American people know that I always have a backbone of steel. Just ask the presidents of Harvard and Penn. Sorry, I should say the former presidents of Harvard and Penn. Did you all see that congressional hearing on anti-Semitism? I've been in a lot of high-profile hearings over my years in Congress, but this was truly the most morally bankrupt testimony that I have ever witnessed. And I asked each of the university presidents a simple question, and it was not a political question. It was a moral one. And that question was this: does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your university's code of conduct on bullying and harassment? And shockingly, one after another shocked the world and answered, quote, "It depends on the context." And the world heard. Let me be clear, it does not depend on the context. You ask that same question to 3 hardworking constituents from my district, a farmer, a manufacturer, and a suburban mom, and they know how to answer that question. It is now the most viewed testimony in the history of the United States Congress with billions of views. And let me say it again for all to hear: 2 down, so many to go. They're fired. And this hearing showed the world what we already know, that there is a radical leftist rot in our higher education system that is destroying the minds of our next generation. These are the same so-called elite schools that rank last when it comes to defending freedom of speech. They gleefully cancel conservatives simply for being pro-life or standing up for election integrity, and yet they fail to condemn the genocide of Jews. We must stop the flow of taxpayer dollars to these dens of anti-Semitism. We must account for every dollar of foreign funding flowing into these schools, and we will end the tax breaks that have incentivized this moral rot on campus. And we all know it's not just these 3 schools, it's sadly schools across the country. That's why subpoenas are already out the door. It's why we launched an investigation, and we will not rest until we hold them accountable. That historic hearing showed that one voice supported by the American people can set off an earthquake and a reckoning and help save our country. We cannot give up. The life of our country is at stake, and as we all know, the closer President Trump gets to victory, the dirtier the Democrats, their stenographers in the media, and the corrupt prosecutors will get. They will stop at nothing, and I mean nothing, in their attempt to steal this next election. We saw Democrats baselessly impeach President Trump twice. They indicted him 4 times for non-crimes and are trying to bankrupt him and destroy his successful business. In my home state of New York, far-left Democrat New York Attorney General Tish James, who campaigned on going after President Trump, she teamed up with an unethical Democrat Manhattan judge to unconstitutionally impose a nearly $500 million penalty on Trump for the victimless non-crime of paying back banks in full, on time, as agreed, with interest. It's corrupt. And the left has gone so far as to desperately try to remove President Trump from the ballot. Why? Because Joe Biden's approval is in free fall, and they want to take away the vote from you. Meanwhile, you have the corrupt Joe Biden crime family lining their pockets from illegal influence peddling schemes, the Biden crime family. Yet Democrats in the media like to pretend they are saving democracy. But it's the radical left and the Democrats that are destroying democracy. But we cannot let them, and we won't let them. Ladies and gentlemen, as we enter this election season, we cannot lose sight of what's at stake. America itself is on the line. We had the most secure border in our nation's history when President Trump left office. Joe Biden took executive actions leading to the most wide-open border in our nation's history, with over 8 million illegals invading our country, an amount greater than the population of 36 states. Biden halted border wall construction. He ended Trump's Remain in Mexico policy and implemented catch and release. In Joe Biden's America, every district is a border district. Every state is a border state. The southern border is being invaded, and even on the northern border in my district, illegal crossings are up over 1,400%, including individuals on the terrorist watch list. Crime is spreading from cities to small towns. Cartels cross the southern border with zero consequences. Illegal immigrants come to our cities, assault our brave law enforcement officers, rob our neighbors, and if they are in New York City, Democrats give them a taxpayer-funded debit card. Fentanyl is pouring into every crevice of the country and poisoning a generation of Americans. This is Joe Biden's border crisis. The media won't hold him accountable. The left won't hold him accountable. So you and I must, and we will hold him accountable at the ballot box. And the border crisis is not the only Biden crisis. We are in an economic crisis for hardworking Americans. President Trump left Joe Biden the strongest economy in my lifetime. Millions of new jobs, historic wage growth for blue-collar workers, the lowest unemployment in 50 years, booming U.S. manufacturing, and 15 million Americans lifted out of poverty. Yet Joe Biden and the Democrats quickly destroyed this booming economy by passing trillions of dollars of reckless spending, leading to painful Bidenflation, the worst inflation in my lifetime. Now, hardworking young families can't afford homes. Middle-class workers can't afford groceries. The cost for nearly everything has skyrocketed, from car insurance to family pizza night. And President Biden has the audacity to point to Wall Street and claim that the economy is booming and Bidenomics is working. It's offensive to the American people. And there's one more Biden crisis that I want to point out, and it's the most insidious of them all. It's one I witness every single day when I defend President Trump from the deep state. And that is the way Democrats attack our democracy. We saw it with the Russia collusion hoax. Obama spied and then lied. We saw it with how they unconstitutionally rigged the 2020 election. We saw it when the deep state colluded with big tech and used taxpayer dollars to censor the accurate Hunter Biden laptop story. And we see it today as unelected liberals try to unconstitutionally remove Trump from the ballot. And let's remember, Democrats objected to every Republican president in the 21st century. This is the same justice system that shrugs off the worst corruption we've ever seen in the White House from the Biden crime family. Here is a rule of thumb that I know you will agree with. What the Democrats accuse us of, they are guilty of 10 times over. And here's why this really matters. If they weaponize the government against President Trump, they can weaponize it against you. And they have. Joe Biden's weaponized DOJ has targeted Catholics, gun owners, conservatives, and even parents at school board meetings. It's up to you, my fellow American patriots, to save our republic. President Trump truly has the most powerful force behind him. You, we the people. Ladies and gentlemen, here's what I want you to know. Whoever you are, wherever you're from, whatever your age, if ever there was a time for patriots to step up and fight, this is it. And it will not be easy. When the media and the elites attack us for supporting President Trump, it's because they are scared. They're scared of what he will accomplish when he drains the swamp. And they're scared of what you will accomplish. So remember what President Trump taught us. When they attack you, we double down and fight back. We are counting on the people to save this great country, to save America, and save America we will. And I want to end with this. As we embark on the difficult path ahead, I again turn to Galatians 6:9. And let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. We, the people, will never give up on America. I will never give up on you. President Trump will never give up on you. Thank you. God bless you. God bless President Trump. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, CPAC. Thank you. Thanks, CPAC.
For the last 3 years, the Biden
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The MyPillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, MyPillow 2.0. When I invented MyPillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. MyPillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature-regulating thread. MyPillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of MyPillow.
Now's the time to go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
Please welcome from Ohio, United States Senator J.D. Vance, and host of Rob Schmidt Tonight on Newsmax, Rob Schmidt.
Thank you. Oh. How are we doing, CPAC? Very good? That's nice to be here. This is my first CPAC, actually. I think it's your third, right?
I believe it's my third, yeah.
Third? Okay.
It's good to be here.
Good to see everybody here. All right, so we've got about 20 minutes here, and I kind of want to start the conversation on it's a 2-year anniversary of a war we've been funding now for 2 years in Ukraine. You've made a lot of headlines in the last couple weeks with your position on this in the Senate. It's an unusual position. I want to kind of start off with that and just kind of ask you to clarify, what is your position on America's involvement in this war in Ukraine?
Sure. Well, first, Rob, thanks for doing this and thanks for interviewing me. I think that they had me be interviewed because they were worried I'd go on too long and get us off schedule. So here we are. But thanks to all of you for being here, and thanks to CPAC for having me. I mean, my argument is pretty simple. First of all, I think that it is absurd for us to devote so many resources, so much attention, and so much time to a border conflict 6,000 miles away when our own U.S. southern border is wide open. We've got to focus more on our own problems close to home. That's my first position. Really, if you dig in from there, what I've argued is, look, we know that Democrats are obsessed with Russia. The Russia collusion hoax, everything for the past 6 years has been Russia, 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 and it's clouded our judgment. We need to be smart about what we're doing. Now, of course, we don't like that Russia invaded Ukraine, but the question becomes, what can we do about it? And there are a couple of separate ways, I think, in which the elites of this country, Democrats and Republicans, have fundamentally failed the American people in this moment. The first is that we have expended decades worth of supplies of American weapons on the Ukraine-Russia conflict when we don't make enough of that stuff on our own. We know the story. One of the reasons Donald Trump was elected in 2016 is we don't manufacture enough of our own stuff anymore. So we need to make more of our own stuff, but they've put us in this position where we don't do enough of it. So we don't make enough of our own stuff. And at the same time that we don't make enough of our own stuff, they want us to send all of our critical weapons overseas. Well, what happens, God forbid, if the Chinese invade Taiwan? What happens, God forbid, if there's a direct threat to American soil? We now no longer have the weapons in store to actually prosecute our own national security. Let's focus on our own problems. That's the first failure, Rob. And the second thing, if I may say, is the way that these guys have obsessively focused on the problems of Ukraine to the exclusion of everything else that's going on in our country. I have seen colleagues of mine, even Republican colleagues, who are much more emotionally invested in what's going on 6,000 miles away than they are in their own country. If the thing you care most about, we can agree to disagree on Ukraine. I imagine a lot of you agree with me, some of you don't. Yeah. But if the thing you care most about is a conflict 6,000 miles away, you should not be a leader of this country. Focus on our own country's problems.
And that was the crux of my question is, and especially that what you're describing is so evident in the Senate, I think, more than anywhere. It's what is that? Clarify what that is that exists inside of Washington. Why is it that when people go to Washington, they forget about the rest of the country? And that I think that all the wealth of this country exists inside of this bubble here in this city. And why is it that the rest of the world becomes so important and the domestic issues that we have go to the background? What happens when you get to Washington?
So here's what I think's going on, Rob. I think it's hard for these guys to psychologically accept that they have let the country become weaker on their watch. It was, of course, Donald Trump, a complete outsider to politics, who ran in 2016 saying, you people, the bipartisan consensus in this country has failed and we need something else. Now, of course, he was born, I believe, in the 1940s, so he's seen all of this happen, but he's seen it happen as an outsider with the recognition that new leadership needs to happen. Now, here, let me just give you an example here. So my family, obviously, we're all from Ohio, but I have a lot of family from eastern Kentucky, the Appalachian part of Kentucky. In the county that my grandparents were born in, the life expectancy in that county is 67. 67, that's comparable to a lot of third world countries. If you are a leader and you have allowed that to happen to your own country in your own backyard, if you're Mitch McConnell and you're a senator from Kentucky and you care more about the fact that Russia invaded Ukraine than about the fact that your own citizens are getting murdered by fentanyl brought in by cartels, and that's lowering life expectancy, you need to look in the mirror and accept that your job has been a failure. You've been a failure at your job of leadership.
And what is the diagnosis of that, though? What happens to them, though? Because there's no reason why that should be that way. That's what I don't understand.
The reason I think it's that way is because it's easier to look at the problem 6,000 miles away, to look yourself in the mirror and accept that you've been a failure in leading your country over the past generation. Look, think about this. The bipartisan consensus over the last 40 years in this country, it's seen the rise of China. It's seen the destruction of the American manufacturing base, which is why we don't have enough weapons to send to Ukraine and also focus on ourselves. I mean, I'm the father of 3 little kids, a 6-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old. Take your kids to a pharmacy today and be told that there's not enough amoxicillin for the kids of your own country because we let the communist Chinese make the antibiotics that we put into the bodies of our kids. This is a legacy of failure from these guys, and it's very hard for them to look themselves in the mirror and say, we screwed this up. And of course, the biggest screw up, the biggest problem we have right now is the American southern border. And if you're not focused on that, and you're not getting fired up about that, and you're not pulling all-nighters at the U.S. Senate about that, you're in the wrong job.
Can I ask you, that's a good point. I want to ask about the Senate border bill that, is gone through, that is, basically being held up in the House at this point. Johnson doesn't want to bring it to the floor. How did a bill like that get crafted? I mean, was there any actual concern? I mean, was it leadership that put it together? Was there any actual concern about the border, or was it just used as a ruse to get money for foreign wars? I mean, how did something like that happen?
Oh, how much time do we have, Rob? This is, we could go a long time on this. Here's basically what happened. So any negotiation, we're divided government, right? Democrats control the presidency, Republicans control the House. The thought was, going into it, Republicans are divided about Ukraine, but we're united on border security. We want border security. Democrats are divided on, or are united on Ukraine. They're divided on border security. So there's the seed of a negotiation, a successful negotiation. The Democrats will give us border security, and then we'll give them money for Ukraine. Now, set to the side whether you like that negotiation, that was the way it was set up. The problem, Rob, is the border security was always fake. And I've heard from Democratic colleagues, I've heard from Democratic staffers who have said the Republican leadership in the Senate never pushed that hard for border security. There was always this kind of wink, wink. Well, we've got to go through the motions here. We've got to convince the conservative knuckle draggers like J.D. Vance that we can care about border security, but we don't really care about it that much. So the American people got screwed in that deal.
So then they don't want a secure border.
Exactly. They at least care more about Ukraine than they do about border security in their own country. It was always a fig leaf. It was always the idea was, we're going to write another $61 billion to Ukraine, and we'll sort of, throw a bone to the people of CPAC and say we tried to do border security. But think about it. If you go into a negotiation saying, we don't actually care about the thing that we're allegedly negotiating over, you're not going to get anything, and that's exactly what happened over the last couple of weeks in Washington, D.C. It's a disgrace, and every person here should be pissed off about it.
That's exactly, I'm sure they are. And to clarify, when we're talking about you're not anti-Ukraine. You don't have an anti-Ukraine position. You don't want Ukraine to lose this war. They try and paint anybody that wants perhaps diplomacy in this situation, which is something on my show we talk about all the time. We talk about with Rick Grinnell all the time. Like, what happened to diplomacy the last 2 years of this war? Why is nobody fighting to figure out a way to end this war? Why is it just send more money, send more bullets, send more guns? Why is that the only option that we have here? Why is that the only option that they're willing to look at? Why is it that there's no Tony Blinken in the room trying to figure out a way to get out of this thing? It feels like they want the war.
It's all, Rob, I hate to say it, but I think it's all about the money. It's all about money for people who are getting, look, Look, let's be honest, whether it's the reconstruction that will come to Ukraine, hopefully soon, but maybe not for another couple of years, or whether it's the direct supply of resources, whether it's the corruption in the country, we know that a lot of money is getting skimmed off the top here. We don't know how much, we don't know exactly how it works, but we know there are real problems. And I think another thing that's going on, Rob, is that these people have convinced themselves, meaning the leadership of our country today, that diplomacy is a bad word. I remember when Donald Trump, maybe the most important thing he said during the campaign was, what's in America's interest is for the killing to stop. Like such a simple insight, right? We want the killing to stop. We want energy prices to come down, food prices to come down. All of these things are made worse by a never-ending conflict in Eastern Europe. But these guys, if you talk about diplomacy, oh, you're a Putin shill. Where have we heard that from? We've heard that for the first 4 years of Donald Trump's administration, that he was a Putin shill, even though Vladimir Putin, the only time he didn't invade another country was when Donald Trump was president. It doesn't even pass the smell test, but these people have gotten themselves convinced that it's a bad word to engage in statesmanship. It's crazy, it's bad for the country, but it's where we are today.
It's the politics, it's so insidious.
Yes, it is.
It's so frustrating to, when the people in this room are paying attention, and most people aren't, which is why these stupid little games work the way they do. But if you're paying attention and you're watching this and you're seeing it, it's so frustrating to see that when you're just trying to do the right thing and you get painted as a certain way, they vilify people for just having a difference of opinion.
Yep.
I mean, that's the most dangerous thing. And in this country, we see that constantly, and they have complete control of the media narrative.
So It's funny, Rob. There are, I believe, 3 U.S. senators who are on a permanent lifetime ban list to Russia, and I'm one of them, right?
Oh.
So the mainstream press, the mainstream press calls me a Putin shill. I've never even talked to the guy. I don't get to go to Moscow to have the pierogies in Russia. Like, it's a lose-lose proposition for me. But of course, it's good for the country to have somebody saying, how long does this go on? How much money are we supposed to funnel into this country? And importantly, Rob, something needs to be said. You asked me, am I anti-Ukraine? Of course I'm not. In fact, I think these people are very brave. Most of them are just obviously good people who are trying to do the right thing. The average age for a soldier in the Ukrainian military right now is about 45 years old. Yeah. I'm 39. I was in the Marine Corps when I was 19 years old. That is not a healthy thing. So if you care about Ukraine, but most importantly, if you care about America, you should be wanting this thing to come to some diplomatic resolution. I think that's the only hope from here on out.
Zelensky's not pushing for that, though. I mean, that's the one thing that confuses a lot of people. His people are dying. I don't have any question that the guy loves his country. He wants to be in that country. He's a Ukrainian. He's letting his own people get killed on the field, and there's no push for an end.
So this is interesting, Rob. What Zelensky and a lot of folks in Ukraine have said, and I was in sort of Munich a couple of days ago, actually, the big national security confab, and I was pretty much the only person who believed the things that I do there. People said, well, you're on an island. I said, well, I'm on an island maybe in Munich, but I'm not on an island in the United States of America. The majority of the American people actually agree with my worldview here, and I think that's important. But what the leaders of Ukraine from Zelensky on down have said, that there was a negotiated peace to be had back in the early days of fighting. You know who prevented it? The Biden administration and Boris Johnson, who was the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. So I actually think that there was an opportunity for peace. I still think there's an opportunity for peace. You just have to get the wackos and the idiots out of the White House.
Yeah, well said. Well said. I want to talk about 2024 here for a moment. I mean, there's new polling out, it seems almost every day at this point. When you look even at the specific issues, former President Biden, I should say, is getting crushed. You look at specifically immigration, foreign policy, he's getting eviscerated. And people get excited, right? Because they think, oh, great, Trump has a great chance in the next election. That's wonderful. What I see and what I think terrifies me, if you look at a country that's been pulled for decades to the left, 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 you got to think long term. What I see is, that this next election is going to be competitive. It's not going to be a landslide. Look at what they're able to do to a country and still compete electorally and still compete for power. I mean, I've never seen, I could never have imagined that Biden was going to come in and just start dismantling every single thing that works about this country as fast as he can, and then somehow get to a point where, it's going to be close. I mean, you can look at the polls all you want, but damn well when that election comes down, it's going to be tight. it's going to come down to 4 or 5 states, and it's going to be close. How have we gotten to the point in this country where I almost feel like we're just full of guilt and self-loathing, that we elect people that dismantle everything that we love about our country?
I think we have to be honest about two things, Rob. This is by design. So there are two major structural problems in the American Republic right now. The first is that we gave control over our entire information ecosystem to big technology companies that hate the values of the people in this room.
Yeah.
If you really want to have a free and fair election in 2024, the most important thing, break up Google. Break up Google and return power over the information economy to the American people. Just think about this. That's where 99% of people, regardless of their politics, get their information. We know now that it's completely dominated by left-wing radicals. It has a complete monopoly. I think it's illegal, by the way, to have that monopoly control over information. You go in and type in, did Donald Trump say such and such about immigration? Or is Joe Biden too old to be president of the United States? Well, the answer is yes, right? You don't need a Google search for that. But the results will be so biased and so corrupted in a left-wing direction. That's one of the reasons why we have major problems with our elections in this country. One other point, Rob, I didn't realize this until a few weeks ago. The immigration chaos, we talk about it all the time. We talk about the sex trafficking, these poor kids who are brought into this country by the cartels and sold into slavery. We, of course, talk about the fentanyl problem. The reason why we have a border crisis, it is by design. Biden is invading the country with people who he knows are going to vote disproportionately for Democrats. And this is an important point. Again, I didn't realize this until a few weeks ago. California has 5 more congressional representatives than it should. Do you know why? They count illegal aliens for purposes of assigning apportionment in Congress. So when these guys flood the country with millions of people who shouldn't be here, they destroy the voting power of citizens in our own republic. This is by design, and this is maybe the last very good chance we have to stop it in 2024.
It is something else. I want to finish off. I want to talk about Trump's legal woes. Obviously he still has a number of cases against him, but again, we just talked about the polling shows Biden in a lot of trouble. Do you really think that they're going to try and throw this man in jail?
Absolutely. They're going to try with everything.
But will they be able to do it?
Absolutely not. I think the American people are too strong. We're too woken up to it. But look, I was thinking about this earlier because I serve, I had some success in the private sector before I got into Washington. That's unusual for most of my colleagues in the Senate from either side of the aisle. Most people in politics, think about this, from Nancy Pelosi's stock picking to others, they get richer from having served in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump is maybe the first politician in my lifetime who will be much poorer for having served his country. That is the best evidence that we should reelect him in 2024. He's actually sacrificed for this country in a way that's very unusual in politics. But because he actually does it for the right reasons, they're going to try to destroy him. And they've been trying to destroy him. What was the Russia collusion hoax? It was about destroying Donald Trump. This ridiculous New York fraud case, it's about destroying the guy's wealth before he re-enters the Oval Office. All of these lawfares, they're all about showing the American people that you can have the president you want, but we're going to try to destroy him if it's not approved by the elites of this country. It is why we have to renominate him for the folks in South Carolina who are voting tomorrow. We can't let the crazies and we can't let the judges determine who our nominee is. We decide who our nominee is, and we decide who our president is too.
Well said. Well said. I think we'll leave it there. Senator, thank you so much. We appreciate it. It's great to talk to you.
Thank you all.
Thank you guys very much.
Great to have you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to visit the CPAC store powered by Revere Payments, located on the lower level in CPAC Central. And don't forget to vote in the CPAC straw poll. Go to cpac.org/straw poll and enter your PIN number located on your badge. Remember, every vote counts.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda.
Megyn Kelly, and CPAC Senior Fellow Mercedes Schlapp.
Wow, that's a reception. That's amazing.
How's everybody doing?
Come
the
on.
media told me nobody was here. Look at all these people.
Megan, this is your inaugural CPAC appearance.
Yes, I was never allowed to do this kind of thing when I was at Fox, and now I'm free.
You're free. You're free. And let's talk a little bit about this. So there's this rise of alternative media. I don't even want to call it alternative media, but it is this media that's trying to present the truth. It's trying to present a more comprehensive picture. How have you seen media change in your career?
Oh my God, hugely. I mean, when I was a lawyer back in the dark ages, I remember seeing clips of this woman, Jessica Savage. And if you're old enough, you remember who that is. And if you're young, you've never heard of her. But she was on NBC, and she was beautiful, and she rose at the same time as Connie Chung, and made it at a time when very few women were even in news. And that was the era of like straight facts, no personality, just the facts. And that was a golden era in some ways. It wasn't completely infected with left-wing bias. It was there, but it wasn't as bad. And then you flash forward to during the Trump era when they openly declared their bias. They leaned into it. They thought it was important to say their own opinion. He's a bigot. He's a racist. He's a this. He's a that. And completely sacrificed their objectivity. And in so doing, sacrificed the industry. I mean, it was, I've said before, it was an assisted suicide. Trump helped them, but they did it to themselves.
Yeah, but we just saw, for example, when President Trump won the Iowa caucus, and you saw Rachel Maddow come out on MSNBC saying, no, we're not going to put out the whole speech.
Yes.
No, because because she wanted her voice to be heard and not allow the viewers, now we know the viewers there are, lean left, to listen to what Donald Trump had to say. I mean, this is pure propaganda.
So this is her problem. She never had children, and she decided her audience must be her children. They need to be babied like little toddlers because their mommy can't allow them to hear any of the naughty words that Trump is going to speak because, she explained, they traffic in truth at MSNBC, which is the biggest lie we've heard out of anybody over there.
Yes.
I mean, after all the years of Russiagate, for her to actually look at the audience and say, we don't traffic in lies and we can't allow a non-true thing to be said to you, and I'll be the policewoman of it, please. I mean, people know it's a lie.
You're right about that. It's the media is this leftist media, this propaganda machine. They literally line up the Democrat talking points. And it is so much of this Trump hatred like I've never, ever seen. And quite frankly, they hate the Trump activists. They hate the MAGA voter. They are insulted by the MAGA voter. What is that disconnect? Is it just New York and like the New York media, that kind of elite media that is not understanding where the rest of America is?
It's not just them. I mean, it's really all media other than alternative. But this is, I think, what CNN is struggling with right now. At least MSNBC has kind of owned how much it hates Republicans for a long time. They're not faking it. I mean, I give them points for
they're fake news, but they're not faking it.
Right. That's
Okay,
exactly, there's a distinction there.
Right.
But CNN, back when I was on the primetime of Fox News, I used to watch CNN as I was getting ready for the Kelly File. They were kind of boring, but they were straight down the middle. And you get the basic facts. Then during Trump, they completely broke. I mean, Trump broke CNN. He ruined CNN. They ruined themselves, but he gave them the invitation and they took it.
Right.
And now they want us to see them as possible to trust. Now we're supposed to look at the same anchors who said, not only do I disagree with you, I hate you.
Yeah.
I can't stand you. Your children, everything that is important to you, I loathe. And you're supposed to say, he could be fair. Sure, I trust her. It's of course a broken model, and I do think that's one of the reasons why alternative media is doing so well.
Well, the Trump derangement syndrome grows even further when we're talking about lawfare. This is something that we see the propaganda machine, something you would see in an authoritarian regime. Then you're moving towards this sense of lawfare, which is really, I think, a scary tactic that's being used by the left. But then it gets interesting. I felt like I was watching a soap opera when I was watching Fani Willis and her love interest, Nathan Wade, right?
Yes.
I mean, that was one of the craziest TV court,
Yes.
that you can imagine.
It was like a soap opera.
It was like a soap opera.
I love what's happening in that case. I'm not going to lie.
Tell us more.
So I was not going to do a show today because I was coming here to be with all of you. So I took the train down. Yeah. And I took the train down. But then I don't know if you saw today's news on Fani Willis.
Oh, please tell us.
It's amazing. And so we did a show. I just did a show from the hotel room before I came down here. And it'll be out later, the Megyn Kelly show. Download for free. In any event, it's insane. So these two prosecutors, Fani Wade and the man she brought in, Nathan Wade, admit that they had an affair. They denied it started.
Fani Willis, you already changed her name.
I go with Fani. I think we all know it's Fani. Okay? Fani Willis. I keep saying Fani Wade.
I thought you said Fani Wade.
She's Fani Willis, but I keep saying Fani Wade. I mean, I'm hoping something good could come out of this for them. So they both took the stand in this trial. They denied that they had an affair any time prior to her hiring them. And now, bit by bit, we're learning, of course, it appears very much the opposite. And what happened today was the Trump team they subpoenaed the cell phone records of Nathan Wade during 2021. And according to the private investigator, who's got expertise in analyzing cell phone tower data and cell phone data, he called her. They spoke on the phone in 11 months, 2,000 times, 1,800 texts. I averaged it out. It was about 180 texts a day. I went back and looked at mine with my husband. We were at 1/5 of the ratio that those two were. He was allegedly over there, according to the cell phone analysis, between the hours of 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. and then midnight and 5 a.m. And according to CBS News, she's going to get ready to defend this today by saying, he was part of my kitchen cabinet team.
Oh, yeah.
For discussing random cases. Because, when you have business to discuss, who doesn't have their platonic colleague over at 4 a.m.? We were saying it wasn't a booty call, it was a Fani call.
Too much? No, not at all. Keep going.
But anyway, can I just put a pin on that?
Please, no.
So I do believe they're both going to get booted off of this case.
Really?
I believe they lied under oath to this judge to save their own skins. They're prosecuting Trump and his colleagues for lying. That is one of the main things that she's accusing them of. And the reason it's so delicious is because the same thing I believe that made Fani Willis lie under oath, despite the fact that it would be wrong for a civilian, but it's really wrong for an officer of the court, is the same thing that made her bring this BS prosecution. Yeah. It's her partisan, dishonest nature. She wanted to get Trump, just like Letitia James wanted to get Trump, and Alvin Bragg and Jack Smith. And I really think that the brilliant lawfare artists on the defense side in Georgia should have a talk with the other defense lawyers in these other cases. Because if this is how we're going to fight, dirty, below the belt, making up charges, breaking our system of rule of law, which didn't use to prosecute political enemies, then we should fight back the same way. Right. It should be brought right back on all these prosecutors.
Right. Going into what we've seen with all of these cases, I mean, you've got the Stormy Daniels case against Trump as well. That's going to be heard here shortly. You've got Jack Smith's obsession with Donald Trump. Yep. You've got, obviously, the civil fraud case in New York, Judge Enderon, who $340 million. It's
going to be $450 million.
400 by the time we're done with this?
Yeah.
I mean, they're just trying to break this man. They're trying to destroy his life, destroy his family, all for political persecution.
We've really crossed the Rubicon.
Yeah.
We never used to do this to each other. Like, we would fight, we knew we disagreed, we'd fight, bare-knuckled brawling, the two sides. But we would never put a man's freedom at risk just because we disagreed with him.
Right.
We would never try to devastate his business and disincentivize any good man or woman for running for office, right? Like, who would run? Don't you know, like, a couple of great people in your life who you're like, God, you'd be great to run? You know, who that's sane would run if you thought this was a likely outcome? You know, I asked Trump about it. I interviewed him in September, and I was like, what are you doing this for? You already were president. You could be in Scotland doing the golf, which you love, and enjoying your grandkids, and he isn't built that way. And I do think he thinks he's got unfinished business for the country, you know? And I think the country feels the same.
So, what legal advice would you give Donald Trump?
Honestly, keep at it. Because I'll tell you, Trump's got 4 criminal trials coming his way. And in order to avoid, I heard Rob and JD talking about, is he likely to, you know, go to jail? And I do think JD's right. Senator Vance, they'll try to make him go to jail. But Trump needs to pull an inside straight in order to avoid jail. And can I tell you something? He's doing it. He's doing it. I've been watching these cases very carefully. It's not a lock, but it's going as well as it can go. He's obviously got very good lawyers around him. The New York case is BS. He's not facing real jail time in that one. That should be a slap on the wrist, and he is going to be convicted, but it's such BS. He allegedly paid a porn star to be quiet, and then they're mad he didn't document his hush payment. That's the very nature of a hush payment, is that you don't write it down and tell everybody about it. Anyway, so that's that one. Then you got the 2 Jack Smith litigations, where it's all, you know, January 6th and the Mar-a-Lago documents. Well, the Mar-a-Lago documents is getting slow-rolled and slow-rolled and slow-rolled because it's so complex. Does the jury need security clearance? Did the lawyers need security clearance to see the documents he had? This is not getting tried before November. And if Trump can win, both of those federal prosecutions go away. He doesn't need to pardon himself. He just needs to pull the DOJ off of the cases. That's it. All he needs to do is delay those 2 cases until post-November, and it's happening. Now, the one in D.C., she really wants to try this case. Judge Chutkan would love to put Trump behind bars. And that one he's vulnerable in because of the jury pool, but that one, too, has got the main heart of it, the obstruction charge, and I'm trying not to bore you, but the main charge is the obstruction charge. You obstructed a proceeding of Congress on January 6th. That's going up to the Supreme Court through the other January 6th defendants, and their case is very strong. So the heart of that Trump case could get thrown out through a proceeding that's going up with other defendants. And that leaves us with Georgia and my girl Fannie.
Girl Fannie! Go Fannie!
And if Fannie Willis is thrown off this case, her entire office is thrown off this case, and there are real questions about whether there is another prosecutor down in Georgia who would take it and wants to try it.
Yeah, Fannie Cash. Fannie Cash. Yeah. That should be her name. Shifting gears here, obviously you're a mom, you know, and you have 2 boys, 1 girl. We were having this discussion as a mother of 5 girls, and parents out there, they're freaking out. They're looking at the fact that this leftist agenda has penetrated into their schools. This is a topic we've been discussing here, where you have 14-year-old girls having mastectomies. They're getting puberty blockers. You have the medical industry supporting this. How do we stop this?
If you take nothing else away, I hope, from anything I say tonight, please take this away. Fight. You have to. You can't remain silent to protect your reputation or how people feel about you. Parents need to stand up against this. Your child's safety, and apart from their safety, their opportunity, the chance at winning, the chance of having the glory of crossing the finish line first, it's all in danger if you don't say anything. And I know it's scary, you're afraid, you want to be seen as empathetic and not a bigot, not a transphobe. Eventually, hopefully you'll get to the point where many of us are, which is, I don't care what you call me.
Exactly.
I couldn't care less what you think of me when I'm standing up for children's rights. A couple of things here. Number one, they tell us that the puberty blockers into the cross-sex hormones, it's fine. Puberty blockers are just a pause. It's a lie. 97% of kids who go on puberty blockers will do cross-sex hormones immediately thereafter, and you know what that does? That will sterilize your child. Now your child is more than likely going to be sterile and zero sexual enjoyment for the rest of his or her life. Did you know that? There will be no sexual pleasure for your child. You want to make that decision for a 13-year-old? You think they know what they're giving up? There was a detransitioner recently who managed to get pregnant, which is against all the odds, And she was in tears at the birth of her baby, not fully tears of joy, but also because she couldn't breastfeed. She had her breast chopped off when she was a teenager, a young teenager. Yeah. And you know, Mercedes, it's like when I had my first child, I, of course, went through the 9 months of pregnancy. The moment I felt like I really became a mother was when they put that baby to your breast and you're like, holy mother, right? Yeah, it's this before and after moment.
Don't men, what is it, chest feed?
I
that
can't.
What it is? And
there's no such thing as chest
feeding. And the male
feeding.
pregnancy, that's the one I'm like, really, people?
Chest feeding is child abuse. They pump these men full of hormones, and then so they can produce something approximating milk. And then this poor tortured baby is in agony trying to get enough out of there. It's a lie.
But
it's a lie.
Megan, but this is the thing. The left has hijacked our language. They have changed what would be common sense, just language. We have to now do pronouns. Every time I see these young people out there where they on Instagram and they're like, she, her, they, it's like,
no.
Seriously.
No. No.
Pronouns are for English class.
Don't do
not
them.
for but it's like, how can these parents get to their kids and their grandkids and basically say, please stop this. You're being brainwashed.
You have to inoculate them at home. You know, I mean, you have to get them, they're going to be in a leftist world. It's a leftist media, leftist sports, leftist corporate America, not to mention the academy, you know, the universities and so on. You have to inoculate them at home by talking about it.
Right.
We've told our kids, don't say your pronouns. If somebody asks you what your pronouns are, you just say, I'm not comfortable with that. You don't have to do it. Just because some leftist tries to make you, you don't have to do that. Right. And let me tell you something. There was a great piece online, and I love the line, the title of it. Pronouns are rohypnol. They dull your senses. It's the way the left controls language is to make you behave the way they want you to behave. You know, like, this is racist, this is transphobic, this is so that you won't do the thing, you won't say the thing. And saying the pronouns is how they get you to bend on gender ideology. They dull your brain to the incongruity of calling a he a she. And they're doing it intentionally. They want you to get dulled to that fake reality they're shoving down our throats. Right. You have to resist. You can say with all due respect, I don't do that. And look, if I'm sitting across, and I've actually had this conversation with Caitlyn Jenner, but if I were sitting across from Caitlyn Jenner, would I intentionally be like, he? No, I'm not looking to be a jerk. But I would not say, you know, what's it like to be a woman? How about being a girl, no, that's a lie. And I do think we need to reject pronouns and the lies of language because otherwise we're pulled in. We're part of the problem.
And then on the biological men playing in women's sports, which again, I cannot believe that we are talking about this now. Like, I just cannot believe that we have to face this where our girls have to be put in a situation where they can actually get hurt.
And they are getting hurt.
Yeah, and they are getting hurt.
There was Peyton McNabb in North Carolina who still has permanent injuries, including mental issues, brain issues, and paralysis down her arm after a male volleyball player posing as a girl spiked the ball so hard in her head that she suffered permanent damage. There was a girl playing field hockey in Massachusetts just a couple of months ago who got all of her teeth knocked out. As a boy, pretending to be a girl, slammed that field hockey ball hard into her face. There were 3 girls in Massachusetts this week, in Lowell, Massachusetts, who were hurt playing basketball against a 6-foot-tall boy pretending to be a girl. That's the way you should say it. There's no such thing as trans anything. It's boy pretending to be a girl who hurt 3 girls to the point where they had to end the game early, and the coach pulled the team. Someone's going to die. Someone's going to die. Find your voice. Fight. It's not fair, and it's not safe.
No. And I think, I will say, in this room, we've got the fighters. These are the people who go back to their community, and they make a difference. They are so incredible in terms of getting involved in their communities, and so many organic groups have come out of CPAC, and they are the ones involved in so much of the election process as well, which is incredible.
God bless you.
I want to move to the college campuses. We know we had a panel up here. Would Moses go to Harvard, which I loved. Of course, Schlapp comes up with these great panel names. And it made it on Jimmy Kimmel, which was kind of funny. So let me ask you this. There is, again, you stay shocked because you're wondering, how can so many young people not understand the role of Israel and not understand the Hamas terrorism propaganda message that's being pushed through TikTok, through social media to these young people. And then you've created this animosity on campus for Jewish students.
Yeah. Well, I think there are two things going on there. Number one, back to the inoculation point. I don't think anybody could do this to my kids. No one's going to do this to your kids, Mercy. They know.
No, we disown them, quite frankly. No,
Well, we've gotten in early with our children. We've shared our values, and we've talked to our kids about what is going to be done to them on college campuses. And we, in our family, do not allow our children to use social media, which parents misunderstand. You can give them a phone.
Yeah.
You can give them a phone, and they can message.
Yes.
And they can. We actually do some YouTube, which I know is technically social media, but like, my daughter watches Dance Moms on it. It's not,
Oh, don't talk about Dance Moms.
But the TikTok,
Rumble,
Snapchat.
we like Rumble.
Yeah, that's right. But I'm talking about like TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook. Like, these are not appropriate tools for children. And in particular, TikTok is where this begins. So I do think keeping them away from social media in the young formative years and you reinforcing your own values and what's true is important. And keeping the right news sources funneling to them so they're hearing facts that you know are real. Not left. It's not like, don't leave Al Jazeera on the TV while you go off for your run. But I also think that like when they get to the university, they're going to need to find their spines and their friends. This is one of the reasons why I love Turning Point. Like, we have to get to young people and make sure they know they're not alone. You may feel like you're the only conservative voice on campus, but you're not. The TikTok in particular is a problem because that is really funneling pro-Hamas information and pro-Bin Laden.
And yes.
You saw the, like, literally these morons were like, you know that Bin Laden, really, you have to hand it to that Bin Laden. He has a point. No, you do not have to hand it to Bin Laden.
That's right.
You've got to actually do some study and some homework. So the only plus of the anti-Semitism that we've been seeing on college campuses, the only upside to all of this in the wake of the horrific October 7th attack, is that our Jewish friends who were more left-leaning and believed the DEI lie, I think are now seeing the truth, which is that it's pernicious and it's actually really dangerous. And so, like, it's not okay to, whether it's black and white or Hispanic and Jews, whatever, like, it's not okay to divide us by race or ethnicity. Like, we're all the same. It's why I don't like the Black National Anthem. There's only one national anthem. We don't need it by color or by creed, right? So, in any event, I think all that's important messaging, but the number one thing is to shore up your child before he gets there.
No, that is true. That is true. Although I've met a lot of parents that say, my kid was conservative, they go to college, and then I lose them. And that's a challenge for these parents, right? It's like, it's heartbreaking. And then you're just, literally, I feel like we have to constantly I say, pray every day for your kid. Pray every day. Because they have to understand, when being here, you know you're going to get persecuted. You know you're going to suffer. And you went through it. Yep. I mean, they tried to destroy you.
Yep.
But you rose up again.
Well, there's a lovely feeling to that. I'd rather people try to destroy me and me keep going than people never try to destroy me at all. You know, you don't know how strong you are until somebody keeps knocking you down and you keep getting back up. And I think it's true for my kids, and I think it's true for me. You know, mine are little. They're 14, 12, and 10. But in the same way, like, I really kind of hope, I know it sounds weird, but I hope they all get their hearts broken. I hope they get rejected. I hope they have a big failure. I hope they strike out. I hope all those things happen to them because I want them to be strong. They're going to have to be. And you don't get strong if nobody ever challenges you or hurts you or comes at you. And I think for all of you guys, if you're active and you're activists and you're out there fighting these good fights, like, it's a blessing. It's an important role, but you also have to be tough. And you, just like I, have to realize that there's a difference between the you and the branded you. Right? Like, Megyn Kelly it's a brand because it's on a show name and people know it from news. But Megyn Kelly, the person, is also there. And when I see the attacks and people write the terrible things, I never take that as an attack on Megyn Kelly, the person. That's Megyn Kelly, the brand, that they're attacking. You know, the public-facing Megyn Kelly. And that's fine. For me, that works to make that distinction. And it makes it very easy for me not to hold a grudge and to continue fighting and to continue seeing these people and not to become bitter.
Yes.
Right? To be a happy warrior. So you have the same thing. You're going to put your public face out there and you're going to say these things that are controversial and nobody else is saying them. And they're going to call you the names and maybe ostracize you. Maybe you don't get invited to the best cocktail parties. Those aren't the best. And you make the distinction in your own life between the professional you that's got to make these points to keep your kids safe, et cetera, and the real you who they don't know and they couldn't possibly be criticizing.
What message? What message of hope do you want to give this group? Look, we're in, I would say, one of the toughest times of our country. We feel we don't feel safe. We feel there is so much chaos all around us. And people are worried. They're worried.
I understand that entirely. I think you guys should feel great because the country is divided, but I actually happen to think it's not as bad as many think. Look at the left. The left is coming over on immigration, right? They're coming over on some of the Trump economic programs. They're a little slow. But I'm just saying, the right is winning these fights, right? They're winning. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes Governor Abbott sending the busloads up to New York and Chicago and California.
Yes.
Like, these people have to feel the actual effects of their policies, and then slowly but surely they start to see reason. On the gender stuff, 70% of the American population believes that boys should not be playing in girls' sports, no matter what they declare themselves. That's something on which there's common ground. DEI, as I said before, that people are starting to shift on that and see the folly of this dividing us by race. And even those who aren't seeing it are going to have to live with it because we have a great U.S. Supreme Court right now that is issuing ruling after ruling, setting things straight, right? From Dobbs to the affirmative action case, and we're going to get a whole lot more like it. So that's not to say that they haven't crossed a lot of disturbing norms with the lawfare and so on. But I do think regular Americans aren't as divided and are starting to see the wisdom in a lot of these fights the right has been fighting for a long, long time.
Let's fight, let's win. Ladies and gentlemen, Megyn Kelly. Thank you.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes day 2.
What another great day here at CPAC, day 2. And, and I'm really getting, really looking forward to tomorrow. And, of course, tomorrow President Trump closes out CPAC. An early start on that, so it's a 12 noon speech from what I've been told. So typically he does close out CPAC, but tomorrow he's kind of opening it at noon or midway
because
through.
He has to head to South Carolina to be there for the results to come in from the South Carolina primary. So again, he'll be here at CPAC at noon tomorrow and then head to South Carolina. But a great lineup of speeches today, also tomorrow as well. CPAC never lets you down, always brings in the conservative movement's top players in the game. So really excited about day 3 coming up tomorrow. Also, we're happy for our sponsors who are here with us today. Birch Gold Group, give them a try. Text the word Trump to 989898. Invest your IRAs, your 401ks. Get with them. Now's the time to do it with the uncertainty in the future. The Birch Gold Group will help you out. They have an A+ rating in the Better Business Bureau, which proves that they are excellent in what they do and they really take care of their customers. Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898.
There you go. And also Tax Network USA, dealing with back taxes can stress you out. Don't let it do that. Simply contact the information on your screen. Experts of the Tax Network USA will help you eliminate your tax problems, whether or not you haven't paid your taxes in a year, 2 years, 10 years, or no matter what amount you owe. They can help you get out from under of this tax burden. So contact our friends over at Tax Network USA. And lastly, coffee, gotta love it. 1775 coffee 13 and a half hours on the air yesterday, and we could have pretty much drowned ourselves in 1775 coffee this
Yes.
morning as we had to get up and come in here. But we're lucky that we have such a great coffee company, and not only do they make great coffee, but they also are a very patriotic company. The information to get involved with the coffee is on your screen. Support those companies that support us here at CPAC.
Yeah. Winning in 2024 is going to take a lot of energy, so make sure you drink your coffee. 1775coffee.com/RSBN. Type in the code RSBN to receive 10% off your order.
Also, do not forget the way we started here at Right Side is through donations. Before we have these great partners, we had people like you. You were our greatest asset, was our people. So we'd encourage everybody to go to the website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. That's rsbnetwork.com/donate. And you can donate.
like
You can
you've
do a
been
one-time
sleeping
donation.
well.
You can do a
Megan,
reoccurring donation. It's whatever you're comfortable doing. Because that's how we started, and that's how we became one of the biggest players here in this mega market.
Yes, and we appreciate everyone who has donated so far all along this journey with Right Side Broadcasting Network. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much for your donations, and if you can, continue to do so we can be on the campaign trail with President Trump as we head into November.
There you go. Until next time, you're back here tomorrow for
Yes.
CPAC. I'll be on the ground there in South Carolina with President Trump, so hopefully we'll have dual coverage going back and forth as we wrap up today. Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn saying so long, everybody. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Okay, we thought we'd pause just for a few moments and talk to our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Philip Patrick joining me now to talk about this ever-changing economy and what's going on in the world right now. And just recently, President Biden has issued his 2024 budget. Now, there's a lot of numbers, there's a lot of stuff to unpack.
Walk me through all of what these numbers indicate.
Look, at a glance, the 2024 budget would make you laugh if the topic wasn't so serious. I mean, really, it is full of marketing taglines like growing the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, or trying to ensure an equitable and effective and accountable government that delivers results for all. In fact, in the introductory message, Biden rammed home this idea that he's had a commitment to fiscal responsibility and how he'd cut the deficit. Look, fiscal responsibility sounds great, but a quick look at the numbers, I think, dispels that notion. Over the next 10 years, from this year until 2033, the total deficit is projected at $17.16 trillion. And in no single year will the deficit be less than $1.5 trillion. And that's assuming there's no wars or intervening recessions or spending sprees. To think about that for a moment, responsibility is now defined as spending at least $1.5 trillion more than the government brings in revenue every single year for the foreseeable future. It is absurd and unsustainable.
That's actually what Jerome Powell was referring to when he said the government was going down this unstable financial path. I mean, he's dead on with that.
He's absolutely spot on. And I think he's pointing to the fact GDP has grown $5.5 trillion in 3 years, when federal debt's grown $1 trillion in 3 months. And we have a Congress now that is determined to just kick the can further down the road instead of addressing the problems. As we said, it's unsustainable. Even Powell can't deny it now.
Do we have any idea how much money right now Joe Biden has actually borrowed from the future of Americans here?
It's a very good way to put it, actually. The answer is a lot. When Biden got into office, national debt was $28 trillion. Today, over $34 trillion. That's a 21% increase in a matter of years. And for a little bit of context on that, $6 trillion is an almost unimaginable amount of money. For some context again, that's 20% more than we spent, adjusted for inflation, fighting World War II. That is, by itself, 2 Germany's worth of debt in 3 years. $6 trillion would be the 3rd highest national debt for any nation in the world today. That is what this guy has done in just 3 years. It's incredible.
And you look at, is he adjusting the budget to allow for this, for the shortfall? I mean, what is he doing, and what does Congress need to do?
Listen, the answer is he is doing very little. Nearly all politicians and Americans believe that the nation's fiscal problems stem from a lack of revenue. In other words, not taking enough from other people.